Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Phantom Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rumi sat in a standard rolling office chair dressed in her hero outfit, her left foot tapping against the floor impatiently as the many office workers of the Hero Commission bustled about doing their various duties. She sat in a generic office building waiting area as generic-looking people did their generic-sounding routines. God, this was boring. After the big battle with the Paranormal Liberation Front, the pro-heroes, who had survived, were all informed by their agents that the Ministry of Defense was getting involved. Apparently the Pyrrhic victory against Tamura Shigaraki and his followers somehow did not inspire a lot of confidence in the suits who had to deal with the nation's PR. Rumi could give less of a f what a bunch of pencil pushers thought. Honestly, whenever the suits tried to do the pro-hero's job, they always managed to screw it up. However, it seemed that this was not one of the times where she could simply ignore the government goons and go back to actually helping people. After all, she was still getting used to her new bionic left arm. Speaking of which, she really needed to find out why the FING thing itched so much. Rumi sighed grumpily and inspected her new chrome appendage as a way to stave off the boredom. Luckily, science and medicine had come a long way. It was not like they were back in the day where the best prosthetic arm you could get barely moved. Now if someone lost an arm or a hand, they could get it replaced with something almost as good as the real thing, if they had the money. Luckily, Rumi was never much of a big spender, so she had a decently sized chunk of cash saved up sitting in her bank account. Rumi had been in rough shape after the big battle. Let's be honest, she had gotten in over her head, and as a result had gotten the beating of a lifetime. But she had never given up. She was Miruko after all, the one-woman wrecking crew and bringer of justice. Once she had recovered from her injuries, Rumi had immediately gone about ordering the best bionic arm money could buy. It had taken what felt like years for the thing to get made. Rumi was not the patient type, but eventually a team of specialists had connected the replacement limb and guaranteed it could keep up with her. Covered in a layer of polished chrome, Rumi's bionic arm was made from some of the toughest materials available. Unlike most people who wanted the same level of dexterity as a human hand, Rumi simply wanted the thing to be able to take a beating. The trade-off was that her hand was not as precise, but it's not like she was planning on learning to play the piano or anything like that. Wiggling her metal fingers experimentally, Rumi was roused from her musings by the sound of someone politely clearing their throat. Looking up, Rumi saw the familiar face of her agent looking at her expectantly. Rolling her eyes, Rumi grinned as she stood up and walked over to her agent. Rumi's agent did not look like anything special, just a middle-aged woman in business attire and a permanent frown on her face. What made her special was the fact that she was one of the few people who could put up with Rumi's antics and attitude. At the start of her hero career, Rumi must have made half a dozen prospective agents quit out of sheer exhaustion. However, when Miss Sasaki had arrived, she simply weathered the storm, named Rumi Usajiyama, and did her job without flaw. A woman of few words, Miss Sasaki turned around and silently led Rumi through several bland hallways. Arriving at an office door exactly the same as the dozen they had already passed, Miss Sasaki opened it and gestured for Rumi to step inside. Walking into the surprisingly spacious office, Rumi arched an eyebrow inquisitively as she inspected the scene before her. The office was as generic and plain as the beige carpeting on the floor. A few metal bookshelves hung on walls along with an almost patronizing old motivational poster featuring a small kitten. Behind a tidy wooden desk sat an older man in office worker clothes. For a second, Rumi wondered if the man and her agent were related, as they both looked like they had the personality of a boiled carrot. Behind the older man stood someone with short curly green hair in a cheap suit, their back turned to Rumi as they looked out the single window at the bustling city outside. "Welcome, Miss Miruko," the seated man said with a frog-like croak. "Please, take a seat. We have a few things to discuss with you." He then gestured to the two plastic chairs facing his desk. Crossing her arms, Rumi smirked and stayed standing while her agent took a seat in one of the chairs. Shrugging uncaringly, the office drone put on a pair of reading glasses and retrieved a file from somewhere behind his desk. As you may already know, the Ministry of Defense has decided to aid the Hero Commission and its members in the fight against those who would disrupt our peaceful society. The man croaked. We have been informed that effective immediately all pro-heroes above the rank of 100 will be assigned a personal liaison who reports directly to the Ministry of Defense. These liaisons are to assist you in gathering information regarding threats to national security. Your cooperation is required, and failure to do so will result in penalties that may affect your hero ranking. Rumi barely stopped herself from growling in annoyance. Of course, the suits are sticking their noses where they don't belong. National security, my butt. Rumi muttered under her breath. Please treat your liaison as if they were your partner. The older man said, talking like he was reciting a speech from memory. The safety of our citizens and nation is in your hands. The person with curly green hair had not moved the entire time, seemingly engrossed with looking out the window at the sunny scenery. The croaking older man nodded satisfactorily, then gestured to the person standing behind him. Miss Miruko, meet your new Ministry of Defense liaison, Izuku Midoriya. The person named Midoriya turned around and faced Rumi with a polite smile on his face. For a second, Rumi considered that this new partner might not be so bad to work with. Lean with a hint of muscle, well-defined features, a smattering of freckles on his face, and curly green hair that made Rumi want to run her hands through it. If she was being honest, Rumi might admit that having a good-looking liaison might at least make the interactions slightly more bearable. Walking around the desk, Rumi's new liaison extended his hand as he spoke. Nice to meet you, Miruko. It's a pleasure to work with you. While he had been waiting in the drab office for Miruko to arrive, Izuku had plenty of time to ponder what exactly he was getting signed up for. His boss had purposefully picked Izuku to be Miruko's liaison. Not out of spite or favoritism, but because in his opinion Izuku might be the only one in his department who would be able to handle Miruko's trademark attitude. For context, this was because Izuku was quirkless. Now if you told any passing stranger that Miruko was going to have a quirkless partner, they would have laughed or expressed pity for the poor bastard. Miruko had always been very outspoken about her opinion that the only thing she respected was strength. But Izuku had always been one to shatter expectations. Growing up quirkless was not an enviable life. Ostracized from almost every social clique and being bullied relentlessly would make any normal person hate their lack of a quirk. At first, young Izuku did indeed hate himself and everyone around him. I mean, who wouldn't in his situation? But one day that self-loathing changed. They say there comes a time in every person's life when he has to choose the course his life will take. For Izuku, it was when his mother died. The woman of unending kindness and ironclad will took her last breath telling Izuku that she never regretted giving birth to him, that he was everything she hoped he would be, and she was proud of how strong he was. The funeral had been small and short, a handful of people paying their respects and offering condolences to the young man who stood next to his mother's grave. Standing alone, Izuku made a promise to himself and to his mother. He would prove everyone wrong and show that being quirkless was not a curse, that he could be smarter and stronger than anyone else through sheer determination and force of will. And that is exactly what he did. First, he conquered school, graduating at the top of his class and receiving multiple scholarship offers to prestigious universities. Instead, the young man joined the army as soon as he turned 18. Working his way up through the ranks, Izuku garnered many accolades from his commanding officers and peers. At this point, nobody even knew Izuku was quirkless. It was assumed that he did not use his quirk because it would only hold him back. Not satisfied with simply becoming a commanding officer, Izuku then became one of the youngest people ever to be accepted into Japan's elite counterterrorism unit. Leaving the army with many awards and honors under his belt, Izuku was immediately recruited by the Ministry of Defense. It was there amongst hardened veterans and genius analysts that Izuku started his career. Establishing himself as a man of honor and integrity, Izuku quickly earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues. The entire time nobody thought for a second that such a man might be quirkless. Now he was 26 years old, and he was faced with what might be his greatest challenge yet. Miruko. For all of his drive and determination, Izuku had never quite mastered the art of interpersonal relationships. After all, his every waking moment had been filled working his way to the next big goal. Now before you assume anything, it is important to note that Izuku was not some kind of antisocial recluse. He could hold a conversation and tell jokes like anyone else. It was just simply the fact that few people could keep up with him and his need for conquering the next big obstacle. Say what you will about him, but one of Izuku's biggest weaknesses was the fact that he could be very dense when it came to romance or friendship. Many people had even tried seducing him, but nobody had ever come close to sealing the deal. So now as he waited for the croaky man to finish talking, Izuku stared blankly out the window, racking his brain for ways to befriend the Spitfire that was Miruko. Hearing the old man say his name, Izuku put a polite smile on his face and turned around. Izuku had seen pictures of Miruko before. After all, one of his secret guilty pleasures was to consume information about every listed pro hero. But meeting her in person left him with a strange feeling in his chest. Brushing it off as nervous energy, and maybe that extra cup of coffee, Izuku forced himself to not stare at Miruko's metal arm and extended his hand to shake. "Nice to meet you, Miruko," he said. "It's a pleasure to work with you. I'm doing things a little different than I normally do. If you think something needs improvement or you enjoy the story, let me know." As of writing this first chapter, the PLF Big Battle is still ongoing, so I modified the end result. Gonna try to keep this one romance drama oriented, but I might throw in some action to spice things up. I love unusual pairings and just discovered Rumi Izuku, thus I felt inspired, and this is the result. Rumi glanced down at the green-haired man's extended hand and scoffed. "Sorry, I only shake hands with two kinds of people. People I have saved and people I respect. You are neither of those." Immediately Rumi could hear Miss Sasaki sigh loudly in annoyance. However, she was not the one being forced to work with a total stranger. The liaison's smile faded as he retracted his hand and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Look, Miruko, I know you have a reputation for being difficult, but I am just doing my job. Can't we at least talk things over a little first before you go and decide to keep disrespecting me?" Now it was Rumi's turn to narrow her eyes. She was about to snap back with a venomous reply but was interrupted as her agent stood up and quickly got between the two adults. "I think that is a reasonable request," Miss Sasaki said pointedly as she glared at Rumi, clearly informing her that any more resistance would not be tolerated. Huffing in annoyance like a rebellious teenager being scolded by a parent, Rumi turned on her heel and immediately walked out of the office. Not checking to see if her agent or liaison were following, Rumi walked down the hallway and over to the bank of elevators. Pressing the elevator call button, Rumi rolled her eyes as she heard her agent politely talking with the admittedly cute government stooge. "So how exactly do you plan on integrating your work with my client's activities?" Miss Sasaki said bluntly to Izuku as the two came to a stop next to Rumi. "Good question," Izuku said politely. "I think what I will do is try to implement a system where I can inspect her work without actually having to be next to her. I am not foolish enough to try and force a pro hero to bend over backwards just to make my job easier." The elevator doors chimed softly and opened, allowing the three inside. Rumi then pushed the bottom floor button and gritted her teeth as the doors closed and the elevator began its slow descent. "I know that this was forced on your client unexpectedly, so I am going to try and keep my interference to a minimum," Izuku said diplomatically, obviously knowing that Rumi was listening. "Oh, would you stop with that goody two-shoes act already?" Rumi said loudly as she turned around and glared at the stone-faced liaison. "Cut the bullshit and just admit you are here to F with my work. You suits have always set me off, and that is not going to change anytime soon." Rumi was surprised to see the liaison roll his eyes and lean back against the gray metal wall of the elevator. "You do realize that not everyone is out to get you, right?" Izuku said in a bored tone. "I am just doing my job. If you would just get your head out of your butt and listen for a second, you would understand I am not your enemy." Rumi felt her blood pressure go up a few notches as she quickly closed the distance of the cramped elevator and got nose to nose with the disrespectful little sheet. "What the F did you just say to me?" Rumi growled. "I could punt your butt into the stratosphere if I wanted to, So choose your next words carefully. Rumi's new partner squared his shoulders and stared back challengingly as he spoke. You heard what I said. People like you have been talking down to me all my life and you all sound the same. All bark and no bite. Go ahead and hit me if you want, all it will do is earn you a suspended hero license. Rumi would have been shocked by the sheer ball on this government peon if she was not so furious. However, before she could think up a witty reply, the elevator doors rattled open to reveal a crowd of office workers looking on curiously. Using all the self-control she could muster, Rumi ended the conversation with a snarl, then stomped out of the elevator and out the front doors of the building. Izuku watched as the crowd of office workers hastily cleared a path for the angry rabbit girl, who then stomped away grumbling under her breath. Sighing tiredly, Izuku stepped out of the elevator with Miruko's agent and gave her a slight bow. Sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me. Hopefully once both of us have cooled our heads a little we can have a more civil discussion. Miruko's agent snorted softly and waved away Izuku's apology. Considering how my client acts, I say this went better than expected. To be honest, I think it is good that someone finally stood up to her. She may be talented and have a powerful quirk, but she still has a lot to learn when it comes to people. Izuku simply stayed silent as Miruko's agent handed him her card with her contact information. Nodding gratefully, Izuku walked the agent over to the building entrance and respectfully held a door open for her to exit. Waiting until the agent had walked out of sight, Izuku let his shoulders sag as he trudged back to the elevator. He had promised himself to be professional and diplomatic for heaven's sake. Why was it that he lost his cool with Miruko of all people? After descending to the parking garage and walking back to his car, Izuku drove straight to his office. The building he worked in was not anything special, just a blocky rectangle that was clearly designed for utility and not style. Using his ID card to pass through multiple doors and metal detectors, Izuku took the stairs up to the second floor and entered his office. Izuku's office was always neat and tidy even though it was fairly plain. A single bookshelf stood on one side filled with various textbooks and manuals, while a digital clock hung on the wall. His desk was sturdy and made of black metal, and his laptop sat on one side of the desk in a rotating charging station. A simple rolling office chair accompanied the desk, and a decently sized window let in enough sunlight to make the room warmer on sunny days. The only thing that stood out was a small glass display case hung on the wall. Inside the case were all of Izuku's military awards and merits as well as the patches of the units he had been part of. Unfortunately, Izuku's office was not empty when he walked in. A man in a cheap black suit sat in Izuku's chair with his feet up on the desk and a tabloid magazine in his hands. "Yo Mido, how did your meeting go?" the man said in a friendly tone. At a glance the man looked like any, relatively, normal adult. Caucasian skin, muscular, with brown buzz-cut hair. But if you looked closer you would notice some very interesting details. First was that the man's eyes were a moldy green color with slit pupils similar to a crocodile or alligator. Rolling his eyes, Izuku walked into his office and pushed the intruder's feet off his desk. "Come on, Oscar, if you are going to keep breaking into my office, at least keep the place clean. Last week I found a stale piece of beef jerky on my bookshelf." Oscar smiled toothily and stood up, folding up the magazine and sticking it in his pocket. His teeth were like that of a hyena. Sharp, large, and clearly meant for crushing bone and tearing flesh. On a slow day Izuku had spent nearly an hour looking up pictures of various kinds of animal teeth to satisfy his curiosity. "I was wondering where I left that." "Sorry, Mido," Oscar said in a clearly unapologetic tone. "If you want, feel free to swing by my office and leave some paper clips or something for me to find." The man's name was Oscar Smith. American CIA agent, snoop, and all-around pain in Izuku's neck. Oscar walked out from behind Izuku's desk and leaned against one of the office walls, letting the green-haired agent sit down with a heavy sigh. "So," Oscar said teasingly, "did you go toe-to-toe with the big bad Miruko? Maybe bore her to death with some statistics? Did you put on that classic Mido charm and make her fall in love with you at first glance?" Oscar was a strange person. That had been clear from the day he had first started working at the Ministry of Defense. On loan from the American CIA, Oscar's official job was that of a tactical operations advisor. However, the popular theory that was often shared over coffee or lunch was that Oscar had set off the wrong people and had gotten shipped off to Japan as punishment. Honestly, the rumor was not that hard to believe after you interacted with the oddball American. Oscar always seemed to be unnaturally friendly and energetic, like some kind of undercover alien trying a little too hard to blend in. Unfortunately for Izuku, Oscar had been given the office directly next to him. This meant that Izuku was the one who had to deal with the aggravating man the most. It had been over a year since Oscar had arrived, and one of his routine habits was to break into Izuku's office for reasons unknown. Sometimes he would simply leave the door ajar, other times he might leave things behind for Izuku to find, like a piece of beef jerky, and occasionally he would simply wait for Izuku to come back so he could pester him some more, like today. Izuku leaned back in his chair and glared at Oscar, who was smirking annoyingly. Neither of those. I let her get under my skin and in the heat of the moment told her to get her head out of her butt. Arching his eyebrows in surprise, Oscar tilted his head like a dog hearing a curious sound. How that interesting. I guess I should consider her a challenger then. I mean, you have only blown up on me like, what, 2 times? I kind of feel jealous. Closing his eyes and rubbing the bridge of his nose in exasperation, Izuku spoke in a dismissive tone. That's because I have to deal with your crap every day. Maybe if you actually left me alone, I would yell at you more. The problem with Oscar was that while his antics were annoying, they were not enough cause to get him transferred, no matter how many times Izuku complained. The other part was that for some reason the American was weirdly obsessed with Izuku in particular. Like an annoying moth drawn to a light bulb in the dark. You're gonna make me blush," Oscar said teasingly. "But I think I like things the way they are. After all, you are my buddy." Sighing, Oscar pushed off the wall and walked over to the office door. "Anyways, I got stuff to do. People to kill, rats to threaten, you know, the usual. If you ever want to talk some more, my door is always open. Like, literally, I think I broke the lock." Izuku did not bother to respond to the parting words as Oscar disappeared from view, simply waiting for the man to leave before standing up and closing his office door. Finally alone, Izuku sat back down at his desk and opened up his laptop. Howdata.find.common.ground. Izuku mumbled to himself as he typed into the web browser. Night had fallen and Rumi was still seething from her encounter with that government jackass. She had tried venting her anger on a purse snatcher and then a drag dealer, but no matter how hard she kicked, her mind kept circling back to that green-haired dickwad. "Fucking talk to me like that," Rumi mumbled as she stood on the roof of an apartment building and scanned the street below. "I'll show him. Next time." Sighing in irritation, Rumi sat down on the ledge of the rooftop and let her legs dangle as she watched the many lights of the city twinkle and shine like stars in a concrete sky. How did that guy get under her skin so easily? She was a pro-hero, damn it. It should have gone the way it normally does when she deals with cocky assholes. They spew some bullshit, she replies with a snarky comeback, then she leaves them either dumbstruck or unconscious. Shortly after Rumi had stormed off, she had gotten a text from her agent that simply said, "Play nice." There was no point in trying to argue with Miss Sasaki. Rumi had tried many times in the past, and it was like trying to have a verbal debate with a brick wall. So it seems that she is stuck with this government prick, for now. Rumi tilted her head back and looked up at the cloudy night sky, her rabbit ears twitching slightly as a cool breeze wafted over the rooftop. After a few seconds of pondering, a small grin formed on Rumi's face. She would deal with this problem the only way she knew how, with overwhelming force. It had been a while since she last had a challenge in something other than physical strength. After all, a sharp mind can be just as useful in a fight as raw power. Feeling a little better, Rumi stood up and began making her way back to her apartment. It took a few minutes for Rumi to arrive back at her apartment. After all, it's not like she could just use the front door of the building while dressed in her hero outfit. That just attracted too much attention. Luckily, owning a penthouse meant that she could use the roof to come and go as she pleased. While it was a penthouse, Rumi was not the kind of person to flaunt her wealth. She believed achievements and accomplishments were more valuable than art or rare jewels. The penthouse was a single floor and featured the basics needed for living along with a few creature comforts. It had a fully stocked kitchen that was rarely used, a training room with custom equipment built to handle Rumi's strength, a living room with a single couch, and a massive flat-screen TV on the wall. Then there was the spacious bedroom with scenic views of downtown, complete with one-way glass to prevent unwanted peepers. Every hero had their own ways to unwind. For Rumi, it was just a long soak in a hot bath. Good thing her bionic arm was waterproof. Once she was done with her evening ritual, Rumi changed into an oversized short-sleeve shirt and pajama bottoms. Letting out a relaxed sigh, Rumi flopped onto her king-sized bed and let herself drift to sleep as she imagined various scenarios where she made that cute liaison look like a bumbling fool. The next morning Rumi was awoken by the sound of her doorbell chiming annoyingly. Still half asleep, Rumi clawed her way out of the warm embrace of her blankets while cursing under her breath. Today was her day off, damn it. The building staff knew that, so why the hell was someone ringing the FING doorbell so early in the morning? I swear if it's that creepy old guy from downstairs I'm gonna strangle him with his own bathrobe. Rumi mumbled to herself as she stomped out of the bedroom and over to her front door. Whipping open the front door, Rumi began talking with a snarl before she even saw who it was. For the last time, I won't give you an autograph. Brushing her long white hair out of her eyes, Rumi finally saw who she was talking to. Oh, I don't need an autograph. The cute liaison said politely as he looked Rumi up and down. Freezing like a rabbit in the headlights, Rumi felt her face blush bright red before slamming the door in the man's face. Rumi leaned against her apartment door like the liaison was trying to break it down. Why the F was he here on her day off? Also, how the F did he know where she lived? It's not like Rumi blatantly walked around with no concern about her privacy. She valued her solitude, unlike some other pro heroes who could care less if people knew where they lived. Only the senior hotel staff knew who she was, and she paid good money to keep it that way. So that left two options. Either someone blabbed, or the annoyingly cute liaison was some kind of stalker. How the F did you get up here? Rumi yelled through the door. You need to know the code for the number thingy in the elevator. I just showed the front desk clerk my badge. The green-haired man said in a tone of voice like he was talking about something extremely obvious. I just wanted to talk I-. And how in the hell did you know where I live? Rumi exclaimed, cutting the liaison off mid-sentence. It seemed the liaison finally realized what the situation looked like, as he stumbled over his words as he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Oh, I asked why your agent. I can see how this looks kinda bad, but I swear I am not a stalker or anything. Rumi sighed in exasperation, her shoulders slumping slightly as the nervous energy left her. It was unfair how goddamn cute that nervous stutter was. Well, I'm glad he is not a stalker, Rumi thought to herself. Realizing she was still leaning against the door, Rumi stood up and slightly opened the door enough so she could see through the gap. The liaison, what was his name again, was dressed in another government standard black suit and stood in the hallway holding a plain briefcase. Rumi could see the slight nervousness on his face as he idly tapped his fingers against the briefcase handle. I'm not sorry if I am disturbing you, he said apologetically. I asked your agent what would be a good time to talk to you and she told me to try this morning. Rumi grumbled in annoyance. Of course the old hag sent this guy on her day off. She had been looking forward to sleeping in for once. If this is a bad time I can come back later. The green-haired man offered. Rumi narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she kept the door slightly ajar. What did you want to talk about? She asked. If you plan on pissing me off again, I am not in the mood, she said grumpily. The man sighed softly and shook his head. No, I did not come to fight. I just wanted to discuss something with you. I have a piece of equipment that I think would benefit us both. Rumi grumbled in irritation and chewed her lip as she debated with herself about what she should do. After almost a full minute of silence, Rumi sighed in resignation and spoke to the government agent. Fine, we can talk. Just give me a minute. Not waiting for the man's response, Rumi closed the door and quickly walked back to her room. What the F am I doing? She whispered to herself angrily as she tore through her closet looking for a clean set of clothes. For some reason her brain decided to make a split-second decision, And before she could stop herself, Rumi found words coming out of her mouth on their own. Quickly changing into a pair of jean shorts and a simple white t-shirt, Rumi walked back out into the main living area and took a quick look around. Unlike her room that always looked like a bomb had exploded in it, the main room barely had any trash or loose items lying around. Spotting a tray full of half-eaten food on the lone couch, Rumi snatched the tray up and shoved it into her large refrigerator. Walking back to the front door, Rumi took a steadying breath. Why did this guy make her so nervous? And opened the door. The man had not moved an inch, and for the first time Rumi had the opportunity to fully examine her new partner. Yup, same as last time. The guy was almost the perfect blend of boyish cuteness and manly handsomeness. He had a smattering of light freckles on his cheeks, which did a good job of bringing one's gaze to his soulful jade green eyes. His dark green hair was cut short, but it still did its best to curl and sprout in an almost playfully messy manner. It was also clear that he kept himself in peak physical shape, making Rumi idly wonder what kind of workout routine he had. Finally, Rumi realized just how tall her liaison was. The guy's height must have been around 6 feet, 180 centimeters, and for a brief second Rumi wondered what it would feel like to press herself against his chest and look up into his eyes. Realizing she was just silently staring at the oblivious man, Rumi resisted the urge to slam her head against the door and motioned for him to enter her apartment. "Come on in," Rumi said as casually as she could. Nodding gratefully, the liaison walked into Rumi's apartment and waited as the rabbit hero closed and locked the door. Rumi then gestured over to the unoccupied couch and pulled out a folding bar stool from under the kitchen counter. God, she wished there was a bucket of ice water to dunk her head in. Unhelpful thoughts and images kept popping into her head, and it took most of her mental strength to maintain her cool and collected facade. "So," Rumi said slowly as she watched the liaison stiffly sit on her couch, unsure of how exactly to start the conversation. What was your name again?" The liaison let out a soft snort of amusement as he placed his briefcase on the couch. "Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. I already know your name. You know, government agent and all that. Let me be clear, Miruko." Midoriya said surprisingly sternly as he stared at Rumi with unafraid eyes. "I am just doing my job, and part of that job requires me to work with you. Trust me, I would rather be working on my own as well. But since we are stuck together, I would appreciate it if you did not try to fight me every time we talked." Rumi narrowed her eyes and leaned forward challengingly. "Yeah, well, what did you expect?" she said bluntly. "I mean, I have been running solo all these years and never needed a partner. Now just because your bosses are scared they stick me with you. If I have to work with you, then that means we are going to do things my way." Midoriya rolled his eyes in response to Rumi's statement and muttered something to himself as he opened his briefcase. But it seemed that he had forgotten Rumi had exceptional hearing and could hear his every word. "Stupid heroes did not like they ever did anything for me anyways." Rumi could have come back with a snappy retort, but something about what Midoriya said made her pause. It seems like he has history with pro-heroes, and not in a good way. Very interesting. Maybe that would be something she could use later. Rumi watched as Midoriya revealed that the briefcase was full of padded gray foam, and pulled out a small object to show her. "It looks like a pen cap," Rumi said flatly. Midoriya sighed like a disappointed teacher and handed the object over for Rumi to inspect. "Looks can be deceiving. This device will allow me to remotely view everything you see from my computer or even my phone. It has a high-definition camera, directional microphone, multiple vision modes, and much more." Arching an eyebrow slightly, Rumi held the matte black oblong object up and inspected it closely. "Still looks like a pen cap to me. It even has the clip thingy on it." Rumi suppressed a smirk as she watched Midoriya slowly start to lose his professional composure. "It has a clip on it because you need to wear it. Just clip it somewhere near your ear. Or is that something that even the great Miruko cannot do?" Midoriya snapped back sarcastically. Now it was Rumi's turn to roll her eyes. Yeah, whatever. Don't get your panties in a knot, Midoriya," she flippantly replied. Clipping the camera to her hair and nestling it next to her ear, Rumi looked at her liaison expectantly. "Like that, right? It may have been childish, but Rumi found it very satisfying to watch the government jackass struggle to remain professional. That is fine, Midoriya said coldly. The only other piece is a small earbud. Just in case I need to give you directions or anything. He plucked a small black spherical object from the briefcase and handed it to Rumi, who looked at it like it was covered in slime. You giving me directions? Rumi said derisively. Yeah, like that'll ever happen. Rumi could not help but snicker as Midoriya growled in annoyance and roughly shut his briefcase. Would it kill you to act like an adult? I know elementary school kids who are more professional than you. A spike of anger ran through Rumi's head, and she stood up from her seat to glare at Midoriya challengingly. You talk big, but I doubt you could ever actually back any of it up, Midoriya. I think we are done here. Get the F out of my home. Rumi smiled cockily, but it faltered upon seeing the result of her words. Midoriya simply stood silently, his hands clenched into fists. But what shocked Rumi the most was the look of pure hate and loathing on her liaison's face. Maybe I went a little overboard, Rumi thought to herself. Her ears drooped slightly as she marveled at how such a cute face could be contorted to look so disgusted. Without a word, Midoriya stomped out of Rumi's apartment and slammed the door behind him. Finally alone, Rumi wondered why the room felt so cold. Izuku rarely lost his temper, but when he did, it never went away easily. Back in his small apartment and dressed in gym clothes, Izuku pounded his fists against a heavy punching bag set up in the corner of his living room. He had been punching the bag for hours, not stopping even as the sun set and the moon rose into the sky. He had forgotten how much he despised those with strength. The memories of being relentlessly bullied as a child had been flooding back as Izuku heaved in labored breaths and ignored the pain radiating from his bruised hands. What made it worse was the fact that Miruko was right. She probably had more strength in one finger than Izuku did in his whole body. It still hurt though. Izuku had dealt with insults and threats before, and always managed to brush them off. But for some reason Miruko's words dug into him like a knife, twisting its way into his battered heart. He had been a fool to believe he could get along with Miruko. Maybe it was the fact that even after all his years of work and effort, Izuku simply could not compete with someone who had a strong quirk. Exhausted, Izuku plopped down on the wooden floor and tried to organize his scattered thoughts. First thing tomorrow he would hand in his assignment transfer form. Get himself away from the toxic cloud that was Miruko. Then he would go out drinking and try to forget everything that had happened. It was a pretty shitty plan, but after all that had happened, turning off his brain did not seem that bad to Izuku. Once he had gotten everything out of his system and recovered from the almost guaranteed hangover, he would get back to work and avoid dealing with any more heroes. Sure, it was probably unfair to lump all pro-heroes into the same group as Miruko. But in a world where quirks decided how your life would turn out, Izuku did not want to be near anyone who stood out from the rest. Finally realizing how much sweat had soaked into his gym clothes, Izuku stood up and slowly made his way to the shower. It seemed that Miruko's wish would be granted, and Izuku could honestly give less of a f about who would be unlucky enough to be her next liaison. After all, what could a quirkless person do anyways? Izuku stood silently in his supervisor's office as the portly older man looked over the transfer request form on his desk. Are you sure there is no way I can convince you to reconsider? The man said in a disappointed tone as he smoothed out a wrinkle in his suit. If you cannot get along with her, I doubt anyone else will. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Sir, I tried my best, but there are some people who will never change. She is stubborn, opinionated, and arrogant to the extreme. The last time I interacted with her, I nearly ended up punching her in the face. He said honestly. Izuku's boss nodded morosely and leaned back in his office chair slightly, his bald head glinting slightly in the light. Well, I am certainly not going to force my best agent to work with someone like that. Consider your transfer request approved. I will have a new posting for you in a few days. Sir? Izuku said cautiously. In my opinion, I think the Hero Liaison project is simply not for me. To put it bluntly, I have never been a fan of heroes in the first place. I know it is selfish, but I was hoping I could be assigned to a different project. Izuku watched nervously as his boss arched an eyebrow curiously and rested his elbows on his wooden desk. I see. Are you sure you want to transfer to a new project? The man said inquisitively. There are agents in your department that would love to work directly with some popular pro heroes like you are. Izuku nodded. Let someone else have the pleasure of working with Miruko. The portly man huffed in amusement and idly shifted Izuku's transfer form around on the desk with his fingers. The best I could do is transfer you to one of the logistics and analysis teams. You are one of my best agents and I need people with experience on this project. Izuku tried not to appear too eager as he nodded in agreement. He would take working long hours at a desk if it meant getting as far away from Miruko as possible. Izuku's boss straightened his generic office clothes and nodded understandingly. All right, you have a deal. The analysts could use a little bit of guidance anyways. With the conversation over, Izuku nodded gratefully and quickly left before his boss could change his mind. Rumi sighed in annoyance as she sat on her apartment couch while Miss Sasaki paced in front of her and continued her lecture. Apparently Midoriya had thrown in the towel, as Miss Sasaki had gotten an email from the Ministry of Defense informing her that a new liaison was going to be assigned to Rumi. Good riddance. The guy might have been cute, but there was no way Rumi was going to work with a wimp like him. Just as she had been about to go out on patrol, Rumi was stopped by a seething Miss Sasaki and forced to listen to a long-winded lecture like some kind of rebellious teenager being scolded by their strict parents. I swear you are going to be the death of me, Rumi. Miss Sasaki said uncharacteristically loudly as she straightened a wrinkle in her business clothes. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into making sure you were assigned a good liaison? After all my work, you go and pisses it all away just because you are too proud to accept any kind of help. Rumi opened her mouth to reply but was stopped as Miss Sasaki glared at her with eyes that could turn a Nomu into ash and pointed a stern finger at her. I kept quiet all these years because it was not necessary for you to work with anyone. God knows you put in enough work for it to stay that way. But I cannot stay silent any longer. This attitude of yours is going to be your downfall, or were you not satisfied with just losing an arm? Rumi bristled and reflexively clenched her metal hand as she growled back at her agent. What are you, my mother? I would rather die staying true to what I believe in over retiring and fading away like everyone else. Miss Sasaki rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. With the amount of time and effort I put into growing your career, I think I am much more qualified to talk to you like this than your mother. Mimicking her agent, Rumi crossed her arms as well. It's just some stupid liaison project, I don't get what the big deal is. She said grumpily. Miss Sasaki shook her head disappointedly. Rumi, I don't think you understand how important this project is to your career. Working with a liaison means you get access to government resources that have previously been off limits for pro heroes. Criminal databases, forensic investigators, special support tools, all of these things are now available to pro heroes, but only if you have a good relationship with your liaison. Miss Sasaki paused while a small smirk appeared on her face. How is it going to feel when you are unseated from your number 5 spot by someone like MT Lady? All because you were too proud to change with the times. Rumi's ears twitched reflexively at Miss Sasaki's mocking voice. Hey, I will be just fine without a liaison, Rumi said defiantly. Miss Sasaki sighed and held up her hands in defeat. This conversation is going nowhere. It was foolish of me to think you would change by words alone. Picking up her purse, Miss Sasaki walked over to the apartment door and gave one last look to Rumi. You keep burning bridges like this and you are going to find yourself alone when you need help the most, mark my words. Rumi rolled her eyes as her agent left. Getting up, Rumi made sure to lock her apartment door, double-check her hero outfit was in good shape, then walked over to the penthouse balcony exit. Great, she was behind schedule. I swear, I would get more done if she didn't nag me all the time. Rumi muttered to herself as she stepped out onto the balcony and took a mighty leap to a nearby rooftop. Izuku yawned as he sat on a bar stool in the small but cozy pub. Right after work had ended, he had gone home and changed into casual clothes before heading out looking for somewhere to get sufficiently drunk. He had never been much of a drinker. The few times he had been involved in heavy drinking had been back in the military, and those instances often ended with angry senior officers and painful hangovers. After some wandering around, Izuku had found a small bar nestled in the dim corner of a nearby street, and upon further investigation was happy to find that the establishment was nearly empty. The only other person in the bar was a bearded old man seemingly asleep in a corner booth. After taking a seat at the counter, Izuku had ordered his hard drink of choice, the simple yet satisfying rum and cola. Now on his third glass, he had a pleasant buzz going and was simply enjoying the fuzzy warmth in silence. The overall experience was not that bad, and Izuku entertained the idea of coming back to the bar next week if things went well. After all, he was perfectly fine drinking alone. The soft creak of the front door opening reached Izuku's ears, and the peaceful silence was broken by a chorus of rowdy voices. A group of 5 young men walked into the bar and continued to talk loudly to each other as they went up to the counter and ordered a round of shots. Maybe they would leave after they had their drinks? Unfortunately, that was not the case. As after the young men all downed the first round of shots, they immediately ordered another. They then began enthusiastically singing happy birthday to the youngest member of the group in loud off-key voices. Izuku drank 5 more glasses of rum and cola in rapid succession as the group of young men continued to loudly banter with each other. Feeling sufficiently drunk, Izuku paid his bill and slowly wobbled his way out the door. The cool night air was refreshing to Izuku as he slowly walked down the empty street. It was still the middle of the work week, so not many people were out at this time of night. After walking for a few minutes, Izuku realized he had somehow gotten turned around and was actually walking away from his apartment. Maybe drinking so much was not a good idea. Izuku thought to himself. Well, to be fair, I think most plans made in the heat of the moment never end well. It was unlike Izuku to be so absent-minded. He took pride in his sharp intellect that had gotten him past many obstacles in the past. Stupid Miruko, Izuku muttered to himself as he turned around and began trudging back to his apartment. Why was it that Miruko always managed to get under his skin? Truth be told, Izuku had worked with people far worse than the rabbit hero and managed just fine. However, when Miruko was involved, it was like all logical reasoning left Izuku's head and was replaced with a storm of intense emotions. Grumbling to himself as he walked, Izuku paused when he heard footsteps approaching from behind him. Trying to be courteous to the other pedestrian, Izuku moved to the edge of the sidewalk to let the person pass. Instead, Izuku felt the barrel of a gun poke his back while a raspy male voice growled menacingly. "Get in the alley, now." Letting out a heavy sigh, Izuku walked into the nearby shadowy alley and held up his hands as he turned to face the thug. "Gimme your wallet and phone," the mugger said. The man wore a large hoodie and dirty jeans, the hood pulled up to shroud his face in darkness as one hand clutched a rusty revolver. "You don't want to do this," Izuku said evenly. "There are better ways to get some money without resorting to robbing people." "Shut up," the man snarled. "Stop talking and gimme your sheet," he said as he nervously looked around, like a rat watching for predators. "Fine, just stay calm," Izuku said evenly as he slowly pulled his wallet out of his pocket. As the man reached out to snatch the offered wallet, Izuku moved with practiced precision. Dropping the wallet to divert the mugger's attention, Izuku reached out and quickly snapped the disheveled man's wrist and disarmed him. "What the F dash?" the thug cried out in confused pain as he stumbled backwards, cradling his broken wrist. Inspecting the revolver, Izuku sighed like a disappointed teacher. "You went about this all wrong, man. I mean, really, a teenager could have done a better mugging. Plus, this gun is so rusty I wouldn't be surprised if it blew off your hand when you pulled the trigger." Quickly unloading the revolver with ease, Izuku stuck the empty gun in the waistband of his pants as he coolly regarded the disarmed mugger. "Sheet. This hurts," the man whimpered. "Look, man, just let me go," he pleaded desperately. Izuku rolled his eyes and made a shooing motion with his hands. "Yeah, whatever, you are lucky I don't feel like working tonight." As the mugger scurried away, Izuku yawned and resumed his walk back to his apartment, forgetting that his wallet was still lying on the ground in the alley. "I should probably hand this gun over to the police," Izuku thought to himself as he made sure his shirt was sufficiently hiding the gun. At the end of the street, he paused and looked at a nearby street sign to figure out where he was. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from above. "Well, that surprised me." Miruko said teasingly as she crouched on the edge of a nearby garage rooftop. I thought for sure I was going to have to swoop in and save the day. Suppressing a growl of annoyance, Izuku turned around and began walking away from Miruko. Of course she is here, that goddamn pain in my butt, he muttered to himself as he focused on walking a straight line. There was a thump as Miruko landed behind him. I heard that, you know, she said in a childlike sing-song manner. Continuing to walk and refusing to look back, Izuku spoke in a cold and unapologetic tone. Good, then you have enough brain cells to understand I don't want to talk to you. Now leave me alone. Izuku felt a small spark of satisfaction as Miruko huffed in annoyance. Geez, who said in your coffee? Are you still angry from the other day? Holding on to anger like that is unhealthy, you know, she said mockingly. Resisting the urge to turn around and start yelling, Izuku kept his voice as calm as he could manage. Aren't you supposed to be doing hero stuff right now? From my perspective, you are just antagonizing me after you already won. I quit just like you wanted, so there should be no reason for you to even be interacting with me. Immediately Miruko grabbed his shoulder and roughly spun him around so she could glare at him. I was going to try and have a normal conversation with you, but you seem intent on acting like a crybaby beach the whole time. She snarled. Just what the F is your problem with me? Clenching his jaw, Izuku glared back at Miruko. My problem with you is that from the moment we met you talked to me like I was less than human. A small rational part of Izuku's brain was screaming at him to calm down, but the alcohol in his system had shrouded his brain in a heat-filled foggy warmth. So don't talk to me like I am the bad guy. You are an arrogant, delusional, and unrepentant beach. F off and leave me alone. Izuku roared with hate-filled rage. The last thing Izuku saw was Miruko's fist rocketing towards his face, and for a second he reveled in the fact that he had made her feel a fraction of the anger he had experienced. Looking down at the unconscious man sprawled out on the dirty sidewalk, Rumi could only utter one word. Sheet. She hadn't meant to hit him, honest to God she had intended to just snap back with her usual retort. But for some reason the way he spoke to her, looked at her, only reminded her of people she had failed to save in the past. Nobody liked to admit it, but there were times where heroes could not save everyone. Rumi was no exception. Dozens of times her attempts to help were met with grief-fueled anger. Why couldn't you save my husband? Why didn't you save my sister? Why did you save me and not my mom? Rumi had never been able to answer those types of questions. Their faces were also something that she was never able to fully forget. Faces twisted with rage and agony, blindly lashing out because someone they loved was no longer with them. Rumi did not blame them for feeling that way, but it did not make the experiences any easier. Thinking back, Rumi was unsure why she had decided to call out to Midoriya. She had been on her way home via rooftop when she spotted a man being held up at gunpoint and forced into a dark alley. After carefully landing on a roof that overlooked the alley, Rumi had watched with interest as the mugger was disarmed in a textbook example of self-defense. Only when the man had walked out of the alley and into the glow of a dim streetlight did she finally see that the mystery man was in fact her grouchy former liaison. Then it had simply been a decision on whether or not to talk to the guy. At first Rumi was simply going to be on her way, but something inside her had compelled her to call out to the green-haired government agent. She hadn't planned for the conversation to go beyond some playful teasing, but for some reason hearing the man talk in such a bitter and defeated voice made her irrationally angry. Why was the guy being such a wimp? When they had first met, Rumi had felt something in her chest as he had talked back to her. It was a strange feeling that she could not quite place. So she had simply chalked it up to the enjoyment of meeting someone who was not afraid to speak their mind. But for some reason it was like Rumi's emotions took over when the guy talked to her and her normally quick wit just went flying out the window. Maybe it was because of how emotionally raw his voice was. Like when he started to lose his composure and speak his true feelings. The second Rumi had landed behind Midoriya, she had smelled the booze on him, so he was probably already a little more talkative than he usually was. Still, she had experienced many bad interactions in the past and always managed to stay calm and collected. But for some reason when Rumi had looked into Midoriya's glaring eyes all she saw was pain. Not the fresh and noticeable kind of pain, but the kind of pain that had hardened and festered over many years, turning into a bitter cynicism that never quite went away. Rumi knew that kind of pain all too well. Scratching her head absent-mindedly, Rumi looked around as she wondered what she should do. After a minute of silently reviewing her options, Rumi groaned in irritation and picked Midoriya up. It was a little awkward because of the height difference, but Rumi managed to sling the cute drunk over her shoulder so that she could jump easily. This is probably a terrible idea, Rumi mumbled to herself as she leapt to a nearby rooftop and began to make her way back to her apartment. Izuku rolled over on whatever he was laying on and groaned as he slowly woke up. Goddamn, that was one hell of a hangover. Keeping his eyes closed, Izuku took several minutes to gather the strength. His memories of the previous night were pretty foggy, but he could recall bits and pieces in between the painful pulses in his brain. He had gone out and gotten drunk as planned, then what? Furrowing his brow in concentration, Izuku did his best to remember what had happened after he had left the bar. There were brief moments of clarity, and the hungover Izuku pieced together that someone had tried to mug him. Blindly patting his pockets, he confirmed that his wallet had gone absent without leave. But what happened after that? The last bit was hazy, but Izuku knew it involved Miruko somehow. Either way, he was not in a good mood. Rolling over and extending his arm towards his nightstand drawer, the green-haired man let out a surprised yelp as he encountered nothing but empty air and fell onto the hard floor. Groaning in pain, Izuku cracked open an eye to see how he had managed to fall out of bed. However, instead of being met with the sight of his cramped apartment, all he could see were the metal legs of a couch and fake wood floor. Quickly sitting up, Izuku ignored the pounding in his skull and took in his surroundings. Apparently he had fallen from the single couch in the spacious room. There was also a nice kitchen area off to the side and a large high-tech TV on the wall in front of the couch. Besides a few closed doors, the thing that surprised Izuku the most was the wall of crystal-clear windows providing a scenic view of the city. Why did everything look so familiar? Slowly standing up, Izuku curiously looked around as he wondered how he ended up in such an expensive penthouse. Hearing a door open, Izuku turned around and felt his stomach drop as he finally realized just where he was. "Well, you look like shit." Miruko snickered as she walked over to the kitchen. The rabbit hero was wearing a pair of nylon workout shorts and a simple white tank top as she wiped a drop of sweat from her forehead and began rummaging around in the large refrigerator. For once, Izuku was at a loss for words. A veritable tidal wave of various emotions ran through his head as he tried to get his dry mouth to work. Goddamn hangover. The entire time he was standing like a slack-jawed simpleton, Izuku's eyes had been locked onto Miruko. It was finally dawning on him just how beautiful she was. Her long snow-white hair framed a gorgeous face that most models would kill to have, and her rabbit ears oddly complemented her features. Miruko's tan skin almost seemed to glow in the morning sunlight filtering through the penthouse windows, and Izuku felt a blush rising in his cheeks as he tried to ignore just how perky the woman's body was. Miruko's sculpted legs only added to her visual appeal, and Izuku almost slapped himself when he realized he was contemplating what her thighs felt like. The thing that stood out most to Izuku was Miruko's metal arm. The chrome appendage was a stark contrast to the tan skin that surrounded it, and Izuku wondered if she had purposefully wanted it that way. Biting the inside of his cheek to force his brain away from the distracting thoughts, Izuku looked away just as Miruko closed the refrigerator door and turned around with a bag of baby carrots in hand. "You must have one hell of a hangover if you are being that quiet," Miruko said with a chuckle. "I mean, normally by now we would be screaming at each other." As Miruko leaned against the kitchen counter and popped a small carrot in her mouth, Izuku rolled his eyes and tried to ignore the fact that the sunlight felt like it was sending needles into his brain. "I'm not in the mood, Miruko," Izuku grumbled. "Why am I here?" "You don't remember last night?" Miruko said as she chewed on her carrot. Rubbing his eyes with the palms of his hands, Izuku shook his head. "It's all kinda blurry. I left the bar, then I got mugged I think. After that the only thing I remember clearly was that you showed up at some point." He mumbled. Miruko finished chewing her carrot and gave Izuku a mischievous grin. "Oh, so you don't remember coming home with me?" I mean, after all we did, I am kinda disappointed you don't remember any of it, stud. Well, that nearly made Izuku pass out from shock. Had he really slept with Miruko of all people? As Izuku struggled to keep himself standing upright, Miruko burst out in a fit of laughter. Oh my god, your face! She squealed with glee as she nearly doubled over laughing. The Christ, that expression was hilarious. As his heart started beating again, Izuku glared at the wheezing Miruko. Not funny, he grumbled. Collecting herself, Miruko put the bag of carrots on the kitchen counter and gave Izuku a cheeky smile. Oh come on man. Don't be such a downer, that look on your face was priceless. Popping another baby carrot in her mouth, the girl shrugged in answer to Izuku's original question. I was on my way home when I saw you getting held up. I was gonna swoop in and save your drunk, but you busted out some kinda secret move and made the punk run away. I jumped down and started talking to you, well, more like you screaming at me, then you went and fell over and bonked your head on the ground. I couldn't just leave you passed out in the street, so I did you a favor and dragged you back here. Izuku sighed tiredly and nodded as he pulled out his smartphone. Well, considering my luck, that sounds about right. Thanks for taking care of me, I guess. As Izuku inspected his phone for any damage, he missed Miruko blinking in surprise. Oh yeah, no problem, she said quietly. After calling his supervisor and making up an excuse about being sick, Izuku put his phone back in his pocket and trudged over to the apartment door. Well, I gotta get going, sorry if I made a mess anywhere. Sure, that stay safe, Miruko said, but was cut off as Izuku closed the door. Stumbling to the elevator, Izuku groaned in pain as he prepared himself for the walk back to his apartment. Goddamn hangover, he muttered to himself as the elevator doors closed. Rumi frowned as her apartment door closed. Well, that had gone better than she had thought it would. Somehow it turns out Midoriya is actually almost likable when he is not yelling or grumbling. Who would have thought it would take a good old-fashioned hangover to bring out the softy inside the government agent? Picking up the bag of small carrots, Rumi absent-mindedly munched on her snack as she walked back to her bedroom. When she had brought Midoriya back to her apartment, Rumi had simply dumped him on the couch and then gone to her room to take a bath. While she was in the tub of hot bubbly water, Rumi could not help but keep wondering if the cute jackass was going to walk in on her like a scene in a teenage anime. Fortunately, that never happened, and after changing into her pajamas, she had gone back to check on Midoriya one last time before going to bed. As she had been standing over the passed-out government agent, Rumi had caught herself slowly reaching out to run a hand through the man's curly hair. As tempting as it had been to mess with the slumbering man, Rumi had mentally chastised herself and went to bed. After waking up early and seeing that Midoriya was still asleep, Rumi had decided to get in a quick workout to burn off some nervous energy. It wasn't like she had been afraid that Midoriya would attack her, but for some reason seeing the man with such a peaceful look on his face made her feel a little guilty about how she had been treating him. Now that he was gone, she could finally relax and go back to her normal routine. Back in her bedroom, Rumi quickly changed into her hero outfit and made her way out onto her penthouse balcony. Taking in a deep breath of the fresh morning air, Rumi decided to clear her mind the best way she knew how. By kicking some criminal butt. Leaping out to a nearby rooftop, Rumi grinned as she began her patrol. A few days had passed since Izuku had left Miruko's penthouse in the throes of a vicious hangover. After spending a day in bed and drinking what felt like several gallons of water, the government agent had returned to work refreshed and immediately got down to business with his new logistics and analysis team. Upon meeting his team, Izuku had been surprised to see that he was not only the senior agent by rank but also by age. The oldest of the bunch was a 24-year-old girl with curly hair, and the youngest was a 19-year-old boy who barely met the workplace attire requirements. The two other members of the team were both 22, a young man and girl respectively. Apparently Izuku's supervisor had not been lying when he had mentioned that the team needed some guidance. The frazzled older girl was soft-spoken and ignored by the rest of her team. The teenager was a top-tier slacker, and the 22-year-old pair spent more time bickering with each other than they did working. The first few days had been interesting. At first Izuku's directions had been largely ignored, but after a few days of strict rule-making he had his new team, mostly, under control. Currently Izuku was standing behind the teenager named Sato's desk and watching him compile a large amount of data into usable formats. It was clear why Saito had been recruited, as the teen was a near prodigy when it came to data analysis, but only when he actually decided to work. "Good work, Saito," Izuku said encouragingly. "Keep working like that and I will see about convincing your supervisor to let you wear casual clothes to work." Suddenly Izuku's phone began vibrating in his pocket. Pulling out his device, he was confused to see that the caller was Miss Sasaki, Miruko's agent. "Excuse me for a second, Saito, I need to take this call," Izuku said. As he walked away, Izuku heard Saito mumble something under his breath about normies, but decided to ignore it. Stepping out into a quiet hallway, Izuku answered the call and put on his best professional voice. "Hello, Miss Sasaki. I think you accidentally called my number instead of Miruko's new liaison." There was an irritated sigh as Miss Sasaki answered. "Midoriya, I called you on purpose. I need your help and this new liaison is not helpful in any way." She paused before speaking with a concerned tone. "Rumi, that I mean Miruko, is missing." Arching an eyebrow curiously, Izuku leaned against the hallway wall as he spoke. "Are you sure she is not simply out doing her usual hero duties? No offense, but she seems like the type to not inform anyone of her plans." "I am sure," Miss Sasaki said firmly. "We were supposed to meet at her apartment yesterday morning and she was not there. I know she might appear to be very carefree, but she has never missed a meeting before. Not to mention I have tried calling her a dozen times and not even gotten a text back. Something has happened to her." Frowning, Izuku tried to think of a scenario where Miruko could have been captured or killed. As much as he did not like to admit it, Miruko was the number 5 pro hero for a reason. She was a near-peerless fighter and impossibly resilient. After all, this was the woman who tied off the bleeding stump of her severed arm with her own hair and still kept fighting. "Okay, say I believe your claim," Izuku said evenly. "Why call me? Aren't there other pro-heroes or organizations who would be a better choice?" Izuku could practically hear Miruko's agent gritting her teeth in irritation. "Because she is a goddamn pain in the butt who does not work well with others. You of all people should know that. Even if I did try calling someone like Endeavor or Edgeshot, I would just get referred to someone else." Izuku heard the steel leave Miss Sasaki's voice as she spoke softly and pleadingly. "Please don't make me beg, Midoriya. Rumi is that she is like a daughter to me. I already nearly lost her once and I will be dead if I let it happen again. Please." Sighing heavily, Izuku cursed silently as his brain immediately conjured images of his own mother worriedly waiting for him at home whenever he had gotten beaten up at school. "All right, I will help," he said reassuringly. "I will call you as soon as I have any information, you have my word." Izuku was not sure if he heard the older woman mutter a prayer of thanks, but he did hear the relief in her voice. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said quietly before hanging up. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Izuku walked back into the logistics room where his team was working. Spotting the two rivals named Ikeda and Mori quietly arguing with each other as they worked, Izuku walked over and gently bopped their heads to get their attention. "If you two have enough time to talk to each other, you won't mind if I have some extra work for you, right?" he said sternly to the two young adults. The two rivals groaned in frustration but did not object, having learned quickly that Izuku was not someone who went easy on his subordinates. "Good," Izuku said. "Whoever can find Miruko's last known location gets an extra 15-minute break and bragging rights." The young man and woman both gave Izuku confused looks, but the prospect of a challenge to prove their skills deterred them from asking any more questions. As the two began feverishly working at their desks, Izuku grinned with a hint of satisfaction and went back over to Saito, the lazy teen having taken the opportunity to take a nap at his desk. Nearly an hour later, Izuku heard a small cheer of victory from the girl named Mori and immediately walked over to inspect the results. Ikeda sat slumped over on his keyboard dejectedly as Mori smiled cockily and gestured at her screen for Izuku to inspect. "Got it, boss," she said excitedly. "Took a while, but I tracked her last known location to the edge of the city near the ghetto. She went down a back street 2 days ago and has not left since. By the way, why are you having us stalk Miruko?" Mori said cheekily. Frowning, Izuku simply stayed silent and gently pushed Mori out of the way so he could use her computer. Being in the Ministry of Defense had its perks, one of them being almost unlimited access to all standard traffic cameras and publicly owned security devices. Finding a street camera with a partial view of the backstreet, Izuku rewound the footage until Miruko appeared on the screen. From what the camera could see, Miruko had landed on the sidewalk and proceeded to dash down the alley and out of sight. Less than a minute later, a man wearing a disheveled tracksuit stumbled out of the dark street, clutching his clearly broken arm. After that, there was no visible activity, which was odd since the only exit from the street was the one entrance, as it was between two large concrete storage buildings. Fast-forwarding, Izuku stopped the footage when a windowless van parked near the entrance of the street. Going forward frame by frame, Izuku felt his gut begin to churn uneasily as he stopped on a single still image. It was hard to see, but after zooming in, Izuku saw two burly men carrying what looked like a limp body with distinctive white rabbit ears. "Sheet," Izuku whispered to himself, earning the curious gazes of his two subordinates. "What's happening, boss?" Ikeda asked inquisitively as Izuku stood up and pulled out his phone. "Find out where that van went," Izuku said harshly. "We have a pro-hero down." Well, that certainly shut the bickering pair up. Calling his supervisor directly, Izuku tried to keep the anxiety out of his voice as the man answered. "Midoriya?" The portly man said curiously. "You never call my personal number." "Sir, I have solid intel that Miruko has been captured," Izuku said brusquely. "My team is working on getting a location, but if someone was able to take Miruko down, they are very likely a high-level threat." Izuku heard papers shuffling and a chair being pushed back as his supervisor spoke in a deadly serious voice. "Understood, I am issuing a level 5 alert. This is what we have been waiting for." Rumi groaned as she tried blinking the stars out of her eyes, only to realize her arms had been chained above her head and she was in pitch blackness. If her leg hurt, and her arm still itched. "Oh right, I got FNG shot," Rumi thought to herself as she tried to stand up. She felt so weak. Just what exactly had those thugs done to her? As her legs folded under her like wet noodles, Rumi thought back to how exactly she ended up being held captive. She had been out on patrol like usual and had spotted a cluster of suspicious-looking individuals in a dark and dirty back street hidden between two large buildings. Upon investigating, Rumi's hunch had been proven correct when the thugs scattered like roaches and pulled out handguns. At first it had been laughably easy, Rumi dodging bullets and kicking but like she always did with lowlifes. But then it had all gone wrong. Rumi had felt a bullet lodge itself in her lower leg, which normally was no big deal. She had been shot plenty of times before and would always carry on like normal even with several bullets in her. This time it had been different. The second the bullet came to a stop in the meat of her leg, Rumi had felt all of her overwhelming strength disappear like steam evaporating over a pot of tea. It was such an unnatural feeling that she had paused mid-punch, allowing the thug in front of her to land a clumsy haymaker right on her chin. It had all been downhill from there. Reeling from the unexpected pain and confusion from the punch, Rumi had been tackled to the ground and then had her head slammed into the concrete. After that it was all a hazy, pain-filled blur. She had barely been able to stand up, let alone counterattack the seemingly endless kicks to her torso and head. All she could do was curl up into a ball and wonder where all her strength had gone. Then she had woken up here in this cold and dark room. It was all so disorienting. Her legs felt as weak and wobbly as a newborn fawn, and all she could hear was a muted ringing noise. Not to mention, any time she put weight on her injured leg it felt like a red-hot poker was being pressed into her wound. As she was in the middle of taking stock of her injuries, Rumi heard a lock rattle, the creak of metal doors opening, then a beam of light shine down and nearly blind her. "Yup, still as fed up as we left her," a gravelly man's voice said amusedly. "Goddamn, those quirk-killing bullets actually are the real deal. And we get Miruko of all people," the man said in awe. "Too bad we can't play with her," a nasally woman's voice said creepily. "I always had a thing for girls with darker skin like hers." Well, that certainly made Rumi's skin crawl with revulsion, and did they say quirk-killing bullets? "Not worth it," the man said. You try touching her and I bet she will try to bite ya. Goddamn right she would. Either way, the boss said he wanted first taste. The gravelly voice stated. We just gotta keep her chained up for a few more days until he gets here. The two voices laughed sinisterly as the beam of light turned off and a pair of metal doors slammed back down. Rumi could only stare into the darkness in disbelief as she slowly began to lose feeling in her arms that were chained up over her head. Well, she was royally fed. Izuku stood in the crowded briefing room surrounded by his colleagues and waited for the briefing to begin. One day had passed since it had been discovered that Miruko had been captured, and Izuku had barely gotten more than a few hours of a sleep along with a handful of short naps. However, that was what coffee was for. Surprisingly, his logistics team was actually working well under the pressure. Something about working with lives hanging in the balance had really brought the group together, and for the first time they were acting like an actual team. Hell, even the slacker Saito was only taking breaks when told to. Izuku had made sure to make a mental note to reward the young analysts for their efforts after everything was over. Izuku was roused from his musing by the sound of someone clearing their throat for attention. A tall and stocky man with balding black hair, 5 arachnid-like eyes, and dressed in a standard black suit walked to the front and motioned for his female assistant to man the projector. The suited man was Director Fujikawa, the one who was at the top of the departmental totem pole. While Izuku had only met the man a few times, he had definitely heard the many stories about the enigmatic director. It was well known how seriously the man took his job and apparently had no sense of humor at all. One of the most common pranks pulled on new agents was to convince them to tell the director a joke, only for them to be answered with icy silence and a disapproving glare. Good evening, everyone. Director Fujikawa said in a deep and clear voice. The briefing will now begin. As you know, the pro-hero that goes by the name of Miruko has been captured by local criminal elements. How they managed to do such a feat is still unknown to us, but time is of the essence, so we need to act quickly and decisively. The projector clicked and a map of the city was shown on the screen with a single location circled in red. Director Fujikawa continued as images of a large warehouse slowly scrolled by on the screen. One of our logistics teams has pinpointed the location where Miruko is being held. A warehouse in the industrial district that has long been suspected of having ties to local organized crime. However, until now there has never been any solid reason to necessitate a search warrant, so we only have a limited amount of information. The images then changed to pictures taken from hidden locations around the warehouse, revealing that the area was heavily patrolled by a group of thugs. These images of guard patrols have only cemented the fact that the criminals are hiding something of extreme importance in the warehouse. The director stated, "Let me make myself perfectly clear, agents." Director Fujikawa said icily, "This is a highly classified operation and I will not tolerate any breaches of security. We all remember how the pro-heroes went after Tamura Shigaraki and nearly got massacred due to their overconfidence. If the criminals have someone or something that was able to take down the 5th-ranked pro-hero, we need to go in expecting the worst." Izuku could see a few nervous gulps or beads of sweat from some of the newer agents. The director was not wrong though. In a situation like this, the smallest detail could be the difference between life and death. The image from the projector changed to show the current hero roster, but with marks on it to signify heroes that had either been injured or killed. Because of this, we are keeping this operation a secret from even the local police forces and pro-heroes. The arachnid-eyed man stated, "Only the highest members of the Hero Commission's administration have been notified of our plans. No longer can we trust the pro-heroes to bail us out if things go wrong. We need to handle this ourselves." This kind of situation is exactly why the Ministry of Defense stepped in with the liaison project. These dangerous individuals are not just villains, but terrorists as well. The director pulled a sheet of paper out of his pocket as the images from the projector changed to high-altitude infrared drone footage. The operation will commence at 0200 local time, 5 hours from now. I will now assign team leaders and logistics officers. Director Fujikawa rapidly listed off a series of names for the logistical and support teams before finally getting to the strike teams. Strike Team Alpha will be led by Agent Smith, the director stated, causing a ripple of murmurs to go through the assembled agents. However, everyone was immediately silenced as the director looked up from his paper and cast an icy glare around the room. "Agent Smith, step forward," he commanded. Stepping up to the front of the room, Oscar fell into a perfect parade rest posture and stared at everyone with his compassionless moldy green reptilian eyes. "It seems there are some of you who are questioning my judgment," Director Fujikawa growled. "For those of you who do not know, Agent Smith was assigned to us as a tactical operations advisor. For more than a year, he has been personally training a single squad of our agents in the same tactics and strategies as the CIA's elite strike teams. To be frank, he has more experience with these kinds of matters than the majority of the people in this room." Well, that was certainly a surprising development. Izuku knew what Oscar's official title was, but like everyone else he assumed it was just a made-up position. However, that did answer the question of what Oscar did during the day, as he was only in his office during the afternoon and evening hours. Izuku knew that Oscar was a bit of an oddball, but he never expected the man to be a former member of the CIA's infamous strike teams. The very teams that had operated for decades taking out high-value targets marked by the United States government. But the longer Izuku thought about it, the more it started to make sense. It would have been a wasted opportunity for the director to let such valuable knowledge just go to waste. Now the million-dollar question was, what had Oscar done to get reassigned all the way over to Japan? "Agent Smith," Director Fujikawa said as he turned to look at the motionless American. "Is your squad able to handle this challenge?" Oscar gave a single nod, and Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the strange man was staring directly at him. "Yes, sir," Oscar stated emotionlessly. Nodding in satisfaction, the director looked back at the sheet of paper in his hand. "Strike Team Bravo will be led by Agent Midoriya." Izuku tried to act surprised, but when your previous career included a stint with an elite counterterrorism force, it was obvious you were going to be chosen for dangerous assaults. The director quickly listed off the rest of the names for the team leaders. 3 different sniper teams, 4 perimeter area teams, 2 rapid response vehicle teams, 3 plainclothes teams, and even a close air support team complemented by a pair of military attack helicopters. To any outside observer, the amount of firepower might seem a bit overkill, but it never hurt to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Done with naming all the team leaders, the director motioned for his assistant to turn off the projector, then turned to face the assembled agents. "All right, everyone, report to your assigned teams. Team leaders, your instructions will be given to you in 5 minutes. Good luck." Exiting the briefing room, Izuku went with the flow of the crowd towards the different meeting offices that were used whenever a large operation was taking place. Finding his assigned meeting room, Izuku walked in and waited for his squadmates to arrive. The room was sparsely furnished, with only a few plastic rolling office chairs and a large conference table in the middle for planning purposes. Less than a minute after Izuku entered the room, a short man wearing normal office clothes stepped inside with his arms full of papers, laptops, and several other electronic devices. The short man unceremoniously placed all the materials on the conference table, gave Izuku a curt nod, then rushed out of the room. Right after the office assistant left, a group of 7 people walked into the room. The group was made up of 4 men and 3 women. They were all field agents like Izuku, just slightly lower in the pecking order. For the most part, they all looked like regular human beings. Sure, one of the women had purple skin, and one of the men had 2 noses, but in the age of quirks those kinds of features were minor details. Izuku had worked with them all at some point in the past and knew that they were a reliable bunch. "Hello everyone," Izuku said politely as he began organizing the materials on the conference table. "We all know each other, so I say we get right down to business. Let's begin preparing for the operation." The men and women all nodded seriously and spread out around the table as Izuku began going over the information. The pile of papers and information included the public records of the warehouse blueprints, observation photos, and many other miscellaneous things that helped provide small details that might be beneficial to know. Izuku and his team spent an hour going over the plans and making sure they all had memorized the important information. The operation would start like any other military strategy. The exterior guards and cameras would be neutralized by the perimeter teams and allow the 2 strike teams to get into place. Once everything was set, the logistics teams would cut the power for the entire city block. This would be the signal for the two strike teams to enter the warehouse and begin taking out targets while searching for Miruko. Strike Team Alpha, led by Oscar, would enter the warehouse from the front and sweep the second floor. Assault Team Bravo, led by Izuku, would enter the warehouse from the back entrance and sweep the ground floor. As they say, the devil is in the details. While the Ministry of Defense had access to the original blueprints of the warehouse, there was no way to know ahead of time if the criminals had made any recent renovations or otherwise illegal changes to the floor plans. Because of this, each member of the strike teams would be wearing cameras similar to the one Izuku had shown Miruko. The cameras would transmit a live feed directly to the command truck and allow the agents in charge to make quick decisions. Unlike the pro-hero community, the majority of the people working for the Ministry of Defense did not have quirks of immense power or powerful utility. This meant that to go toe-to-toe with powerful quirk users, field agents relied on technology and tactics to save the day. Done with the planning session, Izuku led his team to the underground armory and equipment depot. After descending through heavily guarded elevators and checkpoints, Izuku and his team arrived at the armory and began preparing for the raid. Even though it had been several years since Izuku left the military, acquiring his equipment was still second nature to him. Body armor? Tactical helmet? Gas mask with built-in night vision goggles? Tactical jumpsuit made of Kevlar weave, insulated materials, and shock-absorbing pads? Finished with putting on all of his gear, Izuku walked over to a large mirror attached to a nearby wall to check for any holes or loose pieces. Honestly, if the average person ran into the armored Izuku at night, they would probably sheet themselves in fear. Almost every piece of Izuku's gear was matte black or dark gray, perfect for a nighttime raid. The part that was probably most intimidating was definitely the combat gas mask. The body of the mask was made of black rubber, and small tubes connected to the mouth and disappeared under the collar of the wearer. Up close, the circular lenses for the eyes glowed a dull red when the night vision was activated. Satisfied that his gear was in working order, Izuku took off his gas mask and clipped it to his belt as he walked over to the armory. Having spent an extended amount of time in Japan's exclusive counterterrorism unit, Izuku knew exactly which weapons he should bring to each combat scenario. Entering through the thick blast doors, Izuku paused and looked around at the veritable smorgasbord of weaponry before him. Guns lay on tables in neatly organized rows, grenades of all kinds sat in padded foam cases, and heavy-caliber weaponry sat in specialized holding racks. Hell, way in the back Izuku could even see a combat flamethrower that definitely broke several rules of the Geneva Convention just by existing. Walking through the tables and racks of guns, Izuku found what he was looking for. A compact submachine gun that was renowned for its nearly non-existent recoil and built-in suppressor. Perfect for stealthy close combat operations. As he was in the middle of loading several magazines of ammunition, Izuku heard Oscar's voice behind him. "Ah, a man of culture I see," the American said appreciatively as he looked over Izuku's shoulder and examined his gun. "Oscar, now is not the time for playing around," Izuku said seriously. "I'll lighten up Mido," Oscar said teasingly. "I dunno about you, but I always enjoy putting down some scum. Makes me feel like I am making the world a little bit better, you know?" Izuku gritted his teeth in annoyance as he selected a pistol from a nearby table. "No, I don't know, Oscar. Taking someone's life is something I take very seriously, actually I dash." Izuku stopped mid-lecture as he heard the unmistakable click-clack of a shotgun pump being racked. Turning around, he glowered at Oscar, who was in the process of customizing a menacing matte black combat shotgun. "Sorry, Mido, you were saying something?" Oscar said cheekily as he inspected his weapon. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. Letting Oscar get under his skin right before an important operation was not going to help anyone. As Izuku began to leave with his weapons, a group of agents entered the armory and began selecting their weapons. Looking at them, Izuku frowned. Something felt wrong. As he scrutinized the silent agents, Izuku realized why they seemed different. It was their eyes. More specifically, the cold, emotionless look that was eerily similar to Oscar's. Izuku watched as Oscar walked up to the agents and gave them friendly pats on the back. "These are the guys the director was talking about, Mido," Oscar said proudly. "Not to toot my own horn, but I can guarantee that each of them can kick major butt. After all, I trained them myself." Izuku felt his skin crawl as Oscar talked to him. There was no hint of compassion or respect in the man's voice. It was more similar to a thug bragging about his trained attack dogs. Izuku had met all of the agents in the past, and seeing them now hammered home the fact that Oscar had turned them into something different. One stood out from the rest. A short woman who Izuku had worked with several times in the past. She was bubbly, energetic, and passionate about saving lives. At least she had been. Now it was like she was a completely different person. Shaking his head free of the disturbing musings, Izuku quickly left the armory and made his way over to the preparation area. Right then and there Izuku made a promise to himself. Once everything calmed down, he was going to find out what kind of training Oscar had put those poor souls through. None of them deserved to be turned into a tool just for someone else's benefit. Rumi groaned softly as she kneeled on the cold concrete floor. Things had not gotten any better. She didn't know if hours or days had passed, as she kept slipping in and out of consciousness from all the pain. She had lost feeling in her arms long ago. The only way she knew her hands were chained to the low ceiling was because her shoulders ached like someone had beaten them with a bat. Every breath she took hurt, and when she had struggled, Rumi felt broken and fractured ribs grinding against each other. Not to mention that the burning pain in her leg from the embedded bullet had only gotten worse. During the occasional moments of lucidity, Rumi had plenty of time to think about what was going to happen to her. Even if she did somehow miraculously escape, there was the fact that apparently she had been shot with a bullet that killed quirks. The biggest question was if the effects were permanent or not. If the effects were permanent, Rumi had half a mind to just off herself the first chance she got. Her entire career, her entire life, had been dedicated to being the strongest. There was no way in hell Rumi would live life as a quirkless failure, doomed to watch new heroes take her place and prosper all because they had strong quirks. Rumi had contemplated trying to attack one of her captors so that they would be forced to kill her, but nobody had even checked on her in God knows how long. Well, at least from what she could remember. It was all so unfair. To die slowly in the dark was probably the worst way things could end for her, maybe only second to living out the rest of her life as a quirkless weakling. Rumi had thought about how her career would end plenty of times. All pro heroes did at some point. She had planned to go out in a blaze of glory, maybe while fighting some supervillain or saving hostages from a bomb. Instead, it seemed she was destined to be remembered as a modern version of the story of Icarus. A warning to aspiring heroes about being overconfident and being doomed to fail because of their hubris. So here she was, sitting in her own filth like an animal trapped in a tiny cage. Alone in the dark, and slowly dying. She had tried yelling either to taunt her captors or get someone's attention from outside, but all that had happened was that she had lost her voice. After what felt like days, Rumi had lost almost all hope. She had tried staying true to her ideals, to be brave and confident to the bitter end. But being alone in the cold and damp darkness meant that nobody would know if she had been brave or not when she died. All they would find is her broken body. With only pain to keep her company, Rumi had plenty of time to reflect on her past. How she had scorned pretty much everyone and kept herself alone like she was some kind of badass that never needed any. Being confronted with her seemingly imminent but slow demise, Rumi realized that she could have been the biggest badass around, but if everyone only remembered her as a pain in the butt, her legacy would only be about how much of an a-hole she had been to everyone. With ample time to think, Rumi tried to remember the people she had scorned or insulted. That was a waste of time, as it had been just about everyone. So she thought about the people who stuck out to her the most. Obviously one of the biggest was Miss Sasaki. A woman who had probably put up with enough of Rumi's shit to last several lifetimes. It was clear to Rumi now that the sharp-tongued woman had been doing her best to help make Rumi's dream a reality, but all Rumi had ever done was complain. Hell, Rumi couldn't even remember if she had ever given her agents so much as a single thank you. The second was Midoriya. For some reason he was ingrained into her memories like a single clear photo surrounded by dozens of faded ones. Even though she had barely gotten to know him, Rumi regretted that his only memories of her would be how much she had bullied and made fun of him. Maybe it was because when they first met, Midoriya reminded Rumi of herself. Someone not afraid to speak their mind and get right to the heart of the matter. Another painful memory was that encounter in her apartment, where she had basically spat in the man's face because she knew she was physically stronger than him. Yeah, that was definitely not one of her proudest moments. If Midoriya did not hate heroes already, he probably did now because of her. Hell, Rumi didn't even know if the guy had a powerful quirk or not. She just immediately assumed that he was beneath her like everyone else. I wonder how many people will come to my funeral? Rumi wondered morosely. Probably not that many, and the ones that did would most likely just be other pro-heroes trying to get some good publicity. Rumi's ears lay completely limp as she sighed quietly. There was no point in crying, as it wouldn't do anything but make her feel even worse than she already did. Maybe this was karma coming back to bite her in the butt. All in all, Rumi was completely screwed. Only a miracle would save her at this point. Izuku sat in an armored transport truck that was parked in a dirty alley, crammed into the back with the rest of his fully armed and armored squad. Everyone wore the same night vision gas masks, obscuring their faces and making them all look like featureless automatons. The only sources of light were the small strips of glow tape wrapped around various hatch and door handles. Nobody talked, as there was really nothing to say. All that was left was the waiting. Izuku hated the waiting. Letting the back of his helmet clunk against the armor plating of the vehicle, Izuku decided to pass the time by turning on his earpiece and tuning the frequency to the closest channels. Closing his eyes, Izuku cradled his gun in his arms as the static-laced radio chatter soothed him into a calm meditative state. Stalker 2-4 is in Overwatch position over. Copy Stalker 2-4, maintain position over. Command, this is Thunder 2-2, I have your birds in orbit above target location over. Copy Thunder 2-2, switch to encrypted channel 8 for spotting and designating targets, over. Command, this is Badger 3-1, I have a civvy vehicle approaching on the connecting hardball. Moving to intercept and redirect, over. Roger, Badger 3-1, Perimeter Team 4 is en route to assist, over. Command, this Archer 1-5, I have meat wagons on standby in case things get kinetic, over. Acknowledged, Archer 1-5, switch to encrypted channel 3 to coordinate with dust-off birds, over. After about half an hour of listening to the radio chatter, Izuku felt the large engine of the transport vehicle rumble to life. All call signs, this is command. Operation Moonlight is a go. Report to your assigned positions and await further instructions, over. Looking down the row of people sitting next to him, Izuku watched as everyone loaded their weapons and readied their gear. Satisfied that everyone was ready, Izuku silently gave them a thumbs up and waited until each person had returned the gesture. Since Izuku was the squad leader, it was his job to stay connected to the command frequency and relay any orders to his subordinates via their own encrypted squad voice channel. Tuning his communication gear to filter out all the unnecessary extra information and chatter, Izuku waited for the operation to begin. After another 10 minutes of silence, Izuku's earpiece crackled to life as the bulky armored transport truck lurched into motion. Command to Bravo 1, exterior guards and alarms have been neutralized. Prepare for entry, how copy? Copy, command. Izuku muttered into the whisper microphone under his mask. Bravo team is in transit, over. It was a short ride to the warehouse from where the transport truck had been hidden, and eventually Izuku felt the truck come to a stop. A small green light over the armored rear doors began blinking, signaling that the driver was ready for the squad to exit the vehicle. The two agents nearest to the doors quickly and quietly pushed them open, jumping out into the inky darkness and motioning for the rest of the squad to follow. The transport truck had parked on the sidewalk directly next to the rear entrance of the large warehouse building. As Izuku disembarked, he was slightly surprised to find that the night darkness was now accompanied by a steady rain. The electricity for the entire block of warehouses had been cut off just as planned, the only sources of light being the city skyscrapers way off in the distance. Sneaking over to the wall of the warehouse, Izuku watched with satisfaction as his squad professionally stacked up against the wall nearest to the door in a textbook breaching formation. Getting into place at the end of the stack, Izuku lightly patted the shoulder of the person in front of him twice, signaling he was ready. The action was repeated down the line of agents to show that everyone was now ready to begin. As he waited for the signal to start, Izuku glanced around at the nearby street. To those without night vision, it would be almost impossible to see what was outside due to the darkness and rain. But that was exactly the way the Ministry of Defense wanted it. Thanks to his night vision, Izuku watched as the limp bodies of the exterior criminal guards were dragged out of the way and dozens of agents clad in body armor and gas masks took up positions around the warehouse. Suddenly his earpiece crackled to life once more. "Command to Bravo 1, you are cleared for entry, over." "Copy." Izuku replied softly as he switched to his squad's frequency. "Time to get to work, Bravo team." Izuku said, "Remember to check your corners. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I want this done by the books." Izuku could see each of his subordinates nod as they readied themselves. For simplicity's sake, they were all talking to each other under their call signs. Izuku was Bravo 1, and the rest of his squad were referred to as Bravo 2 through 8. Bravo 8, who was at the front of the stack, pulled out a handheld lock-breaking drill and quickly made a hole in the lock of the steel entrance door. Quickly pulling the door open, Bravo 8 stepped inside the dark warehouse and was swiftly followed by the rest of his squad. Now inside the warehouse, Izuku watched as his squad split up into pairs and slowly began creeping down their assigned routes. Normally a squad would stay together and clear the building as a single unit, but because of the size of the warehouse and the need to search it quickly, it was agreed for the squad to pair up and spread out. Izuku nodded to Bravo 2, a tall and lean woman with an extra set of shark teeth, and took the lead. Slowly and silently walking down a nearby hallway, Izuku and Bravo 2 began searching rooms. The first 3 doors in the hallway only revealed storage rooms stacked full of boxes, but upon approaching the 4th door, Izuku heard panicked whispers emanating from inside. Holding up a fist to signal Bravo 2 to stop, Izuku crept up to the office door and listened. "What the F is going on?" a male voice whispered with a hint of fear. "First the power went out and now I can't get a hold of any of the guys outside." "I dunno, man." A slightly rougher male voice replied quietly. "First I thought it was the cops, but they don't pull sneaky shit like this. It ain't any heroes either, 'cause they would just bust in during the day." Reaching out, Izuku gently grabbed the door handle and slowly pushed the door open. Peeking inside, Izuku could see 2 men huddled behind an overturned desk wielding small handguns. "Who's there?" one of the men called out quietly, squinting as he tried to peer into the darkness. Leaning against the door frame, Izuku aimed his gun and pulled the trigger 4 times. With a sound barely louder than a quiet cough, the bullets tore through the goons' heads and sent their brain matter splattering against the wall behind them. As the bodies fell limply to the floor, Izuku motioned for his partner to follow as he moved to the next door. "Room clear. Moving," he said quietly. Checking the next 4 empty rooms, Izuku listened to the other pairs of his squad report what they were doing. Bravo 3 and 4 discovered a terrified woman begging for her life and quickly detained her. Bravo 5 and 6 broke open a locked set of doors and found several crates packed with hard drags and other paraphernalia. Bravo 7 and 8 quietly killed 3 men who had barricaded themselves in a bathroom with handguns. Nearing the end of the hallway, Izuku heard frantic whispers behind a slightly ajar office door. Peeking inside, he was met with the sight of a chubby man backed into a corner, a pistol in his hand and his other hand wrapped around a crying woman's neck. "Stay back!" the man screamed as he jammed the barrel of the gun against the whimpering woman's jaw. Stepping into the room, Izuku and Bravo 2 slowly spread out to get an angle on the hostage-taker. The chubby man obviously could barely see in the darkness, as he reacted mostly to sounds instead of movement. "I'ma kill her if you J-dash." The chubby criminal was cut off as Bravo 2's bullets punctured his eye socket and painted the wall with gore. "Good shot," Izuku said as the woman screamed in terror and fell to her knees, the lifeless body tumbling against her ankles. As he was about to reach into one of his pouches for some zip ties, Izuku watched as the woman began blindly feeling around the floor. Finally, she found what she was looking for. Her captor's gun. "Don't do it," Izuku said, loudly enough for the panicked woman to hear. Why could it never end cleanly? Raising his own gun, Izuku watched as the woman fumbled with the bloody pistol. He gave her as much time as she could, but Izuku already knew what was going to happen. As the woman finally raised the pistol and blindly aimed, Izuku and Bravo 2 both fired a burst of bullets into her chest. With a pathetic gurgle, the woman fell to the carpeted floor as the holes in her chest steadily leaked rivulets of blood. Sighing sadly, Izuku motioned for his partner to follow him. "Room clear. Moving." As Izuku and his partner neared the end of the hallway, the booming sound of a shotgun blast echoed from the second floor. It seemed Oscar had gotten tired of being quiet. Almost immediately the clattering sound of small arms fire erupted from the second floor, only to be answered by measured bursts of gunfire from Oscar's squad. "Squad B advised targets are now on alert." Izuku radioed to his subordinates with a hint of irritation. "You are clear to make tactical decisions on an as-needed basis. Respond with force if you are engaged. Over." There was a chorus of affirmatives from his squad as Izuku continued to clear rooms with Bravo 2. Finished with the first hallway, Izuku turned the corner and squared his jaw as he approached a room with a locked door. Behind the door, he could hear the sound of heavy furniture being moved around along with stressed yelling. "Get that desk against the door, dipshits!" A woman screeched. "I dunno who is trying to take us out, but I'm not gonna die just because of you dumbfucks." Well, it seems at least one criminal in here had a brain. But that was not going to stop Izuku from carrying out his mission. Pointing at the drywall next to the office door, Izuku spoke to his partner. "Bravo 2, put a breaching charge on the wall next to the door. On my signal we are going in hard and fast." Nodding silently, Bravo 2 reached into one of her tactical pouches and pulled out what looked like a rolled-up black plastic dinner placemat. Ripping off a thin layer of wax paper, Bravo 2 pressed the square piece of plastic against the wall and pulled out a small remote from a pocket on her thigh. A breaching charge is an explosive designed to blow open barricades or create new entrances. Have been in use since the early days of counterterrorism and have been used by military and police units all over the world. Simple but effective, a breaching charge is used when you don't have time for subtlety and need to make an entrance in a hurry. Muttering a quick thank you to whoever invented plastic explosives, Izuku unclipped a flashbang grenade from his belt and stood to the side of the breaching charge. Ready for the assault, Izuku nodded to his subordinate. "Blow it." With a boom, the breaching charge exploded, showering Izuku and Bravo 2 with a cloud of pulverized drywall and wood. A split second later, Izuku tossed the flashbang grenade through the door-sized hole and waited for the grenade to detonate. With a blinding flash and deafening bang, the grenade exploded and Izuku rushed into the large office. With adrenaline pumping through his veins, Izuku quickly analyzed the scene before him and took action. A faint cloud of smoke left over from the breaching charge hung in the air as a woman and two men rolled on the floor clutching their ears and eyes. Both men had shotguns in hand while the woman appeared to be unarmed. Well, that certainly made things easy. With practiced speed and precision that would make a sharpshooter blush, Izuku put a burst of bullets through each of the thugs' skulls and kicked the woman hard in the chest with a steel-toed boot. "Stay down or I put you down," Izuku growled to the wheezing woman laying on the floor in front of him. As Izuku reached into a pocket for some zip ties, the sound of gunfire erupted from somewhere down the hallway. "Heavy contact," Bravo 2 shouted as she crouched down and began firing back at the unseen assailants. In the few seconds that Izuku had turned his head to look at his partner, he had not noticed the woman underneath him ignite a ball of fire in her free hand. In slow motion, he turned his head back to look at the woman below him and saw a flare of light out of the corner of his eye. His brain working like an overclocked computer, Izuku made a split-second analysis. Either the woman had a hidden weapon, or she was using her quirk. Either way, Izuku had been caught off guard. Throwing himself to the side, Izuku barely escaped having his face melted by the jet of white-hot fire that erupted from the woman's hand. However, that was where the fire-wielding woman's luck ran out. In a single smooth motion born from years of practice and training, Izuku pulled his pistol out from his thigh holster and fired the entire magazine into the woman's torso as he lay on his side. F-. Izuku yelled angrily. "'Kay, no more Mr. Nice Guy." Quickly standing up, Izuku retrieved his submachine gun and rushed out into the hallway as he activated his squad radio. "Bravo team, weapons free. I repeat, weapons free. Put these fuckers in the ground." Izuku roared as he pulled Bravo 2 behind an overturned steel janitor's cart. Looking over at his partner, Izuku grimaced as he saw her clutching her abdomen. "You hit?" Izuku asked tersely as bullets snapped by overhead. Bravo 2 shook her head as she growled and reloaded her assault rifle. "Nah, plates caught it. Just got the wind knocked out of me." Nodding in understanding, Izuku got into a crouch and readied his weapon. "Good, help me clear the way." Bravo 2 nodded, and Izuku could swear he could hear her grinning fiendishly with her jagged shark teeth. A few seconds later, the gunfire at the far end of the hallway stopped. It seems nobody told the criminals about how to conserve ammo. Without a word needed between them, Izuku and Bravo 2 leaped up and charged the reloading thugs. 3 girls wearing disheveled street clothes stood at the end of the hallway and were in the process of reloading their pistols as Izuku and his squad mate opened fire. The hailstorm of precise shots from the 2 field agents punching gaping holes in their bodies and sending blood splattering all over the linoleum floor. As Izuku and Bravo 2 ducked into a storage room to reload their weapons, Izuku's earpiece came to life with an incoming transmission. "Command to Bravo 1, what is your status?" Keying his mic, Izuku peeked out the door at the dark warehouse hallway. "Bravo 1 to command, my squad has engaged and eliminated multiple tangos. No injuries to report, proceeding as planned." "Good to hear, Bravo 1. The male communications agent responded. "Alpha Team has obtained intel that Miruko is being held in the main packaging room. Be warned, there is expected to be heavy resistance. Gather your team and proceed to the main objective. Alpha Team will handle clearing the rest of the building." "Roger, command," Izuku said as he gestured for Bravo 2 to follow him towards a broken elevator. "Bravo Team is en route to secure the package, over." Coming to a halt and gesturing for his female partner to stand guard, Izuku switched his communication channel back to his squad. "Bravo Team, this is Bravo 1. Package has been located. Meet at the main elevator ASAP." Less than a minute later, the rest of Bravo Team arrived. However, some of them were a little worse for wear. Bravo 3 was limping slightly as a hole in his right boot leaked blood, and Bravo 7 had a hastily wrapped bandage around her left elbow. "What happened?" Izuku asked worriedly as he inspected his subordinate's wounds. "Ricochet," Bravo 3 said with a grimace as he tried not to put any pressure on his leaking foot. "Lucky shot got through my armor," Bravo 7 said with more annoyance than pain as she tugged her sloppy bandage tighter. "All right, time for you guys to get out of here," Izuku said evenly. "Stick with your partners and get to the medics outside. Be careful. I'm not going to let any of you die because I let you fight while injured." Bravo 3 and 4 immediately turned around and left, the uninjured one helping support his wounded comrade as they walked. Bravo 7, however, did not make any move to leave. "I can still fight," she said with a slight wince. "You are gonna need all the help you can get." Izuku shook his head as he walked over to the short but stubborn woman and towered over her. "Request denied. You are injured and my word is final. How would I explain to your wife that you got killed because I let you fight while injured?" The short woman was silent for a few moments before muttering unhappily and turning around to leave. Nodding in satisfaction, Izuku watched as Bravo 8 escorted his injured partner out of sight. Turning to face Bravo 2, 5, and 6, Izuku made sure all of his weapons were reloaded. "Get ready, team. My gut is telling me we are in for one hell of a fight." He paused before talking with a slight grin. "As long as we cover each other's buttes, we will be fine. Let's go save a pro hero." The 3 Bravo Team agents chuckled as they readied themselves and waited for Izuku to take the lead. Giving them all a confident nod, Izuku adjusted his grip on his gun, then set off to find Miruko. It was eerily quiet, which did not bode well. It seemed as though the goons had retreated into the main packaging room and were preparing to make their last stand. Arriving at the steel double doors guarding the entrance to the packaging room, Izuku and his team took positions on either side and readied their weapons. Kicking open the doors with a clang, Izuku charged in as a storm of gunfire erupted from deeper inside the large hangar-like room. Conveyor belts crisscrossed the floor of the room while massive shelves full of packages and shipping boxes provided ample cover, allowing for combatants on both sides to move quickly while dodging bullets. Sliding behind a metal conveyor belt, Izuku felt the adrenaline pumping in his veins as he began taking down targets. First was a young man dressed in garish street clothes blindly firing a pistol in each hand. Popping out of cover, Izuku sent a trail of bullets tearing through the man's torso before putting a final bullet double tap through his brain. Suddenly, a stocky thug wielding a shotgun stepped out from his hiding place directly in front of the charging Izuku and tried to bring his weapon up to fire. Not slowing down, Izuku roughly tackled the thug to the ground and knocked the shotgun out of his hands. Slamming an armored elbow into the thug's nose with a wet pop, Izuku jammed the barrel of his submachine gun into the thug's sternum and pulled the trigger, making the thug's body convulse as a burst of bullets tore through his lungs. Jumping up, Izuku ducked behind an abandoned forklift and looked around to see how his team was doing. Bravo 5 and 6 moved with perfectly coordinated precision, each agent covering their partner's blind spots and dropping goons with deadly accuracy as they moved from cover to cover. Bravo 2 was not far behind Izuku, tearing through criminals like an armored blender as she gunned down assailants with controlled fury. A burst of bullets pinging off the metal bars of the forklift got Izuku's attention, and he popped out of cover long enough to decapitate a foolhardy thug with a long burst of bullets. As Izuku fought, it felt like the battle was lasting for ages, but in reality the gunfight had only been going for no more than a few minutes. Adrenaline brought Izuku's reflexes up to an almost inhuman level and spurred the senior agent to carve a bloody swath through the panicked criminals. Izuku was not sure where exactly Miruko was being held, but the way the criminals were fighting it had to be close. In the middle of gunning down a charging assailant, Izuku spotted a pair of metal basement-type doors sticking out of a dark corner. That had to be it. Vaulting over a barrel and smashing in a thug's face with the stock of his gun, Izuku motioned for Bravo 2 to cover him as he investigated. With bullets flying through the air and the screams of the dying bouncing off the walls, Izuku ripped open the metal doors and peered down into the darkness. Rumi gasped in pain as she desperately tried to wiggle out of her restraints. At first Rumi had not been sure if she was having auditory hallucinations, but as the sound of gunfire and combat got closer, a spark of hope had ignited in her chest. Had somebody come to save her? As she listened, Rumi was sure she had never heard such a fierce gun battle in all of her life. Sure, she had gone up against gangs of thugs with automatic weapons, but she had never been witness to a battle where both sides fought with absurd amounts of firepower. Suddenly the doors to her improvised prison were thrown open, and as Rumi looked upwards, the spark of hope died in her chest. For some reason it seemed that every light in the building had gone out, and it was only by the intermittent flashes of gunfire did Rumi see what could only be described as a monster. The only thing she could clearly see were two circular eyes glowing a hellish dull red. The rest of the figure was wrapped in shadows and darkness. As the nightmare creature jumped down, Rumi desperately pulled at her shackles and yelled defiantly at the thing getting closer to her. "Get the F away from me," she said with a mix of fear and hysteria. "You touch me and I will bite your effing hands off." The nightmarish figure approached quickly, and as it reached out to her, Rumi closed her eyes and braced herself for some kind of attack. However, she was pleasantly surprised to feel her hands being unshackled from the ceiling. Hesitantly opening one eye, Rumi was confused, but also relieved, as the shadowy figure slung one of her arms over its shoulder and began to drag her out of the cold and dark room. Izuku had not held it against Rumi when she started freaking out at the sight of him. The whole design of his armor and mask was to inspire fear, so Izuku was not surprised when the rabbit hero began screaming like she was about to get eaten. As he cut off Rumi's shackles with a pocket bolt cutter, Izuku could not help but grin slightly at the bewildered look on the disheveled woman's face. Slinging one of her arms over his shoulder, Izuku dragged Rumi out of the basement and up towards freedom. "Command, this is Bravo 1. Izuku said into his radio. Package has been secured. Good work, Bravo 1. The communications officer said with a sigh of relief. Extraction teams are on their way, sit tight. Suddenly the lights of the warehouse blazed to life as dozens of agents rushed in and began arresting the remaining criminals that had been smart enough to surrender. Looking down at the pro-hero in his arms, Izuku huffed in amusement as he realized she had passed out. Probably from a mix of exhaustion and pain. Using his free hand, Izuku peeled off his gas mask and took in a deep breath of fresh air. Looking around at the bloody aftermath of the battle, Izuku grinned as Bravo 2, 4, and 5 approached and took off their masks as well. Before he could congratulate his team, Izuku was nearly run over by a team of medics carrying a stretcher and various portable medical devices. Letting the medics take Miruko out of his hands, Izuku watched as the disheveled and bruised woman was whisked away towards the waiting ambulances outside. Looking back at his team, Izuku could not help but smile proudly at them. Excellent work, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if you all receive some awards or promotions. Either way, it was great working with you all. The two stocky men known as Bravo 4 and 5 enthusiastically shook Izuku's hand before walking away, leaving Izuku with a surprisingly demure Bravo 2. Looking at his squad mate curiously, Izuku was surprised to see a slight blush on the tall woman's cheeks as she smiled shyly. You were amazing, Midoriya, she said softly. I can see why you are said to be one of the best field agents in the entire department. Chuckling in amusement, Izuku waved off the compliment as he walked with his female squad mate out of the warehouse. People only say that because I know how important teamwork is. Trust me, there was no way I could have done any of this without you guys backing me up. Emerging out of the warehouse and into the early morning darkness, Izuku yawned as Bravo 2 awkwardly fiddled with her gloves and looked at everything but him. That I know this is kind of out of nowhere. The shark-toothed woman said softly. But, would you not want to go out for drinks later? Izuku glanced over at his squad mate and paused. After a moment of thought, he smiled and patted her on the back. How about this? He said compromisingly. After the debriefing, let's go have a celebratory drink with the rest of the squad. Trust me, doing things in the heat of the moment can backfire in a bad way. Let's just enjoy the victory right now. Bravo 2 nodded as she sighed with slight disappointment. You are a really nice guy, Midoriya, thanks for letting me down easy. Rumi groaned as she tried to pull her blankets over her head. Goddamn, she felt like sheet. Pawing at the paper-thin blanket, Rumi frowned at the unfamiliar texture. She didn't remember changing her bed's blankets recently. Through the haze that shrouded her brain, Rumi finally realized something was wrong. In fact, the last thing she remembered was being dragged away by some red-eyed monster. Her eyes flying open, Rumi heaved in panicked breaths as she tried to get her muddled brain to work properly and figure out where she was. Looking around, Rumi was confused to see what looked like a generic hospital room, complete with beeping machines and a small window that offered a nice view of a parking lot. Forcing herself to calm down, Rumi looked down and prepared herself for the worst. Much to her relief, all her limbs and appendages were still intact. Well, mostly. Her bionic arm was missing. Okay, not a big deal. Rumi mumbled to herself as she stared at the stump of her left arm. I'm in a hospital, they probably took it off. Yeah, that has to be it. Nodding to reassure herself, Rumi looked around to see if there was some way to get somebody's attention. She might be a nuisance to most people, but she was not going to make some poor doctor sheet themselves by screaming for help. Running her hand over the side of her bed, Rumi felt some kind of large button embedded on the plastic edge. Peeking over, Rumi's suspicion was confirmed as she saw the button was bright red and labeled "Call" in big bold letters. Pressing the button, Rumi waited for someone to arrive. After waiting for what felt like 5 minutes, Rumi pressed the button again with a little more force. Hey, nobody said she was good at being patient. Right as she was about to press the button again, a female nurse wearing blue scrubs and a surgical mask opened the door to the room and stepped inside. Good afternoon, Miruko. The nurse said politely. How are you feeling? Rumi shrugged. Okay, I guess. Feeling sore all over, but nothing I can't handle. The nurse nodded and opened the door to leave. Good, I will send your doctor over right away. I am sure they have many things they want to ask you. Rumi let out a grunt of acknowledgement as the nurse left and closed the door. Thinking about it, the doctor most likely wanted to ask about the quirk-killing bullet. Frowning, Rumi clenched her good hand experimentally. While she certainly felt better, something still felt off. The weakness was hard to describe, like a mix of early morning sluggishness and post-workout exhaustion. In any case, hopefully the doctor had some answers. Because she sure as hell didn't. A few agonizingly boring minutes later, a bald male doctor with walrus-like tusks entered Rumi's room with an electronic tablet in hand. "Hello, Miruko," the doctor said in a deep voice. "I will be honest, it has been a while since I have taken care of such a high-profile patient. Anyways, that is besides the point." Scrolling through the contents displayed on his tablet, the doctor furrowed his brow as he talked. "That bullet we removed from your leg was certainly different. I was only able to study it a little bit before agents from the Ministry of Defense confiscated it." Well, that did not bode well. As much as Rumi wanted to believe that the government would not try to replicate the effects of the bullet, a cynical part of her was already imagining the immense value of such a powerful tool. Hell, if the government found out a way to replicate that bullet, she might be out of a job. "Miruko?" The doctor's voice roused Rumi from her musings, making her shake her head slightly before responding. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something," she said honestly. The walrus doctor nodded understandingly before repeating what Rumi had missed. "I was informing you about what effect the bullet had on you. For all intents and purposes, the bullet was essentially nullifying your quirk the entire time it had been inside you." Rumi felt her stomach drop a little but put on a brave face as she spoke. "But it is different now that you took it out, right?" The doctor was silent for a moment, making Rumi's brave face falter slightly. "Yes, and no," the doctor said finally. "The science behind the whole thing is very complicated, but I will try to summarize it as best as I can." Bracing herself for the worst, Rumi cringed as she imagined living the rest of her life without a quirk. "Essentially, the power of your quirk has been greatly reduced," the doctor said flatly. "Right now your body is operating at about 1/10 of its original ability. If a regular person had been shot with the bullet, the effects would not be as severe, but because your quirk and abilities are so strong, the effects are much more pronounced." Rumi's ears went almost completely limp as she tried to process what she had just been told. "But that I am only going to be weak like this temporarily, right?" she said with a spark of hope. To her dismay, the doctor let out a heavy sigh and shrugged. "That we do not know," he said somberly. "If we had more time to study the bullet itself and how it worked, I might have more information to give you. For all we know, you could be back in fighting shape tomorrow, or never." Trying her best to maintain her classic cocky smile, and failing, Rumi suppressed the scream of anger and despair that was bubbling up inside her. "It's okay, doc," she said with a tremble in her voice. Just you watch, I am going to be back to kicking but in no time." No, she was not going to break down in front of some stranger just because things looked bleak. She was Miruko for Eva's sake. No matter what the obstacle was, she would always find a way to blast through it. At least that was what she kept telling herself. The walrus doctor gave her a look of pity that made her want to scream and throw something at him. She had resolved to never be in a position where others would pity her, and that FNG sad look was simply telling her that the doctor had already given up on her. Nodding slowly, the doctor turned to leave. "I will let your agent know you are awake. Good luck, Miruko." After the doctor left, Rumi was once again alone, with only the beeping of the machines nearby to keep her company. Now came the next challenge, waiting for the inevitable lecture and nagging from Miss Sasaki. God, she was going to have a field day with this current situation. Rumi could almost hear the dour woman quite literally telling her, "I told you so." Looking around for something to keep her distracted, Rumi spotted a small flat screen perched in the corner of the room. Great, now where was the remote? Scanning the room, Rumi growled in annoyance as she finally located the TV remote. Of course, it just had to be sitting on a tiny table on the far side of the room. Looking down at the various tubes and things sticking out of her arms, Rumi debated whether it was worth the trouble of untangling herself from all the medical devices just to grab a stupid remote. Before she could make any rash decisions, Miss Sasaki walked into the room and closed the door behind her. Looking at her agent, Rumi cringed as the woman walked over and stood next to her bed. "How are you feeling, Rumi?" Miss Sasaki said in a surprisingly soft and gentle voice. Rumi shrugged. "Fine, I guess. Kinda weak." Miss Sasaki nodded silently before reaching out and gently taking Rumi's good hand. Well, this was certainly not what Rumi had expected to happen. "I am not going to lecture you," Miss Sasaki said in a gentle and motherly tone. "I am just glad you are safe." Rumi was not sure what exactly had come over her agent, but she was not complaining. Thanks," Rumi said slowly as she tried to figure out what was going on. "But everything turned out okay. I mean, I am still here, aren't I?" Miss Sasaki sighed and pulled a small stool out from under a table so she could sit next to Rumi's bed. "Rumi, when are you going to start taking things seriously?" The older woman said sadly. "I know you are dedicated to this isolated lifestyle, but sometimes it is okay to ask for help. It does not make you any weaker to know your limits." Rumi was slightly distracted by the comforting warmth that her agent's hands seemed to radiate. Did holding hands with someone always feel this nice? "You make it sound so easy," Rumi said quietly as she stared out the window at the evening sky. "What will people say if I suddenly start acting differently? I mean, I get it, I really do, but I have invested my whole life into becoming an independent hero. I can't just change overnight." "Nobody is asking you to become a whole new person, Rumi," Miss Sasaki said with a slightly exasperated tone. "I am just asking you to be more open-minded. After all, it was sheer luck that I was able to get in contact with someone who was willing to look for you. I practically had to beg for aid, and your attitude towards everyone made it nearly impossible for me to find help." Rumi frowned and turned to look at her agent with questioning eyes. "Actually, how did I get rescued? You said only one person was willing to help, was it Hawks? Because I can't think of anyone else who would be willing to look for me." The somber look on Miss Sasaki's face changed into a teasing smirk as she let go of Rumi's hand and crossed her arms. "Nope, not Hawks," she said with an amused chuckle. "I tried getting in contact with him, but he never responded. In fact, every pro-hero I called either straight up refused to help or believed that you were not in any danger." Rumi arched an eyebrow curiously and leaned forward as she tried to piece together what her agent was hinting at. "Look, Sasaki, just tell me who it was, because I obviously have no clue." Miss Sasaki was silent for a few moments, withholding the answer like a young girl who was privy to a scandalous secret. "It was Midoriya," she finally said with an amused grin. To say Rumi was speechless with shock was an understatement. Maybe more along the lines of flabbergasted, dumbfounded, or gobsmacked. "No FNG way," Rumi said in amazement as she tried to imagine what exactly had caused hell to freeze over. Miss Sasaki laughed gently and nodded. "I was at my wit's end and he was my last hope. I practically begged for his help and for some reason he did. It actually kind of reminded me of something All Might would do." Rumi still was having trouble wrapping her head around the fact that the one person who had been willing to help was her grumpy former liaison. "Are you sure it was him?" she asked incredulously. "I mean, I treated him like shit, it might have been somebody else, right?" Miss Sasaki nodded. "I am positive. He said he would help, and a few hours later 2 Ministry of Defense agents pulled up to my apartment and told me that I might be in danger. They took me to some kind of safe house and would not tell me what was going on. At first I thought Midoriya might be trying to get back at me for your behavior, but the next morning they told me you had been found." Leaning her head back into her pillows, Rumi furrowed her brows as she tried to think of a reason why Midoriya would go to such lengths for someone who had treated him so badly. "That can't be all of it, right?" Rumi asked. "I bet they made a big show of rescuing me or demanded some kind of reward for their work." Miss Sasaki shook her head before speaking. "They did none of those things. At first I had the same thoughts and was waiting for them to drop your name at the press conference, but they never did. They simply said that several hostages had been rescued during the raid and that was it." Well, that certainly had been one hell of a curveball. "I called him afterwards to thank him," Miss Sasaki continued. "But he simply said he was just doing his job. No snide remarks or veiled insults, Just a simple and honest answer. It was clear as day that Miss Sasaki was implying that Rumi did not deserve Midoriya's kindness. Sighing in defeat, Rumi nodded glumly. I get it, I have fed up big time with him. I had a lot of time to think back and the hazy memories of that cold and damp basement came rushing back, and for a second Rumi could once again smell the mold and filth. As quickly as the memories arrived, they vanished, leaving Rumi feeling queasy as she finished what she was saying. Back in the warehouse. I know he probably hates my guts, but I am gonna apologize for how I treated him. Like a proud mother, Miss Sasaki nodded in agreement as she patted Rumi's hand. That is good to hear, maybe you did learn a few things after all. Standing up and smoothing out her office clothes, Miss Sasaki returned to her usual sharp-tongued demeanor. Get some rest, Rumi. We can talk about fixing some of your screw-ups later. Yeah, I know. Rumi said with a grin as she rolled her eyes. Do me a favor and pass the remote, would ya? With a knowing smirk, Miss Sasaki handed Rumi the TV remote before exiting the room. Izuku yawned as he sat at his desk, staring at his laptop screen while his fingers tapped away at the keyboard. He was tired, but it was a good kind of tired. The kind of tired that one doesn't regret because the missed sleep had been replaced with good memories. True to his word, Izuku had invited all of Bravo team out for celebratory drinks after the mandatory mission debriefing. Returning to the small pub he had previously discovered on his journey to get shit-faced, Izuku had made much better memories of the establishment celebrating the success of the raid. After 2 hours of drinking and celebrating, everyone had decided to go home. Izuku had been the last one to leave the bar, insisting on paying the bill like a good commanding officer. At least he thought he had been the last to leave. Exiting the pub, Izuku had been surprised to find Bravo 2 waiting for him. It had been clear that the shark-toothed woman was a little tipsy. Her cheeks were a rosy red and there was the slightest hint word slurring as she talked. On the walk to the train station, it had been abundantly clear what Miyu's, Bravo 2, intentions were. On the train platform she had offered for Izuku to come to her apartment for a little celebration of their own. If Izuku was being honest, he had been tempted to accept the offer, but they worked in the same department, and decisions made in the heat of the moment often had lasting consequences. Politely turning Miyu down, Izuku had made sure she got on the right train before heading back to his apartment for some well-deserved rest. Now in his office, Izuku was faced with a mountain of paperwork. Being one of the strike team leaders, it was his responsibility to fill out all the required after-action paperwork that came with any large operation. Suppressing another yawn, Izuku hit the enter key and watched as his screen was filled with yet another blank form. 22 down, 36 more to go. Right as he was about to start typing, Izuku was interrupted by his office door opening to reveal the one person in the entire department that always managed to get under his skin. Yo, Mido! Oscar said cheerily as he stepped into Izuku's office. Man, if I had known about all this stupid paperwork, I would have never let the boss make me one of the strike leaders. I feel like my brain is going to ooze out my ears. Rolling his eyes, Izuku tried to focus on the digital form in front of him. So your first idea was to procrastinate and come bother me? He said with weary annoyance. Yup. Oscar said honestly as he leaned against the wall. I mean, you are my buddy after all. What? I can't come and commiserate about this dumb paperwork with my comrade in arms. Gritting his teeth, Izuku looked up from his screen to glare at the grinning American. Oscar, I don't understand why you keep bothering me. Have I not made it clear enough that I do not like you? Looking back at his screen, Izuku tried to get back to filling out paperwork. In fact, any professional respect I had for you was lost when I saw what you did to your team. Unfazed, Oscar walked over to one of the 2 chairs in front of Izuku's desk and plopped down into it. Hey, if you have a problem with my training, take it up with the cranky BSTRD in charge. I was just following orders like a good little soldier. Or wait, I guess the correct term would be agent. He said absent-mindedly. In any case, I keep bothering you because I respect you, Mido. I mean, it's not every day you see a quirkless person running counterterrorism ops. He said in an offhand manner. Izuku froze and slowly looked up from his screen at Oscar, who was wearing a sheet-eating grin. What did you just say? Izuku said icily. Smiling like a cat that ate the canary, Oscar leaned forward in his seat. You heard me. It's honestly very impressive how far you have gotten in life. I mean, if I found out I was quirkless, I probably would have just... He then mimed putting a gun in his mouth and pulling the trigger. Closing his laptop, Izuku glared at the smug CIA agent with barely controlled hate. I don't know what your game is, Oscar, but if you are trying to blackmail me, it won't work. Izuku said with pure venom dripping from every word. I don't care what other people think of me, because I know that I have worked twice as hard as anyone else to get where I am today. Holding up his hands in mock surrender, Oscar leaned back like Izuku was a blazing hot fire. Whoa there, calm down, Mido. I'm not trying to blackmail you or anything, I just wanted to see how you would react. He said placatingly. Like I said, I respect you. Hell, you are probably the only person I respect in this entire department. So tap the brakes on those murder eyes of yours. Izuku was silent as he tried to figure out what Oscar's game was. The problem was that the Caucasian man could in fact be telling the truth, or simply waiting to use that information later. The creepy American had a perfect poker face, and Izuku had never been able to figure out what made the man tick. Feeling a headache forming in his brain like thunderclouds on the horizon, Izuku sighed in resignation and reopened his laptop. Well, I guess you got what you want then. He grumbled. How did you find out? Oscar grinned in his usual smartass way and tapped his nose. I can smell it. He explained. Or more accurately, how you don't have a smell at all. I can smell people's quirks. It's hard to explain, but basically the stronger or more developed the quirk, the more someone smells. However, you just don't smell like anything. You could be hiding in the same room as me, and I wouldn't know. Oscar slowly leaned forward and sniffed like a hound catching a whiff of a scent. But someone like Miruko? I could track her through miles of sewers if I had to. Grimacing at the mental imagery, Izuku forced himself to keep his eyes on the screen before him. Good for you, Oscar. Now leave me alone, I have work to do. Reverting back to his usual carefree persona, Oscar stood up and stretched his arms. Yeah, I guess I took a long enough break. Walking over to the door, Oscar paused to speak before leaving. Good talk, Mido, and don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Rumi sat in her hospital bed and lightly raked her nails over the scar tissue on the end of her stump. Holy crap, it felt good to finally scratch that annoying itch. 2 days had passed since she had woken up, and Rumi was already bored out of her mind. The TV had kept her distracted for a few hours, but eventually even that had grown tiresome. The previous morning, Miss Sasaki had dropped off Rumi's phone. There were no words needed to know exactly what the dour woman wanted. For Rumi to call Midoriya and apologize. But it wasn't that easy. How the hell was she going to randomly call the guy who hated her guts and apologize? Not to mention the fact that even if she did call him, she had no idea where to even begin her apology. So contrary to everything she used to stand for, Rumi avoided what she needed to do and called someone else. That person being Hawks, the second highest rated pro hero. Hawks occupied a strange place in Rumi's, practically non-existent, social circle. He was not exactly a friend, but not just an acquaintance either. Maybe he was more like a respected peer? Yeah, that sounded about right. Luckily Hawks had answered his phone, and Rumi had immediately asked for a favor. She had remembered that Hawks' assigned liaison was a bit of a gossip according to the winged hero, so she asked him if he could dig up anything about a guy named Midoriya. It had been a strange request for sure, but Hawks had promised that he would find out all he could and visit her the next day. So now here she was, waiting for Hawks to show up with nothing to keep her occupied. The other annoying problem was the fact that he was notorious for doing everything at his own pace, so Rumi had no idea what time the number 2 hero would drop by. Right as she was about to call Hawks to tell him to hurry up, the door to Rumi's small hospital room opened. Looking over, Rumi was pleasantly surprised to see the blonde-haired man walk in dressed in casual clothes. Took you long enough, Rumi said impatiently. So what did you find out? Hawks arched an eyebrow at Rumi and put his hands on his hips. And here I was thinking that you might actually greet me like a normal person. Secondly, why the hell are you in the hospital? Rumi rolled her eyes and leaned back in her bed as she crossed her arms, or more accurately, crossed her one good arm. Hi Hawks, thanks for coming. As for why I am stuck in this bed, it's a long story. Pulling a nearby chair over to sit next to Rumi's bed, Hawks looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey, I don't have anywhere to be, regale me with the tale of how the mighty Miruko came to be in such a sorry state. Rumi grumbled in annoyance as she glared at the grinning Hawks, but after a few seconds of silence gave him the condensed version of everything that happened. Leaning back in his chair, Hawks ran a hand through his hair as he made a small whistle of amazement. Wow, I was not expecting something like that. The part about butting heads with your liaison is classic Miruko, but getting shot with an anti-quirk bullet and being rescued by the Ministry of Defense? Color me impressed. He went silent as he stroked his chin in thought, and one could practically see the gears turning in his head. What are you thinking about, Hawks? Rumi said gruffly as she shifted positions in her bed. I know that look, and it means you know a hell of a lot more than me. Hawks nodded with a surprisingly serious look on his face. Damn right I do. Let's start with this Midoriya guy. Ogawa, my liaison, was more than happy to tell me about him. Apparently he is basically the #1 field agent out of his entire department. Charismatic, good-looking, compassionate, humble, smart, the whole package. Rumi nodded along eagerly as she listened with rapt attention. She already knew about the good-looking part, but who could have guessed that Midoriya actually got along with other people? And that's not even the half of it. Hawks continued. The guy is a military veteran with lots of awards to his name. Not to mention that his military career included time with the Special Forces and Japan's elite counterterrorism unit. The way Ogawa talked about him, you would think he is some sort of super soldier and perfect boyfriend rolled into one. With a look of astonished disbelief on her face, Rumi gave Hawks an incredulous look as she tried not to fall out of her bed. Are you sure we are talking about the same guy? She said with a confused look. Green hair, tall with green eyes? I am positive. Hawks affirmed with a nod. Suddenly the winged hero began chuckling quietly as he shook his head in disbelief. What the F is so funny? Rumi growled. Composing himself, Hawks looked at the confused Rumi with the biggest grin on his face. Get this, Ogawa told me that Midoriya was in fact the one who led the raid on the warehouse. He took down an entire building of criminals and was the one who pulled you out of that basement. As Hawks cackled at the #5 hero's karmic retribution, Rumi simply stared at him in dumbfounded shock. After a solid minute of shocked silence, Rumi finally managed to get her mouth to form a full sentence. Well, this FNGSES. Hawks nodded in agreement as he lightly scratched his chin. Demon right it does, and you deserve every bit of it after what you put that guy through. Well, no argument there. Laying her head back and staring at the ceiling, Rumi grabbed one of her rabbit ears and pulled it over her face. FING kill me, Hawks. She ummed in embarrassed agony. The one guy who hates me turns out to be some sort of secret agent like in the movies. To top it all off, he was the one who saved me. Putting a pillow over her face, Rumi let out a muffled scream of embarrassed frustration. Standing up, Hawks patted Rumi's shoulder consolingly as he smirked. Sorry, but I want to hear what happens when you try to apologize to him. This whole situation is unreal. I swear it could have been pulled from a movie or book. A-hole. Rumi mumbled as she lay in her bed with a pillow over her face like some sort of angsty teenager. Suddenly she sat up and fixed Hawks with a curious stare. Hey, wait a sec, how are your wings? I haven't seen much of you in the news lately. Now it was Hawks' turn to sigh heavily as he took off his jacket and turned around. Rumi winced with sympathetic pain as she examined the damage. Hawks' wings looked so frail and delicate without all the healthy red feathers, his bare skin stretched over the thin bones protruding from his back. At least the skin that didn't look like it was warped, burnt, and unnatural. It was obvious he was still recovering from his wounds he received during the PLF battle, and it seemed that the extensive skin grafts covering his body still had a long way to go before they were fully healed. Sheet. Rumi muttered as her eyes followed a line of angry red skin that ran down the entire length of one of Hawk's bare wings. That Dobby freak really did a number on you, huh? For a split second Rumi saw Hawk's smart-ass facade crack. His eyes lost their jovial sparkle, and his face looked gaunt and pale. The man did a good job acting like he was fine, but it was clear the man was in immense pain both physically and mentally. Letting out a weary sigh, Hawks pulled his jacket back up and shrugged. I guess. The doctors said that they said my feathers should grow back in time. Problem is they don't know how long it will take. For all we know, I will get my feathers back long after I have retired. Rumi frowned as she stared at the hollow shell of a man standing beside her. She understood what the man was going through, but she knew there was nothing she could say that would ease the turmoil in his heart. The two broken heroes did not speak for a few moments, both unsure of what to say to the other. Finally, Hawks broke the silence. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said as he put his carefree mask back on. "Apparently in 2 weeks there is going to be some kind of hero liaison conference. The email I got had lots of legal speak, but it basically boiled down to the fact that not everyone was happy with their assigned liaison. So this conference will be an opportunity for everyone to mingle and find a partner they like." Rumi furrowed her brow as she tried to imagine how such a strange event would work. "So, basically like a government-sponsored mixer?" Hawks chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, something like that. I am certain that people are going to be doing research ahead of time, and Midoriya will be at the top of lots of people's lists." Great, so now she had a short window to apologize to Midoriya and get his trust back before he was poached by other ambitious pro-heroes. "Thanks for the info, Hawks," Rumi said honestly. "I owe you one." With a grin on his face but a despondent look in his eye, Hawks nodded as he left the room. "Yes, you do." Izuku frowned as he read the long email that was on his computer screen. Sitting at his desk in his office, Izuku had been planning to leave for lunch when an email notification popped up on his laptop screen. Not one to put off work, Izuku had diligently opened his email to see who had contacted him. What was surprising was that the email had come directly from Director Fujikawa, and there was a short list of other people who had received the email as well. It turned out that the focus of the email was about the anti-quirk bullets that had been recovered from the raid. After extensive testing, it was determined that the bullets somehow contained biological material that nullified quirks. As long as the bullet was embedded in someone, their quirk and any quirk-related abilities would be all but neutralized. More testing was underway to assess how long the neutralizing effect stayed active, but the director made his intentions quite clear. Any information regarding the anti-quirk bullets was top secret and not to be discussed with anyone outside a select group of people. The goal was to reverse engineer the effects from the bullets and make it usable on a wide-scale basis. Frowning, Izuku closed the email and deleted it from his laptop. Any smart person could tell how valuable this kind of weapon was, even if it was a knockoff of a knockoff. Hell, countries had gone to war with each other for far less in the past. While anti-quirk tech was certainly useful, it also painted a large target on the back of whoever was using it. But Izuku was certainly not going to delve into the morality of such a weapon and its uses. Leave that to the professionals and the bigwigs in charge. Cracking his knuckles, Izuku contemplated what to have for lunch when his smartphone began to buzz. Arching an eyebrow curiously, Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket and inspected the caller ID. The number was not one he recognized, but the area code was local. One of the perks about working for the Ministry of Defense was that you did not have to deal with telemarketers and spam, so whoever was calling had gotten his number from someone. Pressing the answer icon, Izuku held his phone up to his ear. "Midoriya speaking," he said flatly. "Oh," a familiar female voice said in surprise. I know this is kinda dash." Before Miruko could even finish her sentence, Izuku hung up on her. Sure, he might be acting petty, but there was no way in hell he was going to waste his time talking to that obnoxious pro-hero. Standing up from his desk, Izuku was about to leave and grab some lunch when his phone rang again. Without even a hint of remorse, the green-haired agent immediately blocked Miruko's number. "I am probably going to have to start screening my calls," he idly thought to himself as he walked out of his office. For the next few days, Izuku kept ignoring any attempt at communication from Miruko. She had tried calling from multiple different numbers, but that just made the handsome agent not answer his phone unless it was from a number he knew. Then he found an email waiting in his inbox from an address that was obviously from Miruko. Not even bothering to read the email, Izuku deleted the message and immediately changed his email address before going about his usual daily routines. For an entire week, Izuku stubbornly refused to interact with any form of communication the dark-skinned rabbit hero sent him. It even got to the point where he informed the department receptionist that any emails, calls, or letters from Miruko were to be ignored entirely. That had definitely raised a few eyebrows around the office, but nobody dared to bring up such a touchy topic of conversation with the department's best field agent. Like hell he was going to give in and talk to that self-absorbed beach. So now here he was, eating alone at his favorite restaurant and enjoying a well-deserved meal. His diet might mostly consist of cheap food from a local food mart, but Izuku enjoyed a nicely made meal like anyone else. The restaurant itself was small but of high class, catering to a clientele that mostly consisted of rich families and powerful members of society. Not that Izuku cared at all about rubbing shoulders with members of high society. The reason he kept coming back was the amazing food. Also because he was a friend of the head chef, but that is a story for another time. Located at the top of a downtown high-rise, the exclusive establishment was often a place where the rich and famous came to eat in privacy. Finishing his meal, Izuku ordered a single bottle of beer and paid his bill. With the cold bottle in hand, Izuku walked down a short hallway and over to a plain and unassuming door. Opening the door, Izuku sighed contentedly as he walked out onto the balcony that offered a fantastic view of the city below. He had found the balcony by accident on his first visit, and it became a sort of ritual for the green-haired agent to drink a bottle of expertly crafted beer on the balcony after his meal. The full moon hung low in the cloudless night sky as the lights of the city below glistened and twinkled with the ebb and flow of urban life, a very picturesque scene that anyone would enjoy. Most of the time Izuku would have the balcony to himself, but occasionally there would be one of the staff or chefs sneaking in a quick smoke break. Not that Izuku minded. If anything, knowing the staff on a personal level meant that he always got excellent service. So Izuku was surprised to look over and see a young woman leaning against the balcony railing with a lit cigarette in hand. The woman had sky blue skin, long crimson red hair, and purple eyes. She wore a simple but elegant outfit that consisted of a black skirt and aquamarine blouse along with black heels. The woman must have been deep in thought, as it took a few seconds for her to notice that someone had joined her. Startled, the woman flinched and accidentally dropped her cigarette over the edge of the balcony. "Sheet!" she exclaimed loudly in English with an American accent as she looked at Izuku with startled eyes. Sorry, I don't speak Japanese good," she said in broken Japanese as she regarded Izuku suspiciously. Chuckling, Izuku switched over to English so the American woman could understand. "No problem, sorry for scaring you. I didn't think anybody else would be here." Nodding slowly, the blue-skinned woman tried to hide the pack of cigarettes she was holding behind her back. "Oh, you can speak English, sorry, I know I shouldn't be smoking." Giving the flustered woman a confused look, Izuku walked over to the railing and leaned his elbows against it as he gazed at the sparkling city below. "Why are you apologizing? I don't care if you smoke or not, you are an adult, right?" Now it was the woman's turn to give Izuku a confused look, and after a moment of silence she seemed to come to a conclusion and spoke hesitantly. "Yeah, I am an adult," she said as she slowly pulled a fresh cigarette out of the pack in her hands. "It's just my mod at air. Boss doesn't like that I smoke. He says it doesn't promote a good public image." Taking a sip of his cold beer, Izuku shrugged uncaringly. "I don't see a problem with it. Sure, it might not be the healthiest habit, but you are old enough to make your own decisions." Seeming to finally relax, the crimson-haired woman pulled a small lighter out of a hidden pocket and lit the end of her new cigarette. "Thanks for being cool with it. I know I should quit smoking, but my job can get kinda stressful and it really helps me to relax after a busy day." Nodding understandingly, Izuku took another sip of his beer before asking the woman a question. "So, what kind of job do you have?" The woman smiled with a mischievous glint in her eye and shrugged as she took a puff of her guilty pleasure. "I guess you could call it public relations. Sorry, but I don't really want to talk about work right now." Nodding in agreement, Izuku set his beer down and offered his hand to shake. "Fine by me, my job has been stressful lately as well. My name is Midoriya, nice to meet you." The brightly colored woman smiled happily and gave Izuku a surprisingly firm handshake as she talked over her cigarette. Nice to meet ya, Midoriya. My name is Cassandra. Izuku found it surprisingly easy to talk to Cassandra, the two quickly finding that they had a few shared interests and commiserating over aspects of their jobs that they did not like. Eventually, the field agent realized his beer bottle was empty and the hour was much later than expected. Well, it was nice talking to you, Cassandra, Izuku said honestly. But I have to work in the morning, so I should get going. With a clear look of disappointment on her face, Cassandra sighed and flicked the burned-out stub of her cigarette over the edge of the balcony. Yeah, my boss is probably wondering where I am. It was nice to talk to someone laid back for once, so thanks for hanging out with me. Smiling warmly, Izuku chuckled and opened the balcony door. My pleasure, Cassandra. Good luck with your job. Leaving the restaurant, Izuku hummed to himself absent-mindedly as he made his way back to his apartment. It had been a nice change of pace talking to someone without worrying about his responsibilities, and Izuku wondered how long Cassandra was going to be in Japan. A few unprofessional thoughts about Cassandra wandered through Izuku's head, but he quickly dismissed them and reprimanded himself for the mental slip. After all, Cassandra was obviously a few years younger than him and had her own job to focus. Eventually arriving at his apartment, Izuku made his way inside and went about his usual nightly routine. Then he flopped into bed and almost immediately fell asleep. The next day he woke up feeling refreshed and reinvigorated, ready to face the day and be productive the entire time. His logistics team still had a few rough edges to smooth out and there was always paperwork to do. So Izuku made himself breakfast and prepared to go to work. Just as he was about to open his apartment door, Izuku's phone started to ring. Pulling out his smartphone, Izuku was mildly surprised to see that it was his supervisor calling. Answering the call, Izuku was met with an exasperated sigh. Is everything all right, sir? Izuku asked questioningly. Midoriya, we have a bit of a situation at the office. The older man said with apprehension in his voice. I don't know what you did, but it seems you are the only one who can fix the situation. Arching an eyebrow curiously, Izuku instinctively began walking over to the hidden drawer where he kept a loaded pistol. What kind of situation are we talking about, sir? There was another heavy sigh from the older man before he responded. It's Miruko. She showed up at the office entrance and was demanding to talk to you. She refused to leave and there was a small incident. She is currently in a holding room and keeps telling us she needs to talk to you. I am hoping you can resolve this before the situation escalates and we get blasted by journalists for detaining the 5th-ranked pro hero. Let's turn back time a few days and get Rumi's side of the story. Rumi had spent nearly an entire day mustering up her courage to call Midoriya and apologize, but she did not expect the grouchy agent to hang up on her mid-sentence. To be fair, Rumi did not hold it against Midoriya for acting in such a way after everything she had put him through. So you can imagine her surprise when she tried to call a second time and promptly found herself blocked. Indignant and annoyed at Midoriya's petty behavior, Rumi subsequently spent the next week trying every possible way to contact her former liaison. Every attempt at apologizing was met with a wall of silence, which made Rumi's blood begin to boil every time she thought about Midoriya. She was trying to apologize, damn it. Why was he acting like such a childish a-hole? Of course, the entire time this chain of events was going on, Rumi also had to deal with the fact that her quirk powers still had not returned. Sure, she still had her rabbit-like ears and feet, but now they were just cosmetic changes to her body. So after a week had passed with no word from Midoriya, Rumi found herself in a particularly foul mood. Sitting on her couch in her apartment and dressed in casual clothes, Rumi scowled as she sent Hawks a text message asking for another favor. The rabbit girl hero had never been the patient type, so after every attempt at being civil with her former partner failed, she decided to go with the nuclear option. She was going to apologize to that green-haired JRK whether he liked it or not. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Rumi jumped up when her phone buzzed with a text message alert. Opening the text, Rumi grinned evilly and opened up the map app on her phone and began typing in the street address Hawks had sent her. Midoriya might have been able to ignore her so far, but that was going to change when she arrived at his office and apologized directly to his stupid face. Leaving her apartment, Rumi hailed a taxi and told the driver to drop her off at the address she had been given. After a short ride and ignoring the driver's attempts at casual conversation, Rumi found herself standing on the sidewalk looking at a generic rectangular office building. Spotting the front entrance, Rumi strode through the metal and glass doors and into the building lobby. Walking up to the front desk manned by a single young male receptionist, Rumi slapped her metal palm down for attention. The skinny receptionist nearly fell out of his seat in surprise, clearly absorbed in his work and not expecting such an abrupt way of getting attention. Righting himself, the receptionist looked up gaped in amazement as he realized that Miruko herself was staring right at him. "Hey kid, I need to talk to someone in this building. Tell me where I can find Midoriya," Rumi said curtly as she glanced around at the bystanders who were all watching curiously. Nodding eagerly, the receptionist put on a practiced fake smile as he typed into his computer. "Of course, Miss Miruko. Just give me a second and I can give you his office number." Nodding with satisfaction, Rumi watched as the receptionist's fingers flew over his keyboard in a blur as he stared intently at his screen. Suddenly the receptionist froze and stared at the screen like he had seen a ghost. The color drained from his cheeks, leaving him looking pale and obviously very nervous. There is a little problem," the receptionist said weakly as his eyes glanced up at Miruko. "I am getting a message saying that I am not allowed to give you any information about this Midoriya person." Growling in frustration, Rumi leaned over the desk and glared at the nervous receptionist with unamused eyes. "I don't give a f if you are not allowed to tell me. You better give me Midoriya's office number right now, or else I am just going to find him myself." A drop of nervous sweat ran down the receptionist's face as he held up his hands in surrender and leaned back away from the intimidating pro-hero. "I can't," the young man squeaked fearfully. "I don't have the right clearance. Even if I try to look it up, the system won't tell me. I swear." Snarling quietly in annoyance, Rumi straightened up and looked around. Looks like she was just going to have to tear the building apart, figuratively, until she found that green-haired prick herself. Just as she was about to pick which floor to begin her search on, the nearby elevator doors opened to reveal 3 burly men in cheap black suits. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, Rumi watched as the 3 government goons approached her with fake smiles on their faces. "Miss Miruko, it seems you are in need of some assistance," the lead goon said, his bald head broken up by ridges of what looked like obsidian shards. "Why don't we step outside and have a little chat?" Rumi felt her lip instinctively curl into a snarl as she watched the other 2 goons slowly spread out and surround her. Glancing at their suits, Rumi's sharp eyes immediately spotted the bulges on their hips that indicated they all had concealed pistols. "How about we do this instead?" Rumi said flatly. "You get out of my way and I go find Midoriya." The lead goon sighed disappointedly as his friendly facade was replaced by a cold professional demeanor. "You know we can't do that, Miruko. Let's not make a scene here in front of all these people. If you leave peacefully, I promise I will have Midoriya call you later." Rumi slowly backed up until her back hit the edge of the receptionist's desk, her eyes darting around as she instinctively began making a battle plan. "Bullshit." She spat venomously. "I am not leaving until I talk to Midoriya face to face. Do you really think just the 3 of you can stop me?" Rumi hoped that her bluff would work. Only a select few people knew how weak she currently was, and she was banking on her fearsome reputation to help sell her lie. The 3 government goons glanced at each other nervously, one of them slowly inching his hand towards the concealed pistol on his hip. The lead security agent frowned and was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. After a tense few seconds, he spoke to Rumi in a much more non-confrontational tone. "Let's compromise," he said calmly as he subtly gestured for his subordinates to calm down. "If you let us detain you peacefully, I will put you in a holding room in this building. Then I can simply tell my boss that you are determined not to leave until you talk to Midoriya. I can't guarantee anything, but you have a good chance of getting Midoriya sent directly to you. Me and my men technically fulfill our duties, and you get to negotiate directly with our boss without things turning into a mess. Deal?" Rumi furrowed her brow as she mulled over the compromise. Frankly, her best option was to agree to the deal because she sure as hell was in no condition to fight anyone, let alone 3 bruisers with guns. After letting out a frustrated huff, Rumi nodded and broke out of her fighting stance. Fine, but no HNTFS, all right? With relief evident on his face, the lead security agent gestured for Rumi to follow him. All right, follow me. Following the hulking man through a nondescript door, Rumi walked through a maze of generic office hallways until her guide stopped at a plain metal door. Just wait in here, the security agent said as he gestured at the door. I am going to talk to my boss as quickly as I can, so please don't break out and go on a rampage. Rumi snickered and opened the door. Don't worry, as long as I get Midoriya, I won't break anything. Izuku stood outside the steel holding room door as his supervisor paced nervously up and down the carpeted hallway. Midoriya, please try to be professional, the balding portly man said anxiously. I know you don't have the best history with Miruko, but she is still a pro hero at the end of the day. Director Fujikawa will have our heads if the press gets wind of your disagreements. Izuku nodded and took in a deep breath as he placed his hand on the metal doorknob. I will try, sir, I just want this whole thing to be over with. Izuku's supervisor nodded and began to walk away so as to give his subordinate some privacy. Good man, I will be the only one watching the cameras, so don't worry about anyone poking their nose into your personal life. Giving his supervisor a grateful nod, Izuku waited until the older man had walked out of sight, then opened the holding room door. Stepping into the beige carpeted room, Izuku closed the door behind himself and inspected his surroundings. There was only the bare minimum in the room, 2 folding metal chairs and a plastic table between them. There were no windows, and in the upper corners of the room small security cameras constantly swiveled about recording everything they saw. Then he finally turned his gaze to the lone figure sitting at the table. Miruko was dressed in casual clothes consisting of blue jeans, a black hoodie, and custom-fitted white running shoes. The second Izuku stepped into the room, the pro hero's rabbit ears perked up and she straightened up in her chair, clearly eager to discuss whatever was on her mind. Sighing tiredly, the Izuku sat down in the metal chair opposite of Miruko and gave her an apathetic look. So here I am, the green-haired agent said coldly. I thought I had made it pretty clear that I didn't want to talk to you. So this better be DMN important. Anticipating another screaming match, Izuku nearly fell out of his chair in surprise when Miruko simply nodded meekly. Well, that I think it is important, the pro hero said quietly as her eyes met Izuku's. Midoriya, I know you hate my guts, but I am just asking for you to listen to what I have to say. She was silent for a moment before continuing in a very subdued voice. I just wanted to apologize for, everything. Izuku glared suspiciously at the abnormally quiet woman in front of him and crossed his arms as he spoke. Okay, what is really going on here? Is this some kind of sick joke that you are pulling on me? What makes you think even for a second that I actually believe you? Leaning forward, Miruko glared back at the field agent as her voice took on an indignant tone. Look, Midoriya, I am trying to apologize for what I did, but you are being a real a-hole about this. I know you think I am some kind of sicko that enjoys hurting people, but I am trying to change, goddammit. Stop being such a d, and listen to me for once. Izuku rolled his eyes as he dismissively waved away Miruko's words. You really expect me to believe you? My bet is that you are only doing this because your agent told you to. So you can take your apology and shove it, because there is no way in hell I am falling for such a stupid lie. Izuku felt a small amount of satisfaction as Rumi snarled angrily and slammed her metal fist down on the table as she stood up. You are unbelievable, she exclaimed loudly. You have got to be the most hateful and petty person I have ever met. Here I'm trying to make things right and you insist on treating me like shit. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Izuku did flinch in the slightest at Rumi's outburst, crossing his arms defiantly and glaring at her with disgust. Sorry to disappoint you, but this is not some cheesy movie about friendship and forgiveness. You treated me like I was dirt even after I did my best to work with you. I have had to put up with bullies like you my entire life, so I have no sympathy for you just because you suddenly realized how shitty of a person you are. Give me one good reason why I should believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. Because I almost died. Rumi screamed in exasperation. I get it, You hate me, but I am doing my best to fix things. She heaved in a lungful of air before placing her hand over her heart and glaring at Izuku with hurt and remorse in her eyes. All I am asking is that you give me a chance to make things right. Please. Izuku frowned as he stared at the emotional hero in front of him. Part of him wanted to put her through as much pain and suffering as she had done to him, but he suddenly recalled a memory of his mom. He had just come home from school with a bloody nose and a black eye, wishing all kinds of pain upon those who had been tormenting him. As he tried to hold back sobs of agony, his mom had hugged him tight and gently stroked his curly hair. Izuku, I know how hard this is for you, but I promise one day things will get better. There might even come a time when people will realize what they did to you was wrong and try to make amends. People can change, and I hope that you don't hold on to your hate forever. It will be hard, but sometimes the best kind of friend is one who has changed for the better. Staring at the pro-hero in front of him, Izuku could almost feel his mom's comforting hand on his shoulder. Maybe his mom was right. Maybe he should give Miruko a chance. There was a long silence, but eventually Izuku gave his answer. All right, let's say I believe that you are being honest. He said cautiously. Just what exactly did you have in mind? For a second Izuku saw a breathtaking smile on Miruko's face, but it was quickly replaced by an anxious and uncertain expression. Well, she said surprisingly quietly as she nervously wrung her hands together, I was gonna ask if you would be my liaison again. I know that is a lot to ask for, and you probably already got assigned a new partner, but that was the only thing I could think of. Izuku stroked his chin as he mulled over Miruko's plan. Frankly, he did not have many reasons to refuse her. The logistics team he was in charge of had improved greatly since the warehouse raid, and most of his days were just filled with administrative paperwork. Also, Izuku could practically feel his supervisors staring at him expectantly through the cameras, and he owed the man greatly. Sighing in resignation, Izuku nodded. Fine, we can start over, but let me make a few things clear right now. He leaned forward and gave Miruko a stern look as he tapped the plastic table for emphasis. If we are going to work together, you need to treat me like an equal. My trust is earned, not given for free. You can go to your normal hero stuff, but when we are working together, you need to listen to what I have to say. Miruko nodded eagerly as she grinned happily. You got it, Midoriya. I just want to start fresh and forget about our not-so-friendly past. Izuku ran a hand through his curly green hair and nodded as well. All right then, I will get started on the paperwork and meet you at your apartment tomorrow morning to start planning. He was slightly surprised when Miruko offered her hand for him to shake. You won't regret this, Midoriya, she said with renewed vigor. Standing up, Izuku frowned as he looked at Miruko's extended hand and the expectant look on her face. She did say she wanted to start over, and sometimes the biggest changes begin with the smallest steps. Finally, Izuku reached out and gave his newly returned partner's hand a firm shake, all while trying to ignore how warm and soft her skin was. Stepping out of the front door of the Ministry of Defense building, Rumi could not keep a happy grin off her face as she began walking back to her apartment. She had done it. She had managed to convince Midoriya to give her a second chance, and she was determined not to mess it up. Pulling her smartphone out of her pocket, Rumi quickly dialed the number of her agent. After 2 short rings, there was a click and the sound of Miss Sasaki's voice. What is it, Rumi? The stern lady asked bluntly. I did it. The tanned woman cheered happily. Midoriya is giving me a second chance. He is coming by my place tomorrow to make plans and stuff. Rumi could hear a slight grin in her agent's voice as the woman chuckled. Well, that is good news for a change. The older woman stated. Frankly, I was fully expecting him to tell you to take a hike. Rumi decided to omit the rough beginning of the conversation in the holding room and simply scoffed at her agent's surprise. Hey, I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be. It's just that most of the time my problems are solved with a good kick. The two talked for a little bit more before ending the call, leaving the happy pro-hero to walk back to her apartment with a little more pep in her step. Finally getting back to her penthouse, Rumi grabbed a bag of baby carrots from the fridge and plopped down onto her living room couch. Turning her massive TV on, she flicked through channels in search of something to entertain her. I wonder what kind of quirk Midoriya has? Rumi thought to herself as she munched on her snack. The way everyone talks him up, I doubt he will have any problems doing some of my hero work. Just gotta remember to tell him I am not at full strength tomorrow. The rest of the day passed quickly and Rumi eventually went to bed after a nice long bath. Flopping onto her massive bed, she burrowed under the blankets and quickly fell asleep trying to imagine what Midoriya's quirk was. The next morning Rumi woke up bright and early to prepare for her guest. Frankly, not much needed to be done as the only part of her penthouse that was messy and unorganized was her bedroom, and there was no way Midoriya was going to be setting foot in there. Finished with her preparations, she sat down on her couch and waited for her liaison to arrive. The rabbit hero had barely started watching a morning news show when her apartment doorbell began to chime loudly. Jumping to her feet, Rumi cast one last glance around her apartment to make sure everything was in order. Just as she was about to open the door, she happened to glance down at herself and stopped dead in her tracks. She was still wearing her goddamn pajamas. "Hold on a sec," she yelled before bolting to her room. Frantically digging through her closet for a nice set of clothes, Rumi paused in the middle of comparing two different color shirts. Why the hell was she getting so concerned about her clothes? She could care less how Midoriya saw her off-duty. Had talked to him yesterday in a hoodie and blue jeans. Resisting the urge to slam her head against the nearest wall, Rumi threw on a cyan t-shirt and black sweatpants before sprinting back to her front door. Taking a second to straighten out her hair, she opened the door and smiled at the man standing out in the hallway wearing his Seoul government standard black suit. "Heya Midoriya," she said cheerily. "Come on in." "Sorry about that, I had to. Turn off my stove." As the handsome field agent gave her a quizzical look, Rumi mentally screamed in embarrassment. That was the lamest excuse she had ever concocted in her entire life. Why couldn't she just have been honest? It was like, whenever Midoriya was involved, her normally calm and composed mentality went flying out the window. Okay, Midoriya said slowly as he walked into Rumi's apartment. Closing the door behind her liaison, Rumi gestured over to the lone couch and low coffee table. "Just sit over there," she said awkwardly. "I can grab a stool from the kitchen, you can take the couch." Midoriya nodded and Rumi finally noticed that he was carrying a black briefcase by its handle. As the dark-skinned woman grabbed a folding stool from the kitchen, the field agent sat down on the couch and placed his briefcase on the table in front of him. Opening it up, he pulled out a stack of papers and a small laptop. "First off, I need you to fill out some forms," the green-haired agent said as he retrieved a black ballpoint pen from the briefcase. "After that we can discuss strategy. You might have to change your normal patrol routine a little, but for the most part you can just do your duties as usual." Placing the stool so she was facing Midoriya, Rumi could not suppress the slight annoyance in her voice. "Really? Paperwork? I normally have my agent do all that kind of stuff," she said as she examined the form at the top of the pile and the concerning amount of small text it had on it. "Well, your agent isn't here and this needs to be done as soon as possible," Midoriya said as he handed the pen to her. "You better get used to doing this because working for the government means there are at least 2 forms for anything you do." Groaning in dismay, Rumi placed the first form in front of her and began skimming through the contents. "Ah man, nobody told me that. How do you get anything done when you have so much paperwork?" Midoriya shrugged as he opened his laptop and powered it on. "You get used to it. Actually, I could do all this myself, but I wanted to give you a taste of what I have to do so you can appreciate my work. For every pro hero there are at least 3 office workers doing all their paperwork." Rumi grumbled under her breath but diligently filled out the first form before moving on to the second. "As you do that, I want you to give me an overview of your daily hero activities," the government agent said as he cracked his knuckles. "This way I can streamline the process so you spend more time out in the field and less time sitting here with me doing paperwork." Rumi paused and gave Midoriya an apologetic look. "I don't know how to say this, but my quirk still isn't working." Rumi would have laughed at the bewildered expression on her liaison's face if the topic wasn't so depressing. "What?" Midoriya said loudly in disbelief. "Are you messing with me?" Rumi shook her head sadly. "I wish I was. The doctors at the hospital were not that helpful in offering advice either. I have just been kinda lounging around ever since I got back from the hospital. She paused before smiling at her liaison and grinning confidently. But it ain't that bad. I mean, you can just take my place for a little bit until I am back to full strength. Easy peasy. Rumi was confused when Midoriya buried his head in his hands and groaned in dismay. Even if I hadda? He stopped mid-sentence and paused for a few seconds before looking up and continuing. It's not that easy, Miruko. He said bluntly. Besides the fact that I don't have any kind of experience with hero work, it would be a political shitshow if I took your place, even if it was temporary. Rumi frowned and tilted her head slightly in confusion. I don't get it. She said honestly. Just tell everyone you are filling in for me. Also, you probably have plenty of experience after doing all your army stuff. Rumi watched as Midoriya slapped his palm to his forehead and tried to calm himself. There are so many things wrong with what you just said. The field agent said unhappily. Before Rumi could ask why, Midoriya began to explain. You have to think with an outsider's perspective. He stated. How would it look if some random guy from the mod took the place of a top-ranked hero without going through the entire pro-hero training process? I can guarantee people would see it as me abusing my authority and skipping the figurative line to become a pro-hero. Add on the fact that any number of watchdog groups would start screaming bloody murder about government interference in a privatized sector. Next thing you know, pro-heroes are replaced by government-sponsored military contractors that only have the interests of their employer in mind. Shaking his head vehemently, Midoriya closed his laptop and stood up. There is no way in hell we are doing what you suggested. Rumi only understood a third of what Midoriya was saying, but he did seem to have a point. Looking around, the green-haired man scratched his chin as he seemingly pondered his options. Okay, change of plans. Getting you back to fighting strength is our #1 priority. Rumi stood up as well and gave her liaison a doubtful look. It isn't that easy, man. My quirk is gone and the only thing I can do is wait for it to come back. Midoriya paused before speaking. Says who? A handful of doctors who have never dealt with this problem before? Jesus Christ, it almost sounds like you are giving up. Rumi narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms as she tried her best to keep calm. Hey, I didn't say I was giving up. I just need to wait since it is the only thing I can do. Midoriya shook his head and walked over to the kitchen counter. Nope, that is the easy way out. The only way you will know for certain is if you try. Now come here and arm wrestle me. Rumi's ears flicked slightly as she tried to figure out just what the hell her liaison was up to. What? She said like she had not heard correctly. You heard me. Midoriya said authoritatively. Come here and arm wrestle me. I want to see for myself how weak you are. Rumi huffed in annoyance and marched over to the waiting field agent. She knew that he chose those words to get a reaction from her, but it still set her off being called weak. Putting her flesh and blood arm on the counter, Rumi clasped hands with Midoriya and forced herself to ignore how warm the man's hand was. Once they were both ready, the two immediately put all their strength into besting the other. For the first few seconds it was a deadlock, neither of the two participants able to overpower each other. But eventually Rumi's arm began to shake from exertion, and slowly her hand was forced down until it slammed against the counter with a thump. Breathing heavily, Midoriya looked at the defeated Rumi with surprise clearly evident on his face. Wow, I was honestly not expecting to win that. I guess you really are telling the truth. Grumbling unhappily, Rumi massaged her now sore arm with her metal hand. I told you. Now what are we gonna do? For the first time Rumi saw Midoriya give her an evil grin that both excited and annoyed her. Now I get to put you through hell until you get your strength back. He said with fiendishly. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. You better be prepared tomorrow, because I am going to work you until you can't move a muscle. For a second a small part of Rumi's brain suggested some exercises the two could do together, but she quickly locked those unhelpful thoughts away and fought to keep a blush off her cheeks. Quickly packing up his things, Midoriya pulled out his phone as he held the handle of his briefcase in the other. I should probably unblock your number now. He said matter-of-factly. Enjoy the leisure time while you have it, because from now on you are either going to be training or working. Still trying to get her thoughts in order, Rumi could only mumble an acknowledgement as Midoriya left her apartment. Great, this was definitely karma coming back to bite her in the butt. Rumi was woken from her slumber by the loud chiming of her penthouse doorbell. With her long silver hair sticking out in random places and her rabbit ears flopping limply against her head, she cracked an eye open and growled in annoyance. Who had decided to make her doorbell so effing loud? To add on to that, what time was it? Tilting her head slightly so she could glance at her bedroom windows, Rumi was shocked to see that it was still dark outside, with the barest hint of a rising sun in the distance. With the doorbell still chiming incessantly, Rumi fumbled her way out of bed and briefly considered punting whoever was at her door down the elevator. Dressed in an oversized t-shirt and baggy sweatpants, Rumi rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she trudged to the front door. Still half asleep, she wondered who had the audacity to wake her up at such an ungodly hour. Contrary to popular belief, she enjoyed sleeping in and treasured the mornings that were spent in bed under a pile of warm blankets. Reaching the front door, Rumi flung it open and spoke without looking to see who it was. "Listen, jackass, you better stop ringing my doorbell or I am going to dropkick you," she growled while suppressing a yawn. Hearing a chuckle that made her stomach flutter, Rumi instantly woke up as she realized just who exactly she had threatened. "I would like to see you try," Midoriya said mockingly. "I thought rabbits were supposed to be early morning animals?" Frantically backpedaling, Rumi held her hands up apologetically as she blurted out a reply. "Sheet. I'm sorry, Midoriya, I didn't mean it." "Well, I kinda did, but I didn't know it was you out there." Now fully awake thanks to that spike of surprise adrenaline, Rumi could not help but enjoy the sight in front of her. Midoriya was dressed in a gray polo shirt that subtly showed off his perfectly toned arms, and his blue jeans and black loafers completed his business casual look. Honestly, with his athletic figure, height, playfully curly hair, and expressive face, Midoriya would not look out of place on the front cover of a men's fashion magazine. Realizing she was staring, Rumi forced herself to turn around and motion for her liaison to come in. "Will come on in, I guess," she said with fake bravado. "Gimme a sec to change." Racing back to her bedroom, Rumi resisted the urge to scream in embarrassed frustration as she sifted through piles of clothes in search of a workout outfit. It was so goddamn unfair how hot Midoriya was. Talk about winning the genetic lottery. She wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya was a total lady killer in high school. Finally finding a reasonably clean white t-shirt with a symmetrical blue design on the front, Rumi threw it on and hopped into a pair of black leggings. Patting her hair down into a reasonably manageable state, she took a steadying breath before exiting her bedroom and walking back to Midoriya. However, she was surprised to see that the handsome man had found her workout room and was sifting through a black military-style duffel bag. "Hey!" Rumi blurted out angrily. "You can't just go poking around someone's place without asking," she said indignantly. Midoriya did not even bother to look back towards Rumi, instead simply waving off her complaint like she was an annoying child. "Oh, calm down," he said patronizingly. "I knew you must have some kind of training room, so I let myself in to start getting set up." Spluttering in astonishment at the brazen intrusion of her personal space, Rumi clenched her fists and forced herself to speak in an even tone. "You know, Midoriya, I am really trying to be nice to ya, but you are making it really hard for me to do that right now." Standing up, the green-haired man turned around and gave Rumi a quizzical look. "I don't care if you are nice to me or not. As long as you treat me like an equal, I am fine with being your liaison. Partners can disagree and have differences of opinions, but at the end of the day we are both fighting on the same side. As long as you keep that in mind, we won't have any problems." Rumi's ears twitched in annoyance as she frowned and tried to process what her liaison had just said. So she could be mean to him, as long as she treated him like an equal? Well, that certainly made it easier. Letting out an annoyed sigh, Rumi put her hands on her hips and watched as Midoriya went back to digging through his bag. "Well, you could have said that earlier. I thought you were gonna flip out if I so much as criticized your fashion sense." Midoriya snorted in amusement as he retrieved a set of sparring gloves. "Hey, I think my fashion sense is just fine. Socks and sandals are not so bad once you try them." Caught off guard by the joke, Rumi could not help but grin a little and relax her aggressive posture. It seemed Midoriya had a sense of humor after all. Curious as to what kind of training Midoriya had in mind, Rumi took a quick look around her workout room. The room itself was large and wide open, the middle of the floor covered in padded training mats and the edges littered with various pieces of workout equipment. She had to get most of the stuff custom made to handle her overwhelming power. Sure, it had cost quite a bit more than normal, but it paid off when she could kick a sparring dummy at full power without it blasting through a wall and into the street below. Rumi looked back to her liaison as he stood up and pointed at one of the dense punching bags on the perimeter of the room. "So, I'm guessing all your training equipment was built to handle your power, right?" he asked astutely. "Go kick that bag as hard as you can." Rumi nodded and walked over to the hanging punching bag. Squaring her shoulders and falling into her classic fighting stance, Rumi narrowed her eyes and struck with one of her iconic spinning kicks. The impact barely moved the punching bag. Sighing in disappointment, Rumi did not notice her ears droop slightly as she turned back to face Midoriya. "See," she said sadly. "Right now I am about as useful as a screen door on a submarine." Midoriya shrugged uncaringly as he tossed the sparring gloves to Rumi. "I am not trying to mock you," he stated. "I simply wanted to be sure that you wouldn't kill me by accident. Now put on those gloves and give me your best shot." Furrowing her brow in confusion, Rumi complied and put on the fingerless sparring gloves. "So just attack you? No secret super spy training technique or anything?" she asked. Midoriya nodded and walked to the middle of the training mats. "You might be weaker, but you still have all your experience, right? I want to see if your fighting style is effective even without your quirk." Following her liaison to the training mats, Rumi put on a cheeky grin as she took a fighting stance. "All right, but no whining if I give you a black eye." Before Midoriya could respond, she struck, aiming a sweeping kick at her partner's legs to knock him over. However, Rumi's attack only hit empty air, and in what felt like the blink of an eye she was roughly sent sprawling onto her back. "Really? Is that it?" Midoriya said tauntingly with an annoying smirk on his face. "Seems like the only thing amazing about you was your quirk after all." Growling angrily, Rumi hopped to her feet and glared at the man in front of her. "Shut up, dickwad. You have no idea what it is like to be quirkless." The warm spark in Midoriya's eyes was snuffed out instantly, replaced by a cold stare that sent a chill down Rumi's spine. Before she could react, her partner had stepped forward and delivered an open palm strike that knocked the wind out of her lungs and sent her sprawling once more. Wheezing painfully, Rumi wobbled to her feet as Midoriya glared at her with thinly veiled anger. "Am I supposed to feel sorry for you?" he said coldly. "People go their entire lives being preyed upon by those with strong quirks. It just so happens that you now fall into that majority. You want to get stronger? You are going to have to do it the hard way. So quit crying like a wimp and fight me." Rumi felt a spark of anger flare in her chest as she itched in labored breaths. What the F was Midoriya's problem? He was in no position to lecture her about quirks. He was not the one who had their quirk taken away. Dashing forward, Rumi made a feint as if to deliver a spinning kick, only to lash out with a punch aimed at Midoriya's chin. But just like before, it seemed Midoriya was one step ahead of her. Easily deflecting the punch, he grabbed Rumi's extended arm and threw her to the ground in a perfectly executed judo throw. Laying on the ground, Rumi wondered just how long she was going to be pushed around by her liaison. The sun was setting as Izuku walked up the stairwell to the floor his apartment was on. With his bulky black duffel bag slung over his shoulder, he fished his keys out of his pocket and stopped at his apartment door. Unlocking the metal door, the green-haired agent stepped into his apartment, turned on the lights, and dropped his bag full of training gear on the floor. As he changed out of his clothes and into a simple robe, Izuku reflected on how Miruko's first day of training had gone. True to his word, Izuku had trained with Rumi until she could barely stand. Well, if he was being honest, it was more like he bullied her relentlessly until she was about to pass out from exhaustion. Sure, it was unfair of him to take advantage of her weakened state, but working with the rabbit hero reminded him just how different they were. As much as he hated to admit it, even in her weakened state Miruko was more than strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a low-ranked hero. The only reason he was able to push her around was because he had plenty of experience fighting people stronger than him. Sighing in a depressed manner, Izuku trudged over to his tiny kitchen and made himself a cup of instant noodles. It was not the healthiest meal by a long shot, but he was not in the mood to make his usual well-balanced dinner. With his steaming cup of noodles in hand, the green-haired man sat down heavily on the threadbare couch in front of his flat-screen TV. Turning the television on, he tried to find a show that would take his mind off the depressing facts bouncing around in his brain. After nearly half an hour of channel surfing, he gave up and turned off the TV. Finishing his noodles, he threw the styrofoam cup in the trash and headed to bed. Turning off the lights and crawling under the covers, Izuku went to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the comforting darkness was replaced by disjointed images and sounds. Memories of the past blended together with dreams of the future as Izuku's consciousness floated in the middle of the sea of dreams like a bird flying high in the sky. Suddenly everything changed, replaced with a vision that felt like he was watching a movie. A memory surfaced and Izuku watched as a group of men wearing military clothes ran down a bombed-out street, a billowing cloud of white smoke looming behind them. One by one the men were swallowed by the thick cloud, each of them screaming in agony as their exposed skin was burned and their clothes set ablaze. The scene changed, Izuku now standing over a hastily dug pit as he peered down over the edge. Dead bodies were piled haphazardly on top of each other, their limbs contorted into unnatural angles from being tossed uncaringly into the hole. The smell of decay and rotting flesh was oppressive, making Izuku reflexively as he continued to stare at the mass grave in morbid fascination. Next he was walking alongside a group of people down a desert road, their faces blurred out like someone had smudged a fingerprint over a photograph. With the sun burning brightly overhead, Izuku's group came upon a rusty old bridge that extended over a dry riverbed. Dead bodies hung from nooses that had been strung up over the steel beams high above, the desiccated and withered corpses swinging gently in the mockingly soft breeze. Then the memories began to blur together, speeding by almost too fast for Izuku to see. The fresh corpse of a woman lying in the street while a vulture greedily pecked away at her eyeballs. A bloody and ripped teddy bear sitting next to a baby cradle riddled with shrapnel. A tearful man begging for his life as the timer of his suicide vest hit 0. The splatter of blood against sterile white hospital walls as gunshots rang out in the distance. None of it was good, yet all of it was viscerally real. His eyes flying open, Izuku bolted upright as he heaved in panicked breaths. His body covered in a sheen of cold sweat and the blankets laying in a pile on the floor next to the bed. With the taste of bile in his mouth, Izuku stumbled to the bathroom and barely made it to the toilet before retching up the half-digested remains of his last meal. Closing his eyes and forcing himself to breathe slowly, the field agent clutched the cold porcelain of the toilet and gritted his teeth together until the wave of nausea passed. The traumatic memories faded back into nothingness, and eventually Izuku calmed down enough to stand up and splash some cold water on his face. Staring at his bedraggled face in the bathroom mirror, he grimaced. By now he had gotten used to the occasional episode, where his sleeping mind dredged up the worst memories he had bottled up over the years and played them back like a demented movie reel. But soldiers do not admit weakness. Yes, he had seen all the studies about PTSD. Yes, he had seen the informational videos describing the best ways to get help. Yes, he had seen the flyers at work for anonymous counseling sessions. No, he had not given any of it a chance. He knew it was unhealthy, but he was determined to tough it out like he did with any other problem. Knowing that there was no way he would be able to go back to sleep, Izuku got dressed and began preparing for a new day of training with Miruko. Rumi yawned as her alarm clock began buzzing. Sitting up in her bed, she rubbed the sleep from her eyes as warm rays of sunlight filtered into her room. A week had passed since she had started training with Midoriya, yet she did not feel any stronger. Every day she went to bed exhausted and sore only to wake up and repeat it all over again. There had been a few times where she could have sworn she almost landed a hit on her liaison, but the green-haired man did not seem to ever tire even though Rumi always tried her hardest to best him. Today was different though. Today was the day of the Hero Liaison Conference. So with her training temporarily on hold, Rumi had been able to sleep in and not get up until the sun had risen. Getting out of bed, the rabbit hero went about her usual morning routine and prepared for the long day ahead of her. After taking a quick shower to freshen up, she ate a light breakfast of toast and carrots before getting dressed. It felt like it had been ages since she had last put on her hero outfit, when in reality it had only been around 2 weeks. It still fit perfectly, but when Rumi looked at herself in the mirror she could not help but feel like she was lying to everyone by wearing it. The cumulative effect of waking up every day to find she was still quirkless was taking its toll on the pro-hero. Normally she faced the day with positive enthusiasm, but now she could barely convince herself to get out of bed in the morning. If she did not have Midoriya pushing her to train, she would likely just spend her days laying in bed and sleeping. Shaking her head slightly to get rid of the depressed thoughts, Rumi went out into the main room and plopped down onto the couch in front of her massive flat-screen TV. Grabbing the remote and turning the television on, Rumi flipped through channels as she waited for Midoriya to show up. The programs she came upon were all different, but none of them managed to hold her attention. A morning news show talking about an overseas pop star making her debut, a popular hero gossip show, trashy reality TV shows, all of them were the equivalent of white noise to Rumi. Saving her from a slow death by sheer boredom, Rumi's doorbell finally rang. Jumping up from the couch and turning off the TV, Rumi bounced over to the front door but paused right as she was about to open it. Why was she so happy to see Midoriya? She had just noticed how whenever the handsome guy was involved she had much more motivation to do things, even if she did complain every once in a while. Before losing her quirk, Rumi had no problem doing her daily menial tasks, but now it was a struggle to do even the most basic housekeeping chores around her apartment. However, when Midoriya was with her she almost felt like everything was back to normal. Dismissing the confusing thoughts running through her head, Rumi opened her apartment door and forced herself to smile at Midoriya, who was standing in the hallway. "Hey Midoriya," Rumi said with a bit of forced enthusiasm. "I'm ready to go whenever you are." Midoriya was dressed in his government standard black suit, but his normally unruly green hair had been slicked back into a much classier style. To be honest, Rumi briefly considered taking a picture so she could admire her liaison's fresh hairstyle later. Miruko. Coming back to her senses, Rumi realized she had been staring blankly at Midoriya while he had been trying to talk to her. "You okay?" the man asked in a slightly concerned tone as he looked at her curiously. Fighting to keep the blush off her cheeks, Rumi mentally slapped herself and put on a fake smile. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said. "Just was thinking about stuff." Midoriya was silent and stared at Rumi with an intense gaze that made the rabbit hero want to both shy away and lose herself in his eyes at the same. Finally he spoke. "You don't have to force yourself to go if you don't feel like it," he said surprisingly gently. Blinking in surprise, Rumi kept her fake smile on her face and waved away her liaison's concern. "What are you talking about, Midoriya? I feel great." Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Midoriya crossed his arms and spoke in a slightly more stern tone. "Don't bullshit me, Miruko. I can tell something is bothering you. I can't do my job properly if you are going to hide things from me. Now either you level with me right now or I'm going to call your agent and make you talk to her." The fake smile left Rumi's face as her normally perky rabbit ears drooped heavily. She wanted to tell him what was wrong, honestly she did. But she had gone her entire life keeping everyone at arm's length. The only person she trusted was Miss Sasaki, and that was only after spending years working with the dour woman. It was like she was standing on the edge of a cliff while a black ocean crashed against jagged rocks far below. She could go the safe route and step back, keeping her problems to herself while treating Midoriya like everyone else. Or she could take the risk and let herself fall, leaving herself vulnerable while trusting that Midoriya would catch her and not take advantage of her weakness. For almost a full minute silence filled the room. Just as Midoriya began to reach into his pocket for his phone, Rumi made her decision. The formerly confident woman paused and avoided meeting her liaison's eyes while she unconsciously wrung her hands together. "I just feel like a fraud. How can I wear my hero outfit and pretend like everything is fine when it isn't?" Her voice cracked slightly as words began to flow from her mouth in an endless stream. What happens if there is some kind of emergency and people look to me to save them when I can't? It all just feels so pointless. I want to believe that my quirk will come back, but every day I wake up to find out that I am still weak and useless. My whole FNG life I wanted to be the strongest, no matter what. Now I don't have the one thing that made me who I am. Looking up, Rumi did not notice her voice growing louder as she let her inner thoughts continue to spill out. I am just a quirkless person pretending to be a hero. I have no right to go to this conference where people will look at me like I am some kind of example to follow. I hate myself for being weak, then I hate myself even more for not believing in myself. I don't know what to do. Suddenly Rumi felt something wet on her cheek. As she shakily put her metal hand up to her face, she realized that somewhere during her confession tears had started to form in her eyes. Mortified and angry at her own body for betraying her, Rumi angrily rubbed away her tears as she sniffled sadly. "I'm sorry she croaked out before beginning to turn around to run away. However, Rumi suddenly found herself in a warm embrace as Midoriya pulled her close and hugged her. The unexpected act of kindness was the figurative straw that broke the camel's back, and before she could stop herself, Rumi broke down and clung to her liaison as she sobbed quietly. Burying her head into Midoriya's shoulder, Rumi tried to sort out the confusing rush of feelings cascading through her. The warmth being conveyed through the hug, the subtle scent of citrus shampoo filling her nose, the flutter in her chest as she hugged Midoriya's broad back, it was all too much to handle. Giving up on trying to make sense of what was happening, Rumi simply let herself enjoy the feeling of Midoriya's strong arms around her as her stream of tears slowly subsided. "It's okay," Midoriya said softly in a comforting tone that made Rumi's heart skip a beat. "I understand. I really do. But you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. I was serious when I said you should trust me. We are partners, and partners should be able to rely on each other at all times. It's okay to doubt yourself, you wouldn't be human if you didn't." Gently stroking Rumi's back, Midoriya gave her head a gentle pat as he spoke reassuringly. "I promise things will get better. You just have to keep your chin up and face every challenge head-on. I will be right next to you through thick and thin, so let me help carry some of this burden you bear." Rumi wanted this feeling of companionship and warmth to last forever, but as her tears finally stopped flowing, she pulled back slightly to look up at Midoriya with a weak smile on her face. "Thanks, Midoriya," she said softly. "Who would have guessed you were such a softie?" She teased lightly. Rumi was happy to see a slight blush tinge Midoriya's cheeks as he cleared his throat awkwardly and avoided looking at her. "Well, that I just have experience with this sort of thing is all," he said quietly. "I simply wanted to make you feel better." As much as she wanted to keep hugging Midoriya, Rumi knew that she would have to let go or else the two would end up standing in the hallway for hours. Pulling back from her partner's embrace, Rumi chuckled softly as she wiped a few stray tears from her eyes. "God, I am a fucking mess," she said happily. "Sorry for springing that on ya. I just thought I've never really done that before." Rumi could not help but giggle as Midoriya coughed awkwardly with blushing cheeks. "No worries," he said, clearly trying to go back to his usual professional demeanor. "Sorry for hugging you like that. God, that nervous stutter was so effing cute." Waving away her liaison's apology, Rumi smiled at him happily. "You don't need to apologize. I think I really needed that. So, she paused and fiddled with her metal hand before looking at him shyly. "You still want to go to the conference thing?" Finally breaking out of his awkward state, Midoriya grinned and crossed his arms as he spoke. "I distinctly remember asking you the same question earlier. The decision is up to you." Rumi took a steadying breath as she nodded, her rabbit ears rising back to full height. "Yeah, I think I can handle it. As long as you are with me." Rumi grinned as Midoriya blushed once more and spoke in a slightly strained voice. "Well, then let's get going." Izuku wanted to slam his head against the steering wheel as he drove Miruko to the conference. Why the F did he hug her like that? Reflexively merging lanes and passing other cars, Izuku continued to question his own sanity. It did not help that Miruko was sitting right next to him, and whenever he glanced over at her, she gave him a breathtaking smile that made his normally sharp wit evaporate. He had simply wanted for her to be honest with him. He had no way of knowing it would act as a trigger for a near mental breakdown. It did not help that he had instinctively hugged her upon seeing the turmoil and pain in her eyes. But goddamn did it feel good to hug her. Both physically and mentally. He had never been much of a hugger. Usually the most physical contact he had with someone was either by shaking hands or exchanging punches. However, it just felt wrong to let Miruko run away with tears in her eyes. Call him a white knight or old-fashioned, but Izuku hated seeing girls cry. Probably because one of his most painful memories was watching his mom break down in tears after she thought he had left for school. Honestly, he had no clue where to go from here. Whenever he tried to start some small talk with her, the words died in his throat while his cheeks burned bright red. Not to mention the fact that his entire relationship with Miruko had been based on antagonizing her, so he had no idea what was the correct way to deal with her now. Taking the exit off the highway, Izuku shoved his anxiety to the back of his mind as they approached the convention center where the conference was being held. The perimeter of the entire area was patrolled by security teams while guards checked identification at several different checkpoints leading to the parking lot. Overhead, a pair of helicopters continually circled the area and kept in constant contact with the teams on the ground. The only people supposed to be attending the conference were pro-heroes, Ministry of Defense agents, and the press. Director Fujikawa had made it clear in his many briefings that putting on a good appearance for the press and visiting pro-heroes was paramount, and that every agent attending or working on the premises should be on their best behavior. Passing through the security checkpoints and parking his car, Izuku got out and stretched his arms as he waited for Miruko to join him. He nearly jumped out of his skin when Miruko unexpectedly grabbed his arm and cheekily pressed herself against him with a knowing grin on her face. "Look at you, Midoriya," the rabbit hero teased. "Showing up with the number 5 pro-hero Hanjin onto ya. I bet there will be plenty of rumors about us after this." Clearing his throat and fighting to keep a blush of his face, Izuku gently extracted himself from Miruko's grip and tried to give her a stern look. "Now is not the time for messing around, Miruko," he said flatly. "Don't you remember that the whole point of this conference is for pro-heroes and agents to find better partners? I bet the second we step inside people are going to be pestering us. Well, mostly, I don't think I stand out enough to warrant any attention from top-ranked heroes." Walking towards the convention center entrance, Izuku did not notice his hero partner pout slightly as she crossed her arms defensively. "Don't sell yourself short, Midoriya," she said. "You would be surprised how serious the pros can get about certain things. I mean, even if people did not know you at all, you will still get some attention solely on your looks alone." Arching an eyebrow curiously, Izuku glanced over at his partner, who seemed to have suddenly taken a keen interest in her chrome bionic arm. "If you say so," he said unbelievingly. "Just try not to punch someone if they get pushy. I really don't want to be filling out incident forms the rest of the night." Miruko gave him a toothy grin as she spoke. "No promises." Passing through the front entrance, Izuku looked around at the massively spacious building filled with people. The pro-heroes were easy to spot based on their costumes, while everyone else was wearing the MOD standard black suit or casual clothes. Looking around at the various displays and booths in sight, Izuku frowned slightly as he realized just how much money the government must have invested in this conference. Helicopters of various designs sat on rotating stages, support equipment vendors showed off their newest tech, and there were even several training areas where agents could compete in a variety of tests. As soon as Izuku and Miruko stepped onto the main floor, a swarm of reporters and agents descended upon them like a flock of seagulls going after a half-eaten burger. As reporters shouted over each other trying to get the scoop on Miruko's mysterious and handsome liaison, eager unpartnered agents moved forward their business cards hoping that Miruko would take them. His frown deepening, Izuku planted his feet and firmly stood his ground against the sea of humanity pushing against him. "Back the F up!" Miruko roared angrily, stunning the crowd into silence. "I am not changing my partner and I am not doing interviews. Now if the Clearly disappointed, the crowd dispersed and left an impressed Izuku alone with his partner. "Thanks," Izuku said honestly. Kind of blunt, but effective nonetheless. Flipping her long white hair over her shoulders, Miruko huffed in annoyance as she looked around. Hey, I never said I was the calm and collected type. Like I care if a few feelings get hurt, they all should know better. Smirking slightly, Izuku watched his partner look around at all the government-funded equipment and displays. So, is there anything you want to see? He asked. Or, do you just want to hang out until we meet the minimum public appearance requirement my boss wanted? Miruko was silent for a moment, and right as Izuku was about to suggest getting some food, she spoke with that brilliant smile on her face. How about you show me around? She said warmly. I never really paid much attention to this kind of stuff, but now with my well, maybe it is time for me to learn. Nodding in understanding, Izuku led the way through the maze of displays and booths. In reality, there was not much for Izuku to explain, as every display either had video presentations or a representative from the developing company to answer any questions. First, the pair visited the rotating helicopter displays that stuck out like a sore thumb. There were two types of helicopters being shown: a small but nimble helicopter that was intended for observation, rapid response, and search operations. The bubble-type cockpit only had 2 seats, but there was an option to add flat metal plates to the landing skids that could support multiple heavy adults. The second helicopter was much larger, clearly designed for heavy lifting and with a cargo bay big enough to comfortably fit 8 passengers and their equipment. While not as fast as the Scout helicopter, the transport helicopter featured a wide array of advanced equipment that could be used for anything from aquatic rescue operations to dangerous criminal transport. After briefly talking with the helicopter pilots and technicians, Izuku and Miruko visited the personal equipment booths. The booths featured everything from the latest body armor to cutting-edge medical equipment for delicate operations in hazardous environments. There was even a line of booths solely dedicated to non-lethal weaponry that would be used by field agents and response teams as they provided support for pro-heroes. As the two watched an informational video about the mandatory de-escalation training field agents needed to learn, a familiar voice called out to them. "Hey Miruko," Hawks said casually as he walked up. "I was half expecting you to not even show up." "Very funny, Hawks," Miruko said while rolling her eyes. "The only reason I am here is Midoriya. His boss apparently wanted to make sure I would show up." Dressed in his hero outfit, but lacking his iconic wings, Hawks looked over at Izuku and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Huh, so you managed to win him over even after all that shit you put him through." Extending a hand for Izuku to shake, Hawks gave the green-haired agent a friendly smile. "I have heard a lot of good things about you, Midoriya. Nice to finally meet you." Slightly surprised, Izuku gave Miruko a confused look as he shook Hawks' hand. Nice to meet you as well? I didn't know I was even on any pro-hero's radar. I mean, I am just a regular field agent." Grinning in a mischievously friendly manner, Hawks gave Miruko a knowing look. "Humble as well. Looks like Ogawa was not exaggerating." Frowning slightly, Izuku glanced at Miruko, who had taken a sudden interest in a nearby informational panel about solar-powered batteries. "Sounds like Ogawa is gossiping like always. You better tell her to be careful. Director Fujikawa would assign her to a polar research station if he found out she was discussing private information." Hawks opened his mouth to reply but was interrupted by Oscar, who had emerged from the nearby shadows. "Wow, Mido, you really don't mess around," he said in a patronizing manner. "You even have the famous Hawks talking about you." As Oscar inserted himself into the discussion, Izuku forced himself to maintain a blank expression. "Oscar, don't you have somewhere to be?" he said flatly. Out of everyone he worked with, Oscar was the last person Izuku wanted Miruko to meet. The two were polar opposites, and the American agent obviously loved to get under people's skin. It was a recipe for disaster, and Izuku was doing his best to prevent Oscar from antagonizing Miruko. "Not really," Oscar said with a sheet-eating grin on his face. "Director Fujikawa wanted me to run security for this thing, but I am taking a lunch break. And when I saw you rubbing shoulders with Hawks, I knew I needed to hear how you two knew each other." Glancing over at Miruko, Izuku could easily see the irritation on her face as she glared at Oscar. However, it seemed Hawks immediately knew what Oscar's intentions were, as he deftly stepped between Oscar and Miruko while putting a disarmingly friendly smile on his face. "Nice to meet you, Oscar, was it?" Hawks said as he offered his hand to shake. "Do you work with Midoriya?" Oscar was silent for a moment, staring over Hawks' shoulder at Miruko like a snake locked onto its next meal. Finally, after a tense standoff, Oscar refocused his reptilian eyes on Hawks and shook his hand with a clearly fake smile on his face. "Yes, I am," the creepy American affirmed wholeheartedly. "He is my best friend in the entire department. The guy is like a brother to me." With an equally fake smile on his face, Hawks nodded in understanding. "I see. I just know about Midoriya here because I chat with Miruko occasionally. You know, like co-workers talking about a shared acquaintance." Oscar chuckled and mimicked Hawks' understanding nod. "Okay, thanks for clearing that up for me." There was a tense silence as Oscar paused, eyeing Hawks like a new toy before speaking again. "I am actually a big fan of yours," he said. "That whole undercover operation you were part of was really impressive." Izuku felt the tension rise as one of Hawks' eyebrows twitched slightly as he laughed. "Sorry, I think you got me mixed up with some other hero," Hawk said. Shaking his head, Oscar leaned forward slightly while wearing a knowing smile that showed off his large hyena-like teeth. "Oh, come on, Hawks, you don't need to be so modest. That whole operation was really impressive. I mean, I sure as hell could not have done it." Oscar slowly began to pace back and forth as he continued to talk patronizingly to Hawks. "The way you spent all that time befriending those monsters only to stab them in the back and kill one of them is something to be proud of. Not to mention you got in bed with the guy who turned you into Kentucky Fried Chicken. Talk about irony, am I right?" Izuku felt his apprehension begin to spike as Oscar began blabbing about classified information. Of course Izuku had seen the dossier about the Hero Commission's double agent operation involving Hawks, but there is no way Oscar should have had access to that information. Glancing over at Hawks, Izuku knew he had to intervene as he saw the flying hero's calm facade be replaced with barely checked rage. Stepping forward aggressively, Hawks poked the grinning Oscar in the chest as he snarled with pure hate, his face twisting into an expression filled with anger and pain. "You better shut the F up right now, a-hole. Or I am going to break your fang jaw." Not backing down in the slightest, Oscar dropped all pretense of friendliness as he mocked the wingless hero right to his face. Did I touch a nerve? I am just telling the truth, you know. You heroes are all the same, you put on this holier-than-thou show for your fans, but behind the scenes you lie, cheat, and kill just like the rest of us. Welcome to the big bad world, ya ugly duckling." Seeing Miruko begin to move out of the corner of his eye, Izuku knew he had to act before things got out of hand. Quickly stepping in front of Hawks and pushing Oscar away, Izuku put on his best commanding officer voice as he glared at the twisted American agent. "Stand down, Oscar. That is an order. You have 2 seconds to leave before I tell Director Fujikawa that you are leaking top-secret intel." Already anticipating that Miruko would be trying to attack Oscar, Izuku put out a hand to stop her before she could act. "Say that again, motherfucker." Miruko yelled in outrage as she was held back by Izuku. "I'm gonna strangle you with your own intestines." By now the commotion was attracting an audience, and as much as Izuku wanted to knock Oscar's teeth out, he knew that he had to remain professional and stop his partner from doing anything rash. Clearly satisfied with the result of his actions, Oscar held up his hands in mock surrender and backed away with that stupid sheet-eating grin on his face. "Oops, sorry Mito. My bad. Nice meeting you KFC and Lola." As the crowd of onlookers grew, Oscar swiftly vanished into the crowd, leaving Izuku to deal with the 2 battle-scarred pro-heroes. It was clear that the liaison convention was over as far as Miruko and Hawks were concerned. After escorting the 2 heroes to a secluded area, Izuku did his best to assure them that Oscar would be punished and that he was not his friend in any way. Hawks then stormed off while Miruko continued to rant about the various injuries she would inflict on Oscar if she ever saw him again. Quickly getting his outraged partner away from prying eyes and back to the car, Izuku made an executive decision that they needed to find a way to calm down. Stopping at a grocery store on the way back to Miruko's apartment, Izuku grabbed a case of his favorite beer, then sent a strongly worded email directly to Director Fujikawa about Oscar's actions. Opening the door to her apartment, Rumi continued her rant that she had started on the drive back from the convention center, and that FN jackass should be fired and forced to clean toilets with his bare hands. She said loudly as she angrily threw her keys onto the couch. Miruko, I understand, and I will do everything I can to make sure Oscar is punished. Midoriya said diplomatically. Just give it a rest for now. I really don't feel like going over this for the 100th time. Grumbling quietly, Rumi stomped off to her bedroom to change out of her hero outfit. She couldn't help it that she was set off. Hawks was the closest thing she had to a friend, and she hated bullies. If she had her quirk, that American a-hole would have been flying out the nearest window before anyone could even blink. Putting on some nylon shorts, a sports bra, and a baggy shirt, Rumi went back out into the living room to see Midoriya in the process of opening his case of beer. So you are just going to drink beer? Rumi said in slight confusion. I thought you would have some sort of secret training technique to calm down. Like yoga or meditation. Chuckling softly, Midoriya shook his head as he took out a bottle of amber-colored beer. Sorry to disappoint, but sometimes you will stay in a bad mood no matter what. This brand of beer is the closest thing I have to a comfort food, and I usually only drink it after a rough day. Rumi frowned as she walked over and took out a bottle, holding it up so that the rays of the setting sun cast s of light through the golden liquid. That kinda sounds close to being an alcoholic. Is this what you were drinking when I ran into you that one night? Midoriya snorted in amusement as he popped off the bottle cap of his beer with a deceptively simple hand motion. No, that night I was drinking hard liquor. Pointing over to Rumi's lone couch, Izuku took a sip of his beer and sighed with contentment. Help me move your couch to face the windows. Your place has such a nice view of the city, it would be a shame to waste a perfectly good sunset. Finally snapping out of her angry mood, Rumi felt a slight blush tinge her cheeks as she followed her liaison over to move the heavy couch. Was he flirting with her? She did not have much experience with romance besides a few one-night stands, but the way Midoriya's eyes had that warm, friendly spark to them made her heart flutter like she was a schoolgirl with a huge crush. Well, if she was being honest with herself, she should just admit that she did have a crush on the guy. To be fair, she was probably just one of many people who had feelings for the grouchy but handsome field agent. Just with his looks alone, Midoriya probably was a natural heartbreaker back in high school. The thing was that once you got to know him, you knew he never used his looks for scummy reasons. Hell, it was like he had stepped out of one of those cheesy romance dramas where the couple lives happily ever after. Coming back to her senses, Rumi was amazed to find that she was now sitting on the couch next to Midoriya with an unopened beer in hand. She really needed to get her daydreaming under control. I will say, you definitely chose a good penthouse. Midoriya said as he leaned back into the sofa, watching the setting sun reflect off countless glass windows on other buildings. It has an amazing view. Laughing softly, Rumi shrugged in response. Honestly, I only chose this place because of the privacy and the deck area. The deck out there is a perfect launching spot to jump to other buildings. Nodding, Midoriya took another long sip of his beer. Makes sense, I guess. I never really thought about it that way. I guess that is kind of the difference between pro heroes and us regular people. Setting her unopened beer down on the floor, Rumi laughed sadly. Okay, I can sort of agree with that, but now I am a normal person like everyone else. Plus your quirk is probably just useful in a different way. Hell, the way people talk about you would think that you are some kind of secret agent hero. Midoriya paused for a second before shrugging, still staring out the massive penthouse windows at the setting sun. Maybe, but I am still normal like everyone else. I don't have anything special about me that gives me an advantage, I just work twice as hard as everyone else. Rumi frowned as she mimicked her liaison and leaned back into the couch. Okay, this has been bugging me for a while, she said as she stared at the setting sun. What is your quirk? I think we know each other well enough by now to be honest with each other. Midoriya finished his beer and immediately opened a second one, taking a big gulp of the alcoholic beverage before responding. It's not important, he said flatly. Turning to look at her partner, Rumi sighed in slight annoyance. Oh come on Midoriya, Just tell me already. Stop being such a pansy. Midoriya loosened his black tie and gulped down the rest of his bottle, quickly replacing it with a fresh new one. I said it is not important. Why does it matter what my quirk is? I don't want to talk about it, and that is it. It has been a rough day and I just want to relax. An idea forming in her head, Rumi smirked and gently poked her partner's shoulder. Oh, I get it now, you are embarrassed. You think your quirk is gross or it makes you ugly or something. Laughing softly, she gave Midoriya's arm a light punch as she talked. I swear I won't laugh at you or anything, just tell me what it is already and we can be done with this. Caught up in her certainty that she had figured out the reason for her partner's refusal to discuss his quirk, Rumi did not notice him stiffening up as spoke in an unamused voice. Miruko, drop it. Stop asking. Rolling her eyes, Rumi continued to teasingly poke and prod at the man sitting next to her. Oh, lighten up. Here, I will guess and you tell me if I am right. Do your eyeballs pop out of your head and let you see around corners? As the last glimpse of the sun set over the horizon, Midoriya continued to stare straight ahead while he clenched his empty bottle of beer. I said, I don't want to talk about it. Making an exaggerated thinking face, Rumi giggled at the challenge presented before her. Okay, maybe your tongue can turn into a new hand and punch people? Miruko, for the last time, stop asking. Does your snot turn into glue and you trap people with your boogers? I am not joking around, please stop asking. Can your barf melt steel? Duh. Tell me if I am getting close. You can track people with your sweat? Duh. Oh, I know. You get super strength if you are naked. Rumi blinked in surprise as an empty beer bottle rocketed past her head and shattered against the wall behind her. Opening her mouth to scold Midoriya for making a mess, the words died in Rumi's mouth as she saw the look of unbridled rage and pain on her partner's face. Shut up! Midoriya roared as he stood up. Shut up, shut the F up! Somehow the man's voice seemed to get even louder, and in the dark twilight he stalked towards Rumi with nothing but hate and self-loathing in his eyes. Quirk this. Quirk that. I hate talking about quirks. Rumi's ears instinctively flattened against her head as she shrank back in fear. Somehow the darkness made Midoriya seem 3 times as big as he towered over her and roared so loudly Rumi could have sworn the building shook. You heroes are all the same. So obsessed with quirks because that is the only thing that anyone cares about. You want to know why I had no sympathy for you when you lost your quirk? Rumi could see spit flying from her partner's mouth as he screamed like a deranged animal, his eyes clouded over with such hate and pain that she wondered if he even knew who he was talking to. Because I never had a quirk to begin with. Finally it all clicked, and Rumi could only think of a single thing as time froze around her. Well, I really effed up this time. In an instant time resumed, and a small part of Rumi's brain made an observation that she might actually be in danger. Raising a fist, Midoriya let out a primal scream that Rumi could only compare to a cornered and dying animal. Just when Rumi was certain that she was about to be beaten to death by the man she had a crush on, Midoriya turned and ran away. Frozen in her seat, Rumi heard the door to her apartment slam only to be followed by eerie silence. Staring out into the black sky, Rumi could only hug herself and curl up into a ball as she wondered if she would ever see Midoriya again. Izuku heaved in panicked breaths as he stumbled into his apartment, the feeling of despair and impotent rage burning in his chest as he staggered to the kitchen and began tearing apart drawers and cupboards. He thought he was past it all, past the grief and rage that characterized his childhood. Back then there was only one person that made life livable, but she's been dead and gone for a long time now. Not even a visit to her grave would pull out the figurative knife that was slowly twisting its way into his heart. Finally finding what he was searching so desperately for, Izuku uncorked the large bottle of vodka and began chugging the clear liquid down in large gulps. The burning sensation in his throat was good, it distracted him from contemplating what he might do next. He didn't want to think at all, he just wanted the heartache to go away. Amend the consequences. Somehow finishing the entire bottle of vodka in one quick sitting, Izuku carelessly dropped the now empty glass container to the floor and let the darkness take him. For a while Izuku's consciousness floated through the calming darkness. No troubles or worries to ponder, just the comforting blackness that whispered seductively about leaving all his troubles behind and floating off into oblivion. However, the darkness was soon replaced by the familiar blur of memories that made him feel sick to his stomach. He hated this part, where his mind decided to force him to relive all the traumatic memories he had collected over his life. A woman screaming in agony as she tried to free herself from the blazing inferno consuming her car. A former comrade hanging from the end of a noose tied to the barracks ceiling. A man in a biohazard suit bleeding from his mouth and eyes as a gas mask lay just barely out of reach. A teenage boy holding back tears as he watched a military honor guard lower the casket containing his father into the ground. If Izuku could have, he would have screamed for it all to stop, to just end his suffering and let him sleep forever. But his wish was never granted, and this time was no exception. Waking up with a jolt, Izuku gasped for air as he struggled to sit up. Moments later, the smell of rotting food and garbage filled his nose, and as he looked around he realized he was laying in a pile of trash behind a dumpster. Crawling out of the small mountain of garbage, Izuku tried to ignore the pounding headache behind his eyes as he took in his surroundings. He was in a dirty and damp alley, probably somewhere in the city based on the sound of traffic emanating from the other end of the alley. Looking up, the troubled man was surprised to see daylight peeking through the gap between buildings. A small rational part of his brain was screaming at him to take the situation seriously, but honestly Izuku could not give a single F that he had apparently gotten blackout drunk and ended up in a dirty alley like some alcoholic bum. If anything, a more cynical part of him was disappointed that he woke up at all. At least in the black oblivion he did not have to worry about anything. Sure, the PTSD-inducing flashbacks were not that fun to experience, but at least they were things he had seen before. Slowly getting to his feet, Izuku looked down at his now filthy suit and patted his pockets. Surprisingly, his wallet was still present, but it seemed that this time his phone was missing. Shrugging uncaringly, Izuku leaned against the alley wall and contemplated his next move. If only his mom could see him now. An alcoholic veteran with the emotional stability of a seesaw in an earthquake. God, I am such a fuck-up, he thought to himself as he picked an empty ketchup packet out of his short and curly hair. A few feet away, a rusty metal door creaked open and out of the corner of his eye Izuku saw someone step out into the alley and freeze. Holding up a hand in a pathetic attempt to calm the stranger, Izuku managed to croak out some words as he dusted himself off. Sorry, rough night. Not expecting any sympathy from a random stranger, Izuku began to walk away, but he was suddenly stopped by someone grabbing his arm. Holy shit, it really is you, a vaguely familiar voice said. Looking back with bloodshot eyes, Izuku groaned as he saw the concerned visage of Cassandra staring back at him. Just his luck, he managed to wake up from his pile of trash just in time to be seen by the young woman he had briefly conversed with at the high-rise restaurant. Shaking off Cassandra's grip, Izuku tried to walk away only to fall flat on his face as he tripped over his own feet. Laying face down in a dirty puddle, Izuku heard a soft but irritated sigh. Well, hello to you too, Cassandra said. You look like hammered sheet, but I assume you already know that. Briefly wondering if he could drown himself in the small amount of brown water under him, Izuku grunted and shrugged. Sorry, but I am not in the best shape to hold a conversation, he said honestly. Plus, I doubt you want to talk with a fuck-up like me. Izuku was surprised, however, when Cassandra grabbed his arm with a strong grip and pulled him to his feet. She then guided him over to a small concrete doorstep and made him sit down as she chuckled in amusement. Hey man, don't be so hard on yourself, she said in English as she leaned against the opposite alley wall and smiled at him. I know it may not look like it, but I have been in your current situation more than a few times myself. Frowning suspiciously, Izuku forced his eyes to focus on the American woman speaking to him. Unlike their previous meeting, Cassandra seemed to be dressed in a business casual outfit of a black skirt and beige blouse, her crimson red hair tied into a ponytail as her blue skin seemed to almost glow in the shadows of the alley. Hanging from an arm was a small pink purse from some high-end designer brand. It took his hungover brain a few seconds to think up some words, but finally Izuku grunted disbelievingly. I kind of find it hard to believe you. You seem like someone who can actually cope with things in a healthy way. Cassandra snorted in amusement as she reached into her purse and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Okay then, if you tell me how you woke up in an alley, I will tell you how I can relate. For a few moments Izuku pondered Cassandra's offer. Honestly, he did not really have much to gain by refusing her offer. Plus, it's not like his day could get any worse. Okay, fine. Izuku grumbled. A coworker of mine found out I was quirkless. Well, more like she set me off so much that I nearly ended up punching her in the face as I screamed at her like some kind of maniac. With a lit cigarette now in her hand, Cassandra arched an eyebrow in surprise as she blew out a cloud of smoke. It sounds like you really did not want her to know that. So why tell me? Izuku shrugged. Because I barely know you. It's easier to be honest with someone if you know you might never see them again. Nodding slightly, Cassandra took a long drag from her cigarette before answering. That makes sense, I guess. I am guessing there is a lot more to the situation than what you are telling me, but when is anything in life easy to explain? Tapping some ash from her cigarette, Cassandra cleared her throat before speaking again. Okay, my turn. I may look normal now, but I used to be all kinds of effed up. My mom left my dad and my big brother when I was a little kid. I don't know why, but all I know is that it made my dad abusive as hell. He would beat the shit out of me and my brother, and there was nothing we could do about it. See, he was a cop, so even when my brother tried to tell someone about what he did to us, the old BSTRD just covered it up. Eventually my brother started abusing me as well. He never said why, but it was probably because he felt helpless like I did and took it out on me. So as soon as I was old enough, I ran away from home and never looked back. I fell in with a bunch of junkies and got strung out on pretty much every drag you could think of. Long story short, I ended up in a rehab facility after a really bad overdose. From there, well, I know it sounds cheesy, but I met someone who helped me turn my life around. So I changed my name and started over. Izuku nodded glumly as he listened to Cassandra's story. I'm sorry that happened to you. I am pathetic for acting like this, aren't I? Huffing in annoyance, Cassandra sat down next to Izuku and flicked the burning stub of cigarette into a puddle. Hey man, I was not trying to win some sort of effed up competition between us. What I'm trying to say is that everyone is different. You are not pathetic, you are just in a bad spot and you haven't found that someone that will help you out of it. Izuku stared at the ground and nodded. He wanted to believe Cassandra's words, he really did. But there was no light at the end of his tunnel. He was just stumbling through the darkness, waiting for that eventual moment where he would fall and not get back up. Before he could stop himself, a choked sob crept past Izuku's lips. Burying his face in his hands, Izuku sobbed silently as he curled up into a ball and wished he could just crawl into a hole and die. However, before he could try to apologize for his show of emotion, Izuku felt a warm arm wrap itself around his shoulders as a hand gently stroked his hair. Just let it all out, Cassandra said softly as she comforted the tormented man. Izuku could only cry even harder. He did not deserve such kindness from a stranger. Not after all the things he had done over his life. The lives he had taken, the people he had hurt, the countless number of people he had wished pain upon. It was all just too much for him to bear. After what felt like an eternity of sobbing, the river of tears stopped and Izuku slowly raised his head up. Sorry, he croaked as he refused to look Cassandra in the eye. Izuku could hear the smile in Cassandra's voice as she patted his shoulder. Don't be sorry, man. You have had a rough time. I am just glad I found you when I did. I don't want to think about what you would have done if you were all alone. Cassandra then stood up and forcefully pulled Izuku to his feet, forcing him to look at her as she smiled warmly. You will be okay, she said. Do you need me to call you a cab or anything? Izuku silently shook his head, not wanting to trouble the kind woman any more than he already had. Cassandra sighed and rolled her eyes, reaching into her purse and pulling out a tiny notebook and a pen. Fine, but I am not gonna let you leave like this. She quickly scribbled down her number onto a blank page, then ripped it out and shoved it into Izuku's pocket. I want you to let me know when you get home safely. If you don't, I am gonna call the police and say I am your sister or something. Got it, Buster? Feeling the piece of paper in his pocket, Izuku looked up to say something but was stopped by Cassandra's finger on his lips. Before you say anything, she said with a knowing smirk on her face. No, I am not flirting with you. I am just giving you a little push to get you started. You are going to need to find that special someone on your own. Turning around, Cassandra walked over to the door she had emerged from and then looked at Izuku over her shoulder. Plus, I only like girls. With a cheeky grin, Cassandra waved goodbye before disappearing from sight. Rumi chewed her fingernails anxiously as she paced around her apartment. Dressed in black sweatpants and a plain t-shirt, Rumi looked like she had barely had any sleep as there were noticeable bags under her eyes. It had been a few days since Midoriya's apocalyptic mental breakdown and nobody had seen or heard from the quirkless man since. Rumi cursed to herself as she tried to call Midoriya's phone for what felt like the 100th time, only to once again be immediately answered by the automated voicemail service. The morning after Midoriya's disappearance, Rumi had gone to the building where he worked and gotten hold of Midoriya's supervisor. There was no way in hell she was going to advertise her partner's problems to the world, so she had made up a story that Midoriya had gotten food poisoning and that she wanted to make sure he was doing all right at home. The portly man she had talked to seemed nice enough, and after some small talk had provided Rumi with Midoriya's address and apartment number. Rumi had then immediately gone to Midoriya's apartment, only to find it vacant with an empty bottle of vodka laying on the kitchen floor. Fearing the worst but unsure of what she should do, Rumi had called the only person she could trust. After quickly explaining what had happened to Miss Sasaki, Rumi had spent the rest of the day combing the city looking for her partner. Meanwhile, her agent began discreetly questioning other hero agents for any possible leads concerning Midoriya's whereabouts. It had now been 3 days since that traumatic night, and Rumi had barely slept at all because of her worry. Not to mention the overwhelming guilt and embarrassment that constantly hung over her head like a black cloud that sucked any positive energy right out of her. Rumi was roused from her thoughts by her phone ringing, and for a second her heart skipped a beat thinking it was Midoriya finally calling her back. Looking at the caller ID, Rumi's heart sank when she saw that it was just Miss Sasaki. Any sign of him? Rumi immediately asked as she answered the call. There was a heavy sigh before Miss Sasaki responded. I am sorry, Rumi, but everyone I talked to has not heard or seen anything. Midoriya apparently is a very private person, and nobody knows what he does outside of work. Rumi's ears drooped as she rubbed the bridge of her nose and sighed sadly. I see, thanks for trying anyways. Rumi, all we can do is wait. Miss Sasaki said sagely. I know it goes against your nature to not be doing something, but right now our best option is to wait and hope he turns up somewhere. Rumi felt like a knife was being twisted into her gut as she listened to her agent. The way the older woman was talking, Rumi could only imagine worst-case scenarios where they only found Midoriya after it was too late. Not bothering to say anything else, Rumi ended the call and sat down heavily on her couch. The plush couch was still facing the large penthouse windows, and Rumi could not muster up the strength to move it back to its original spot. Plus, it felt like if she moved the couch back then she was giving up on Midoriya, and there was no way in hell she was going to do that. Why was it that she always seemed to do the wrong thing with Midoriya? For once in her life she wanted to actually get close to someone, but it was like every time their relationship took a step forward she did something that made it take 2 steps back. As Rumi wallowed in her despair, she was broken out of her brooding by the sound of her doorbell ringing. Leaping up from the couch with hopeful excitement, Rumi sprinted over to her apartment door and flung it open with a relieved smile on her face. However, it was not Midoriya who greeted her. Ah, expecting someone else? Oscar said mockingly as he grinned toothily. Rumi's smile was immediately replaced by an angry scowl, and it took all of her self-control not to immediately punch the slimy beast. The F, do you want creep? Rumi growled as she slightly closed her door so that Oscar could not barge his way in. With his trademark sheet-eating grin on his face, Oscar chuckled in amusement. Actually, I have an offer for you. A little bird told me that you lost your boy toy, and I happen to know where he is. Rumi's scowl only deepened as she regarded Oscar with undisguised disgust. You slimeball, only a heartless bastard would toy with someone like this. Shrugging uncaringly, Oscar sighed like a disappointed teacher. Oh, how you wound me, Miss Miruko. If I actually cared what you think about me, I might shed a tear. Making a show of looking at his wristwatch, Oscar smiled evilly. As much as I would like to toy with you some more, I have places to be. This is a time-sensitive offer and I would hate to leave without hearing your answer. Rumi glared at the American man in front of her and weighed her options. As much as she wanted to spit in Oscar's face and tell him to get stuffed, her concern for Midoriya's well-being made her seriously consider the offer being presented to her. After a few seconds of silence, Rumi growled in annoyance and nodded. Fine. So what do you want from me? Money? Info? Oscar smiled in such an evil way that it made a chill run down Rumi's spine. Just what had she gotten herself into? Oh, nothing as boring as that. Oscar said cheerily. You will just owe me a favor. Sometime in the future I will call it in and you will have to run an errand for me. All I want is your promise to uphold this favor, and we can be on our way to rescue your poor little Mido. The unsettling Caucasian man then held out his hand for Rumi to shake. Looking at Oscar's hand like it was a venomous snake, Rumi slowly reached out and gave it a single shake. Seemingly satisfied, Oscar nodded happily. Good. Reaching into his suit pocket, Oscar pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper and offered it to Rumi. You will find Midoriya at this address, he said. Better hurry though, who knows what the poor guy might do. It would be pretty ironic if you found him right after he blew his brains out. Suppressing a snarl, Rumi snatched the piece of paper out of Oscar's hand and slammed her door in his face. Rushing to her bedroom, Rumi threw off her clothes and quickly changed into her hero outfit. There was no time to wait around for a cab or some other form of transportation. She was just going to run all the way there and hope she made it in time. With the address pulled up on her phone map, Rumi flew out of her room and out of her front door. Luckily, Oscar had vanished like a ghost, and Rumi did not want to stop and try to figure out how the creep got around so quickly. Bursting out of the lobby of her building, Rumi dodged a starstruck group of teenagers and began sprinting towards her destination. With every step, Rumi could feel her blood flowing through her veins, and as she ran it felt like her heart was burning like a nuclear reactor. Faster and faster she went, her mind focused solely on getting to her partner as fast as possible. It felt like liquid fire was running through her veins, and Rumi barely noticed she was reaching inhuman levels of speed. Coming up on a crowded intersection, Rumi's razor-sharp instincts quickly calculated the path of both traffic and pedestrians and came to a single conclusion. Trusting her instincts, Rumi planted her feet and jumped up with as much strength as she could muster. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes in a fiery display of rebirth, Rumi flew upwards and cleared the intersection in one mighty leap. Flying through the air like she had never lost her quirk at all, Rumi could not help but let out a victorious whoop of delight. Miruko was back beaches. Bounding through the city streets to the delight of bystanders, Rumi could only focus on one thing, getting to Midoriya as fast as possible. Pushing her newly regained power to the limit, Rumi reached her destination in record time. It was a simple motel that blended in with its urban surroundings perfectly, an ideal place for someone trying to hide in plain sight. Finding the room number written on the piece of paper, Rumi abandoned all discretion and kicked the cheap motel room door down with a single mighty kick. Rushing inside, Rumi's adrenaline-boosted brain took in her surroundings in an instant. A bedraggled and shirtless Midoriya wearing a pair of cheap nylon shorts was in the process of falling out of the single bed in the room, and a small flat-screen TV was displaying the local news broadcast as empty beer bottles littered the nightstand. Relief flooding through her, Rumi tackled her bewildered partner into a back-breaking hug as she spewed forth a rapid stream of apologies. Imsasari Midoriya Inivermiento Balikathatijus Twaskuriya Sandwantetok no Wadiaur Korquazimes Sosuraplisa Dantha team. Finally realizing that Midoriya was gasping for breath and frantically tapping her arm, Rumi let go and flinched back as she tried to apologize even more. Sheet. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I was just so worried about you, I thought you might be dead or something, she exclaimed loudly. Finally calming down enough to examine her partner for any damage, Rumi felt a sharp pain stab through her heart as she saw the state of her green-haired partner. The man honestly looked like Sheet. He had heavy bags under his eyes and his normally well-kept hair was a total mess. The short beginnings of a beard ran across his chin and jaw while his eyes were bloodshot and unfocused. And Miruko? Midoriya said in confusion as he leaned against the nearby wall. What? How did you find me? Not important. Rumi stated as she hesitantly stepped forward and began checking her partner for any injuries. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself at all? Shaking his head slowly, Midoriya squinted as bright sunlight flooded the room through the now doorless doorway. No, I just needed to think for a little bit. Satisfied that her partner was unharmed, Rumi stepped back and worriedly wrung her hands together as she stared at the floor in shame. I'm so effing sorry, Midoriya. I am such a venomous and I don't blame you for yelling at me like that. She said remorsefully. I just get stupid ideas in my head and I don't know when to stop and… She paused and peeked up at her partner who had been silent, only to see him staring at the broken door with a defeated look on his face. So you got your quirk back? He said softly. Rumi flinched, unsure of how to respond. It was like fate was playing a cruel prank on her, giving her back her powers just in time to make Midoriya feel even worse. Well, it sorta just happened a little bit ago. She said truthfully. I know the timing is really shitty, but I am being honest when I say that I am just happy to have found you in time before you did anything permanent. Letting out a heavy sigh filled with hopelessness, Midoriya sat down on the lone bed and reached over to grab a bottle of beer from the mostly empty case sitting next to the bed. Sorry to disappoint you. Looks like I couldn't even muster up the courage to off myself like everyone wanted. It's not like there would be any difference if I was gone anyways. Don't you dare even talk like that. Rumi hissed as she felt her heart break looking at the broken man in front of her. You might not believe it, but there are so many people who look up to you. Me included. If anything, being quirkless makes you even more amazing. Izuku rolled his eyes as he popped the cap off his beer bottle and took a long gulp. Yeah, right, people only respect me because I make it a point to hide the fact that I am quirkless. You of all people know how quirks determine someone's life. Would All Might still be a worldwide icon if he was quirkless? No, he would just be some poor F who had stupid dreams of being a hero, only to get turned into paste by the first powered-up thug he met. Rumi wanted to scream in frustration as she listened to the cynical and depressed thoughts coming from the person who had changed her life. It wasn't fair. Why did fate decide to screw over one of the few honestly good people she had ever met? Midoriya, please. She said softly as she inched closer to him. You just need to get out of this shitty mental place you are in. Stop drinking and come back with me. You can rest up and we can talk this out later when you aren't drunk. Rumi froze when her eyes met Midoriya's, seeing such self-hatred and loathing in them that she just wanted to hug him tight and take all of his burdens away even for a moment. What's the FNG point? Midoriya growled as he gulped down his beer. I have been fighting my whole life to prove to myself that I can be strong without a quirk, yet even a third-rate villain could kill me if they really wanted to. I'm FNG tired of trying so hard. Just leave me alone and go be a hero like you are supposed to. Rumi clenched her fists and resisted the urge to pull out her hair in frustration. Fine, if he was going to be like that, then she would just have to do things the hard way. Stomping over, Rumi slapped the almost empty beer out of her partner's hand and slung him over her shoulder. What the F are you doing? Midoriya yelled angrily. Put me down and leave me alone. Not happening. Rumi said angrily. I am not going to give up on you like everyone else has. As Midoriya continued to rant and rage, Rumi easily carried him out of the motel room and into the bright sunlight. Making sure that she had a good grip on the shirtless man, Rumi took a mighty leap back towards her apartment, determined to help her partner go back to being the badass he used to be. It had been one day since Rumi had dragged Midoriya kicking and screaming from his self-imposed exile in a generic motel room. Shortly after arriving back at Rumi's penthouse apartment, Midoriya had passed out from a mixture of emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion, giving Rumi a small window to plan out her liaison's recovery. Eventually, she decided on a course of action and mentally prepared herself for the challenge ahead of her. Now it was the following morning, and Rumi sat on her kitchen stool munching on carrot slices as Midoriya slept on her couch. She was dressed in her usual casual attire, just a pair of black sweatpants and tank top that showed off her various scars and caramel skin. The grouchy field agent had thankfully not woken up in the middle of the night or tried to sneak away, which led Rumi to believe that deep down a small part of the green-haired man was crying out for help. With a thick blanket draped over him, Midoriya snored softly as Rumi ate her light breakfast. Even in his current bedraggled state, Midoriya still looked good enough that Rumi occasionally caught herself staring at him and admiring his features. Rumi had initially planned to just throw him in her bed and snuggle with him in case he woke up and tried to escape, but after some careful consideration she decided that letting the man sleep in peace was the best option. Roused from her musings by the sound of irritated grumbling, Rumi watched as Midoriya sat up and blearily looked around in a sleep-addled daze. With the barest hint of a smile on her lips, Rumi cleared her throat loudly and spoke to her troubled partner. "Mornin', sunshine," she said teasingly. "If you had told me a few months ago I would be looking after an emotionally unstable guy in my penthouse, I would have called you crazy." Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, the still shirtless Midoriya gave Rumi a weak glare that had the potency of a bowl of warm soup. "God, you just don't ever shut up, do you?" Shrugging uncaringly, Rumi stood up and slowly walked over to her partner with a carrot slice in hand. "You know, once I realized that you talk like that just to get a rise out of me, it became a whole lot easier to stay calm. Plus I know you don't really mean it." Coming to a stop just out of reach in case Midoriya tried to do something rash, Rumi examined him carefully as she spoke in a concerned tone. "You sleep okay? Do you need something to eat or drink?" "Okay, I must be dreaming," Midoriya said as he stared at Rumi like she had grown a second head. "There is no way the Miruko I know would be actually concerned about someone else." Rolling her eyes, Rumi crossed her arms. "Ha ha, very funny, Midoriya. Not everyone gets to see the nice side of me, so stop trying to push my buttons and answer the question." She then smirked teasingly. "Or am I going to have to hold you down and force feed you like some kind of little kid throwing a tantrum?" For a second the familiar spark of defiance flashed in Midoriya's eyes, but it was immediately snuffed out and replaced by a look of uncaring depression. "Some water, please," he said quietly as he stared at the floor. Nodding in satisfaction, Rumi went over to her massive refrigerator and grabbed a cold plastic bottle of water and tossed it to Midoriya. "See? That wasn't so hard, was it?" Deftly catching the water bottle, Midoriya took several big gulps of the refreshing liquid before responding. "It's only because I know that even if I tried to put up a fight you have more power in one finger than I do in my entire body. So what would be the point?" Sighing sadly, Rumi walked back over and sat down on the opposite end of the couch. "What happened to you, Midoriya?" she asked gently. "Where did that badass I used to know go? I am doing my best to help you, but you gotta work with me here." Midoriya briefly glanced up at Rumi, and all she saw in his eyes was self-loathing and pain. It broke her heart to know that the person she liked was in so much pain, and it was made even worse by the fact that she now understood that he had been unhealthily bottling everything up his entire life. "I don't want any help," Midoriya spat venomously. "Just leave me alone and go back to being a hero. It doesn't matter what I do because people only see me as a quirkless freak to be pitted at best and ridiculed at worst. Like, right now, you are just being nice to me because you found out I am quirkless." Rumi frowned and crossed her arms. "No, I am being nice to you because I am trying to pay you back for all that you did to help me. You were so supportive and helpful even when I was being a total D to you. Is it so hard to imagine that someone might actually respect you?" Making a sound of disgust, Midoriya chugged down the rest of his bottle of water before responding. "Yes, it is hard to imagine. My entire childhood I was ruthlessly bullied every single day by kids that grew up to be respected by their peers. The thing with kids is that they are honest, so no matter what anyone says I know that they still consider me a worthless freak." Rumi opened her mouth to speak but was cut off by an angry glare from her partner. "Don't give me some bullshit about how people can change," Midoriya snapped. "That is just a fairy tale people keep repeating to make themselves feel better. In reality people just always stay the same." Rumi shook her head defiantly and placed a hand on Midoriya's knee as she tried to look him in the eyes. "Look me in the eye and tell me I have not changed," she challenged. "I think you are just scared of getting hurt again and you think that it is safer to cut off anyone who gets close to you. You can't just live your life hiding from the world. Eventually your secret is going to be found out whether you like it or not. Why can't you follow your own advice and trust me, your partner? Midoriya's eyes softened a little as he hung his head in shame and spoke softly in a defeated voice. That isn't fair, stop using my own words against me. Sensing a breakthrough, Rumi seized the opportunity and gently slipped her flesh and blood hand into Midoriya's grasp. Midoriya, I swear on my life that I am not going to make fun of you or anything like that. The old me might have, but you taught me that strength is not what defines someone. For FS sake, you are like some sort of secret agent with all these amazing accomplishments to your name. It doesn't matter whether you are quirkless or not, that sheet is impressive. The defiance and bitter cynicism finally appearing to lose its grip on his mind, Midoriya stared at the caramel-skinned hand in his own with a confused expression on his face. I want to believe you, but it isn't that easy. Squeezing Midoriya's hand gently, Rumi spoke with a warm smile on her face. Then let me prove it. I promise I will prove that you are more badass than most of the clowns who call themselves pro-heroes. Her smile changing to a feral grin, Rumi pressed onwards as she tried to lift her partner's spirits. And if anyone tries to put you down, I will punch them in the fucking mouth. We ride together, we die together. Right? Midoriya was silent for a few moments, and for a second Rumi worried that her partner had slipped back into his downward spiral of self-hate and bitterness. However, she let out a sigh of relief as Midoriya let out a quiet chuckle. Always the diplomatic one. He said quietly in amusement. Taking a deep breath, the weary man straightened up from his defeated slouch with an anxious look on his face. Okay, I guess I will trust you. But if you are lying to me, I am never going to forgive you. Rumi smiled, grateful to see a little bit of the real Midoriya peeking out from behind the black cloud of depression and doubt. Hey, I never go back on my word. If I am lying to you, it means that something must be wrong, like I am being mind-controlled or something. It seemed to finally dawn on the man that he was still holding Rumi's hand. With a slight blush on his face, he tried to pull his hand away with an awkward cough. However, Rumi intertwined her fingers with his and gave him a cheeky smile with a slight blush on her cheeks. Can't have you running away on me again, Izuku, she said teasingly. For once Midoriya seemed to be caught off guard. As his cheeks blushed bright red, his mouth silently opened and closed several times before he could choke out a coherent sentence. But, he stuttered. I need to use the bathroom. Izuku sighed as he straightened his standard black tie while sitting in the driver's seat of his car. He was currently parked in the underground parking garage that connected to his office building and was doing one last check of his appearance to make sure he had properly cleaned up after several days' worth of drinking. It had been a rough couple of days, but it finally seemed like everything was going back to normal. Well, if your definition of normal included working alongside one of the most powerful and popular pro-heroes in the country. Stepping out of his generic black sedan and double-checking that it was locked, Izuku briskly walked over to the bank of elevators and joined the small crowd of people waiting for an empty one to arrive. After a couple of minutes waiting for his turn, Izuku eventually rode a packed elevator up to the floor his office was on. Participating in the usual morning greetings and casual small talk with passing coworkers, Izuku walked through the maze of hallways until he finally reached his destination. Opening the door to his office, Izuku stepped inside and immediately sat down at his desk and powered on his computer. Going through the list of unread emails, he opened an email from his supervisor expecting the usual updates and reports. He was pleasantly surprised, however, to read that Oscar had been reassigned to a completely different department. A quick but thorough investigation had occurred after Director Fujikawa had received Izuku's report about Oscar's actions at the Hero Liaison Conference. At the end of the email, a short note had been added by the director praising Izuku for his report of Oscar's actions, stating that the Hero Liaison project was too important to be jeopardized by the actions of a single unruly agent. Well, that was a relief. Finished with the emails, Izuku began to search the web for clues to what was going on behind the scenes at the Ministry of Defense. Ever since the Hero Liaison Conference, something had been bugging him like an irritating fly buzzing just out of sight. To the average person, the conference might have looked like an amazing exhibition of the latest cutting-edge hero support services, but to Izuku the conference painted a very concerning picture about the true intentions of the Ministry of Defense. To start, the helicopters that had been on display were very familiar to Izuku. Both of the helicopters were actually based on military designs, just with all the weapons removed and a new coat of paint slapped on top of the armor plating. Having spent time in one of the elite special forces units that secretly operated around the world, Izuku knew that the true purpose of the helicopters was much more sinister in nature. The small scout helicopter had two distinct modes of operation. The first was as a stealth transport aircraft that could deploy a small squad of soldiers in all but the most hazardous terrain. The second way the scout helicopter was often deployed was as an aggressive anti-personnel hunter. The small wings could mount a wide variety of weaponry, ranging from Gatling cannons to heat-seeking missiles. Combined with the fact that it was fast and agile, the small helicopter was frequently used by Black Ops and mercenary units around the world. Izuku had flown in the deceptively fragile-looking helicopter in action several times, and the fact that it was being disguised as a rescue vehicle clearly implied that the general public was not supposed to know of its deadly capabilities. The larger helicopter that was presented as a rescue and transport aircraft was actually a fearsome attack helicopter with all the weapons taken off. Based on a Russian design that favored armor and firepower over speed and maneuverability, the large helicopter was routinely used as a tank hunter and heavily armed transport vehicle. With thick layers of armor plating and reinforced internal structures, the fearsome aircraft could transport full squads of soldiers directly to areas where the fighting was heaviest. When not being used to transport soldiers, the bulky helicopter was armed with enough heavy weaponry to turn entire towns into nothing but smoldering rubble. Izuku had seen one in action during a joint operation with a Russian Spetsnaz unit, and it had obliterated an entire convoy of armored vehicles in a barrage of high-caliber weaponry and fiery munitions. Besides the disguised helicopters, there had been a number of other concerning signs at the Hero Liaison conference. All the technology that had been on display had been non-lethal weaponry and life-saving devices, but the majority of the companies were actually subsidiaries of defense contractors that mainly specialized in military technology and weaponry. The entire conference had been a facade to disguise a massive investment in military-grade hardware by the Ministry of Defense. As Izuku searched deeper and deeper into the endless ocean that was the internet, questions kept bouncing around inside his head. It was like trying to put a puzzle together but with half the pieces missing while a timer counted down to some unknown event. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Izuku was surprised to see that it was suddenly noon. Time flies when you are having fun, he thought sarcastically. Suddenly a notification popped up on his laptop screen indicating that a new message had been received on the secure internal mod network. Arching an eyebrow curiously, Izuku opened the encrypted message system and was surprised to see a message directly from Director Fujikawa himself. There was a long list of other recipients, all of them hero liaisons and department leaders. Quickly reading the internal mail, Izuku was slightly surprised to see that the Paranormal Liberation Front was now officially classified as a terrorist organization. The recent bloody battle between the pro-heroes and villains had scattered the majority of the PLF forces and broken their command structure, but the war had only just begun. No longer a large cohesive fighting force, the remaining PLF members had decided to split up and go into hiding. However, they certainly were not done fighting. Now it was being reported that small groups of PLF members were forming clandestine cells and continuing their war against the pro-heroes via guerrilla-style warfare. Not only were the PLF cells plotting various attacks and acts of sabotage, they were also actively recruiting new members at an alarming pace. Apparently, the PLF had rebranded itself as a resistance movement fighting for the freedom of the average person. Reports were already flooding in of PLF propaganda slowly spreading throughout the country while subversive recruiters stoked the flames of rebellion and dissatisfaction. Leaning back in his chair, Izuku scratched his chin as he continued to read the various statistics and data attached to the internal mail. It was honestly quite impressive that the army of villains and criminals had bounced back so quickly from such a recent defeat. Not only that, they were portraying themselves as the victims while flooding the country with a sea of misinformation and propaganda. Clearly someone in the PLF had studied military history. There were numerous historical examples of militant groups overcoming seemingly overwhelming odds simply by relying on guerrilla tactics and asymmetrical warfare. Time was now against the pro-heroes and Ministry of Defense. The longer the PLF was able to operate, the harder it would be to eradicate. At the end of the internal mail was a short summary of what Director Fujikawa wanted to happen. It was actually fairly simple. The hero liaisons were to operate as normal and assist the pro-heroes with whatever they needed. Any criminal activity could possibly lead to the discovery of a PLF cell's members, so all relevant information was to be reported as soon as it was found. When all the necessary information had been gathered, the Ministry of Defense would swoop in and arrest anyone involved with the PLF. Logging off and shutting down his computer, Izuku frowned as he retrieved a small pile of reports from a manila folder that had been laying on his desk. While the plan sounded effective and simple on paper, carrying out such a large-scale anti-terrorism operation was easier said than done. If the mod was too heavy-handed, they could inadvertently add more fuel to the fire by lending the PLF's propaganda credence. However, if the mod and pro-heroes did not act fast enough, the PLF could use the opportunity to create an army. But for now, all Izuku could do was get back to work. Doing his best to shove the dark thoughts into the back of his mind, Izuku flipped through the reports to find something for him and Miruko to do. The two needed to make up for lost time, as they had officially not even completed one assignment as a working pair. The silver lining was that being the liaison to a highly ranked pro-hero meant that there were always high-profile assignments that needed to be done. Just as he was about to pick an assignment, Izuku's smartphone began to vibrate in his pocket. Retrieving his phone, he was slightly surprised to see that it was his supervisor calling him. Answering the call, Izuku listened as Supervisor Harada asked for a favor. Apparently a popular music star from overseas was touring in Japan and had requested extra security in the form of a pro-hero. Normally this kind of request was denied, but it seemed someone high up in the mod command chain was a big fan and wanted to score some brownie points with the foreign music star. Several other pro-heroes had been contacted, but all of them had either made up an excuse or flat-out denied helping. With pressure from above increasing every day, Supervisor Harada had called his most reliable agent in a last-ditch bid for help. To be fair, the portly supervisor apologized over and over for asking Izuku to take on such an onerous assignment, but the older man had no other options left. Having helped Izuku with his past problems with Miruko, the distressed Harada was calling in his favor that Izuku owed him. It was not exactly the type of assignment Izuku had been hoping for, but he owed Harada a lot for putting up with his recent pro-hero-related shenanigans. After accepting the task, much to the relief of his boss, Izuku was sent the contact information for the music star's manager and wished the best of luck. Sighing heavily, Izuku ended the call with his supervisor and wrote down the needed contact information. The hardest part of the whole thing was going to be convincing Miruko to at least pretend to be a little bit courteous, as this kind of assignment was the exact opposite of what she specialized in. Deciding to cross that bridge when he came to it, Izuku called the number given to him and waited as the phone rang. Just as the call was about to end, there was a click as someone answered. "Hello." A gruff male voice said in English with an American accent. "Hello, sir." Izuku said politely in English. "My name is Midoriya. I am with the Ministry of Defense. I was told to contact this number regarding a security issue for Miss." Izuku peeked at his notes as he tried to find the musical artist's name. "Miss Thelxie? About goddamn time." The man huffed. "This creep broke into her room again last night and nearly cut her head off." Quirking an eyebrow, Izuku readied a pen and a small notepad. "You say your client was attacked? If you have a description of the attacker, you should contact the police and have them help you." "No fucking shit, ya Nimrod." The man yelled indignantly. "The fucker is using some kind of quirk and changes what they look like each time. First it was a makeup artist, then a security guard, then last night the BSRD looked like me. Every time the freak is yammering about PLF something or another while he tries to kill my client. This ain't some normal psycho fan sheet. I need some real fucking help here." Scribbling down notes, Izuku nodded along as he tried to placate the angry man on the phone. "All right, sir, I need you to calm down. You said the attacker was talking about the PLF? Are you sure that is what you heard?" The irate man took a deep breath before speaking in a slightly calmer tone. It was PL something, you can ask my client when you get here. The poor girl is a nervous wreck and it doesn't help that the BS dude can look like anyone. I have 2 people guarding her at all times but I still dunno if that will be enough. Please, I need some real muscle here, not some dumbass cops who don't know a donut from a bagel. Well, things had certainly gotten much more interesting. Of course, sir. Izuku said diplomatically as he continued to take notes. Can you give me your name so I know who to ask for when I get there? The name is Frank Costan. The manager said flatly. You know you speak pretty good English. No offense, but most of the people I talk to here need a translator. It's nice to finally have a real conversation with someone. Deciding not to comment on the unnecessary information, Izuku put on his best professional voice as he stood up and grabbed his notepad. I am glad I can help Mr. Costan. I can be at your hotel in around an hour. Ending the call, Izuku shoved the small notepad into his pocket and called Miruko's number. It only took 1 ring for Miruko to pick up with a happy tone in her voice. Hey Izuku, she said as wind whistled in the background. What ya callin' for? You trying to take me out on a lunch date or something? Rolling his eyes and deciding to ignore the flirtatious teasing, Izuku walked to the elevators and descended to the parking garage. No Miruko, this is serious. I just got an assignment for us and I need you to meet me at the fancy hotel near the stadium. A singer from overseas has been attacked several times in the past week and needs our help to catch the culprit. Izuku could hear the enthusiasm instantly vanish from Miruko's voice as she groaned in annoyance. Really, Izuku? Our first job together is being security for some snobby singer? Jesus Christ, this is what cops and bodyguards are for. Exiting the elevator and walking to his parked car, Izuku nodded understandingly. Just listen to the rest before you make your decision, he said. Apparently the culprit was talking about the Paranormal Liberation Front each time he attacked the singer. It also seems like he has some kind of mimicry quirk that allows him to take on the appearance of others. This is not something that regular cops can handle. Miruko's voice immediately changed from annoyed to bloodthirsty. Did you just say the PLF? She then loudly spit like she had just tasted something disgusting. Okay, now you got my attention. I honestly don't give a shit about this singer, but if it means I get to beat down someone involved in that shitshow where I lost an arm, I am all for it. Getting into his car and starting the engine, Izuku smirked at Miruko's newfound enthusiasm. I thought you would say that. I am leaving the office right now. You need me to pick you up and give you a ride. Izuku could hear the disappointment in Rumi's voice as she answered. Nah, I'm fine, she said unhappily. I just got done tracking down a big drug dealer in the city, so I'm already pretty close. I can just meet you there. Izuku was still not sure just how friendly he should be with Miruko. Was Miruko's flirtatious teasing just for fun, or does she actually want to be more than friends? Even if Izuku did think that Miruko was romantically interested in him, it would be a terrible idea to get romantically involved with a coworker who also happened to be one of the most popular pro-heroes in Japan. There was also the fact that he still did not completely trust her to stay true to her word. As much as he wanted to believe that the loudmouthed hero had turned over a new leaf, he had been fooled in the past by people saying the exact same thing. So for now he would play it safe and ignore any flirty invitations from the rabbit hero. The drive to the hotel did not take as long as Izuku had expected, and he arrived at his destination with around half an hour to spare. Parking his car on the street, the handsome field agent walked to the front of the hotel and pulled out his phone. Right as he was about to call Miruko, there was a loud thump followed by an excited murmur from the nearby pedestrians. Walking over to Izuku with a warm smile on her face and dressed in her iconic hero outfit, Miruko gave his arm a gentle punch before speaking. Hey there, good-looking, you come here often? She said teasingly. Rolling his eyes and ignoring the small crowd that had gathered around them, Izuku put his phone away. We are a bit early, but I don't think Thelxie's manager will mind. Let me do most of the talking, no offense, but you have a tendency to rub people the wrong way. As Izuku walked into the hotel lobby, he did not notice his partner pout slightly as she followed him inside. Hey, I can talk to people just fine, she said indignantly. I just hate stupid questions and I'm not afraid to call someone out if they try to bullshit me. Walking up to the front desk, Izuku decided not to make a snide comment about Miruko's social skills and instead addressed the petite clerk sitting behind the counter. "Excuse me," he said as he put on his best fake smile. "I am Agent Midoriya with the Ministry of Defense. Could you please tell me where I could find Miss Thelxie?" The short woman dressed in a royal blue uniform nodded and pointed at the gold-plated elevators nearby. "Top floor. I hope you catch whoever is going after her." Nodding his thanks, Izuku motioned for Miruko to follow him over to the elevators. It seemed word had spread fast, and it was only a matter of time before the vultures known as paparazzi flooded the hotel looking for the next salacious story. Besides being annoying to the extreme, the paparazzi would also make tracking down the PLF attacker that much harder. Stepping into the elevator with his partner, Izuku pressed the button for the top floor and patiently waited as the silver and gold-trimmed box slowly began to ascend. "This Thelxie person better not piss me off," Miruko stated bluntly. "I have met celebrities before, and I can count the number of times I have had a good interaction with one on one hand. They're a bunch of cowards more concerned about their ratings than anyone around them. Please do not punch the victim," Izuku said sternly. "If you can't handle talking like a civilized person, you can wait outside." Crossing her arms, Miruko huffed softly as she muttered under her breath, "Talk civil my butt." Eventually the elevator came to a stop and the doors opened to reveal a long carpeted hallway interspersed with tastefully decorated doors leading to luxurious hotel rooms. At the end of the hallway, two burly men in security uniforms stood guard outside a single door with a little gold star on it. With Miruko at his side, Izuku walked up to the security guards and flashed his Ministry of Defense ID. "Hello, I am Agent Midoriya with the Ministry of Defense. I spoke to Mr. Kostan on the phone. We are a little early, but I figured he wouldn't mind." The two muscle-bound guards looked at each other and nodded, one stepping forward as he spoke. "I gotta check ya," the brute of a man said apologetically. "This guy, person.thing that can look like people. Mr. Kostan's orders." Nodding understandingly, Izuku glanced over at Miruko and gave her a stern look to follow his lead. "Understandable," the green-haired agent said. "Do what you must, I promise we are just here to help." Nodding in thanks, the security guard reached out and roughly poked Izuku's chest. As if to be sure, the guard gave Izuku several more rough pokes before nodding in satisfaction. Turning to Miruko, the guard held up his hands apologetically as he stepped closer to her. "I don't mean nothin' by it, Miss Miruko," he said fearfully. "I just gotta poke you few times. I promise I won't touch ya any more than I have to." Miruko glanced over at Izuku, who gave her another stern look, prompting the rabbit hero to sigh in irritation and cross her arms. "Fine," she said tersely, clearly not happy with the situation. Nervously, the guard reached out and poked Miruko's arms very quickly before stepping back and nodding to his partner. "Okay, you can go on in," the nervous guard said as he avoided meeting Miruko's eyes. Nodding his thanks, Izuku walked past the two bruisers and knocked on the hotel room door. A few moments later the door opened just enough for a single eyeball to be seen peering through the crack. "You Midoriya?" Kostan said suspiciously. Nodding, Izuku gestured to Miruko, who stood nearby tapping her foot against the carpeted floor. "Yes, I am. I also brought Miruko with me. She is the 5th highest rated hero in the country. I can guarantee that nobody will be able to get past her without a severe thrashing." There was a grunt of satisfaction as the door closed and the sound of locks clicking and chains rattling could be heard. Finally, the door opened up to reveal a short and squat man with the head of a badger who had an unlit cigar hanging from his mouth. "Thanks for comin'," the manager said with a slightly more respectful tone. "Sorry for yelling at ya on the phone. Just been a stressful few weeks." Stepping into the spacious hotel room, Izuku waved away the short man's apology. "It's all right, I think anyone in your position would feel the same." The badger man nodded and waddled down the short hallway into a luxurious living room filled with chairs and sofas. "Sit wherever you like," Kostan said as he gestured to the expensive furniture. "Let me just get Thelxie so we can talk about what to do." Picking a plush leather chair at random, Izuku sat down as Miruko stood next to him and crossed her arms like a protective bodyguard. The green-haired agent was about to tell his partner to sit down, but was stopped by the sound of an irate Kosten yelling from somewhere nearby. "God damn it, Cass!" The gruff man yelled in disbelief. "Stop smoking in bed. If you gotta smoke, do it on the balcony." "Oh, F off." A somewhat familiar female voice yelled back. "Give me a break and let me smoke in peace. We specifically paid for a room that allowed smoking, so I am gonna get my money's worth." As the gruff man bickered with the unseen Thelxie, Izuku cast an amused glance at his partner standing beside him. "Sounds like someone I know," he said with a small smirk. Miruko rolled her eyes but could not help but grin a little as well. "Do we really sound like that?" Before Izuku could answer, the short badger-headed man had returned with his client in tow. Looking at the familiar blue-skinned woman standing next to Kosten, Izuku smiled as all the puzzle pieces fell into place. "Of course it is you of all people," Cassandra said with a grin as she walked closer to Izuku. "I thought I heard your name, but I wrote it off as my mind playing tricks on me." Suddenly Cassandra pulled Izuku into a tight hug, much to the shock of her manager and Miruko. Caught totally off guard, Izuku reflexively hugged back, only to feel an intense stare burning into the back of his skull. "Wait a minute," Kosten said in disbelief. "You two know each other?" Releasing a blushing Izuku from her hug, Cassandra could only laugh and nod as she responded. "We do," she said warmly. "It's a long story, but now everything we talked about makes sense." Feeling the murderous glare continuing to burn into the back of his head, Izuku chuckled and shrugged. "I should say the same. Small world." Suddenly Miruko spoke in a flat tone that could turn a campfire into ice. "Well, that is nice that you two get along so well. Funny how you never mentioned knowing an international pop star before." Turning to look at his partner, who was giving him a glare that could turn a Nomu into ash, Izuku squared his shoulders and responded in Japanese as he returned the stare. "It is a long story, but I did not know that this was Cassandra's job," he said sternly. "I just ran into her a few times and we talked, that is all. Now can you act like a mature adult, or am I going to have to make you wait out in the hallway?" The two partners stared at each other, neither backing down as Cassandra and her manager slowly backed away like they were watching a bomb count to zero. Finally, Miruko let out an angry huff and looked away. "Just would have been nice to know is all I am saying," she muttered unhappily. Rolling his eyes and making a mental note to scold his partner later, Izuku turned back to face Cassandra and her manager. "Sorry about that," he said in perfect English. "Don't mind her, she is just in a bad mood. I promise that she is still able to do her job just fine." With a knowing smile growing on her face, Cassandra boldly stepped forward and held her hand out for Rumi to shake. "Nice to meet you, Miruko," she said in broken Japanese. "Don't worry, I only like girls." Arching her eyebrows in surprise, Miruko looked down at Cassandra's hand. For a moment it looked like she was going to snub the American in typical Miruko fashion. Thankfully, however, the rabbit hero finally gave Cassandra's hand a quick shake before returning to her stony silence. Glad that an awkward situation had been averted, Izuku pulled out his notepad and pen from his pocket. "All right, let's get down to business. I need to know everything that has happened, starting with the first attack." An hour seemed to pass in an instant as Izuku jotted down all the information that Cassandra and her manager provided. It was still far from a complete investigation, but eventually Izuku had a rough idea of why Cassandra was being targeted by the PLF. It turned out that Cassandra's quirk was her siren-like voice. Whenever she sang, anyone nearby would have their mood change to fit the song. It did not matter if you didn't know English, your mood would still be affected just like everyone else. This gave her songs universal appeal, and right after she had started to sing professionally, Cassandra's popularity had skyrocketed. Now she was on a worldwide tour singing songs of happiness, forgiveness, love, and many more positive themes. The current goal of the PLF was to sow discord and resentment throughout Japan, and Cassandra's concerts naturally promoted the complete opposite by bringing people together. Putting down his pen and stretching his fingers, Izuku spoke to the group. "All right, so we know why Cassandra is being attacked. The question now is how. It doesn't matter if we know the attacker's motivations if they can still disguise themselves effectively. As Izuku translated what had been said to Miruko, there was the sound of a polite knock on the hotel room door. Izuku and Miruko both immediately went on alert and followed Kostan over to the door as the burly man called out to the guards outside. "What is it?" Kostan asked loudly. "Ah, there is a guy here from the ministry." One of the guards replied. "Said he could help with the investigation. I already checked him." Kostan looked at Izuku, who frowned as he tried to figure out who had arrived. He tried looking through the glass peephole in the door, but unfortunately all he could see was the broad back of one of the guards. Shrugging, Izuku spoke calmly to the confused manager next to him. "Nobody else should have been assigned to this," he said truthfully. "But if he was already checked, it wouldn't hurt to see if they could help." The short badger-headed man nodded and quickly unlocked the door, opening it fully so Miruko and Izuku could see who it was. "If it isn't my best friend in the whole wide world and his girlfriend Lola," Oscar said mockingly as he stood in the hallway. "How is KFC doing, by the way? Are his feelings still hurt?" Of course it had to be this FING creep. Gritting his teeth, Izuku put himself between Miruko and Oscar before the rabbit hero could lunge at the antagonistic American. "What the hell are you doing here, Oscar?" Izuku said icily. "Last I heard you got reassigned. I hope you have a good excuse for showing your face, because I am going to send a report straight to the director after this." Waving his hands in mock terror, Oscar sneered Izuku with a smile full of contempt. "Oh no! Little Mito is gonna tell on me to the director. Whatever shall I do?" From behind Izuku, Cassandra could be heard walking closer as she poked her head over the group's shoulders to see who it was. "Is something wrong, G?" she said, suddenly stopping mid-sentence. Smiling sinisterly, Oscar waved slowly to Cassandra. "Ah, there she is. Sweet little Annie. Or is it Cassandra now?" Confused, Izuku turned to look at Cassandra, who had frozen like a deer in the headlights. With pure terror on her face, Cassandra stumbled backwards as she pointed in horror at Oscar. "No. Pee-pee please, G-God, no." Whirling back around, Izuku readied himself to tackle Oscar should he need to. "What the F have you done, Oscar?" Izuku roared. With his jagged smile still on his face, Oscar held up his hands in mock surrender. "Oh, I haven't done anything. I am just a concerned brother coming to the aid of his little sister in her time of need." Incredulous, Izuku could only gape silently as he glanced back at Cassandra, who was in the process of trying to crawl away with tears in her eyes. There is no way this is going to end well. The single idle thought echoed in Izuku's head as time came to a stop. Rumi snarled as the piece of human sheet named Oscar waved at Cassandra. There was no need for anyone to explain their relationship. Rumi knew the moment she saw Cassandra's terrified expression. Rumi had seen that look of terror many times before when she rescued someone from an abusive relationship. It was a look that described their situation better than 1,000 words could. Planting her feet, Rumi gave a silent apology to Izuku, then launched herself at the grinning Oscar. Tackling the American to the ground, Rumi grabbed his shirt collar and roughly pulled him up so she could shout in his face. "You worthless piece of shit!" she yelled. "You have 2 seconds to explain why you are here before you are choking on your own teeth." With a sheet-eating grin plastered on his face, Oscar chuckled. "I am just helping my sister out is all. Some guy has been attacking her, right? Well, I already caught him. I left him tied up in the hotel basement. A little worse for wear, but he is alive." His reptilian eyes narrowing, Oscar suddenly grabbed Rumi's wrists and slowly peeled her hands off his collar with surprising strength. "You better be careful, Beach," he whispered so only Rumi could hear. "Next time you touch me, I won't be so nice," he said as he liked his jagged teeth. Before Rumi could do anything, she found herself being pulled off of Oscar by a concerned Izuku. "He isn't worth it, Miruko," the green-haired man said. "He gets his kicks pissing people off. The best thing you can do is ignore him." Her lip curling in disgust as Oscar sneered at her, Rumi just barely resisted the urge to walk over and stomp his face in. If Izuku had not been there to calm her down, there definitely would have been blood spilled right then and there. Slowly getting to his feet and dusting himself off, Oscar smiled at Izuku and glanced over at Cassandra, who was being protected by an enraged Koston. Good man Mido. Keep your attack rabbit on a nice short leash. Rumi nearly launched herself at Oscar again, but her partner put himself between the two and held out a hand to keep Rumi back. Oscar, you're lucky that I am not arresting you right now, Izuku said in a warning tone. The only reason you are not in HNDCFFS is because I know you would never lie about your accomplishments. Nodding sagely, Oscar gave Izuku a polite round of applause. Always the level-headed one, Mido. Oscar then tilted his head so he could fix his unnerving stare on the trembling Cassandra. Now if you don't mind, I would like to have a word with my dear little sister. Rumi was about to yell in outrage but was stopped when she saw the dark look that briefly appeared on Izuku's face. It was the kind of look one had right before they murdered someone they hated. But as soon as it had appeared, the dark look vanished, and Izuku's face returned to its standard expressionless mask. You know that there is no way in hell I am leaving you alone with her, Izuku stated coldly. Anything you have to say to her you can say right here. Oscar sighed in disappointment but shrugged uncaringly. Have it your way, Mido. Though I would prefer we have a little privacy. He then fixed his emotionless eyes on the two security guards who had been watching the scene unfold like two patrons at an opera house. Realizing that Oscar was talking about them, the two guards stumbled over each other as they scurried away to the elevator. We're gonna go check the basement, boss, the talkative guard said weakly right before the elevator doors closed. An oppressive silence filled the air as Oscar stood in the hallway while Rumi and Izuku blocked the doorway to the hotel room. Cassandra and her manager stood silently in the hotel room entryway, the squat badger-headed man chomping on his cigar angrily as he kept Cassandra behind him. Softly clearing his throat, Oscar began speaking to Cassandra like nothing had ever happened. So, how are you doing, Annie? Seemingly mustering up all her courage to speak to her childhood abuser, Cassandra straightened up and glared at Oscar with nothing but hate and revulsion in her eyes. My name is Cassandra, and you can go to hell, Oscar. How dare you act like all those years of abuse never happened? Tilting his head slightly like a dog not understanding a command, Oscar gave Cassandra a confused look. You still think I did that because I wanted to? I did that to protect you. Letting out a disbelieving laugh, Cassandra yelled in despair as tears flowed from her eyes. Protect me? You beat and degraded me every single FNG day. I used to love you. Why did you turn into such a effing monster? Oscar sighed like a disappointed teacher and shook his head in disappointment. Poor little Annie, always one step behind. Smiling in a deranged fashion, Oscar gestured around him. Would you have gotten to a place like this if I had coddled you and pretended everything would be okay? No, you would be a worthless piece of human garbage still taking care of Dad to this day because you could never stand up to him. I put you through hell to make you take your life into your own hands. Rumi felt like she was about to throw up as she listened to Oscar's twisted logic. It would have been sad and pathetic if he was a normal person, but the CIA agent had clearly ceased to be a normal person a long time ago. Cassandra's voice cracked as she spoke tearfully, every pained word a piece of her heart breaking for her twisted brother. We could have run away together, Oscar. She sobbed. You didn't have to throw away your soul to save me. Rolling his eyes, Oscar made a disgusted sound as Cassandra sobbed quietly. Oh, spare me the bullshit, Annie. If we had both run away, what do you think would have happened? Dad would have gotten all of his cop buddies together and found us. Before we could even leave the state. One of us needed to stay behind and keep Dad occupied while the other escaped, and what kind of brother would I be if I let my little sister suffer just so I could be free? Rumi felt like she had just eaten a rotten fruit, the broken logic behind Oscar's words making it all too clear that he was too far gone to be saved. But it's okay, Oscar said with manic glee as he gestured proudly at his sister. Look at you. International music sensation. I even got into the CIA. It all worked out. So don't be sad, Annie, be happy that my plan worked. The deranged American grinned and lowered his voice like he was sharing a scandalous secret. Plus, with you out of the way, I could finally get rid of Dad. Don't worry though, I made sure he suffered plenty. Suddenly Izuku spoke up with a wary look on his face. Oscar, I understand that you had a rough childhood, but answering hate with hate never solves anything. You have spent your entire life abusing and killing others. Don't you think it is time to stop? You need professional help. Why don't you take a vacation to sort yourself out? Oscar was silent for a moment as he stared blankly at Izuku with his dead eyes. Suddenly the Caucasian man's shoulders began to shake. Tilting his head back, Oscar let laughter bubble out from his throat like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Rumi didn't know what was so funny, but she had gone up against plenty of insane villains who had laughed in the exact same way. Usually when someone tried to get them to see the error of their ways. His cackling laughter bouncing off the hotel walls, Oscar's amusement slowly petered out as he wiped a tear of laughter from his eye. Christ Mido, I didn't know you were a comedian. The deranged man said as the last few chuckles left his system. Composing himself, Oscar waved away Izuku's concern. Don't you think I tried that, Mido? I tried praying to God for deliverance every time my dad beat me bloody with jumper cables. I tried to reason with the old BS every time he locked me in the moldy basement. I tried talking to adults that were supposed to protect me. But nothing ever worked. Spreading his arms out wide like he was revealing some world-shattering truth, Oscar spoke with such certainty that it was clear he was broken beyond repair. That's when I realized that if God doesn't exist, then everything is permissible. The universe doesn't care what happens to me, or to you, or to the billions of people on this planet. It won't hear us cry out. It won't shed a tear when we are gone. Humanity doesn't even register on the cosmic scales. You have to understand, Mido, that what I do isn't abuse. It isn't murder. It isn't torture. It just is. Rumi felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she tried to figure out how such a man could be so twisted, and why his words felt so familiar. Finally, it clicked. She had heard a speech like this before. From Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the Paranormal Liberation Front, the dark successor to All for One. Oscar may do things in the name of the greater good, but he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. As Cassandra sobbed silently and sagged against her manager, Oscar let out a satisfied huff and nodded to himself. Well, I think my job is done here, he said casually. I got to reconnect with my little sister and save her from a shape-shifting assassin. Yup, just another day in the life of a hero. Rumi wanted to spit in disgust and tell Oscar exactly why he was the complete opposite of a hero, but Izuku's calming hand gently gripped her wrist as he silently shook his head. Better to let Oscar keep living in his fantasy than try to force him to see the truth. With a friendly wave goodbye, Oscar walked away to the elevators and disappeared from sight. Immediately, Izuku went over to the distraught Cassandra and gently helped her to her feet as Rumi awkwardly stood by silently. I am so sorry, Cassandra, Izuku said quietly. I can't even imagine what you must be going through. The important thing is you are safe. Just take it easy the next few days. You have my number, so if Oscar ever shows up again, I am one phone call away. Wiping the tears from her puffy eyes, Cassandra nodded weakly and let herself be guided to her room by her manager. The hotel room door closed, leaving Rumi and Izuku alone in the silent hallway. Awkwardly fiddling with her metallic arm, Rumi spoke up as Izuku wearily ran a hand through his hair. Well, that was really effed up, she said bluntly. No sheet, Izuku said in agreement. The two were silent for a few more moments before Izuku let out a soft sigh and straightened out his suit jacket. Alright, I guess the job is done. It didn't go exactly the way I thought it would, but I guess we can call this one a win. Sort of. Nodding glumly, Rumi followed Izuku back to the elevators and waited as the green-haired agent pressed the button to summon one of the metal boxes. You hungry? The handsome agent suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Rumi nodded slightly. Kinda, I didn't really have a big breakfast. As the elevator doors opened, Izuku spoke in a slightly warmer tone. I know a good place to get lunch if you want to go. My treat. Feeling a small smile tug at the edges of her lips, Rumi followed Izuku into the elevator and subtly moved closer to him so she could gently hold onto the cuff of his jacket. I would like that, she said quietly. Thanks, Izuku. Glancing over, Rumi was happy to see a slight blush on her partner's face as he replied. No problem, Rumi. Izuku frowned as he leaned against the wall of Rumi's workout room while the rabbit hero lifted a set of dumbbells in each hand. He was dressed in his usual standard government black suit while his partner wore a pair of black nylon workout shorts and a plain white tank top. It had been a few days since the incident with Cassandra and Oscar, but it was still very fresh in Izuku's mind. "So you're telling me that you owe Oscar a favor?" the green-haired agent said in disbelief. Pumping iron like a pro, Rumi rolled her eyes as she responded. "Yeah, I do. Before you start lecturing me, you should know that I was desperate to find you. Sasaki and I had been trying to find you for days with no luck, so I was going to take any help I could get." Izuku was silent for a moment as he let Rumi's words sink in. If he was being honest, he was actually very flattered that his partner had been so worried about him. It was a strange feeling knowing that someone cared about you, but not strange in a bad way. The person he could remember caring about him so much was his mom, and frankly she was the sole reason Izuku had not gone off the deep end as a quirkless kid. If she were still alive, I think she would have liked Rumi. Izuku silently thought to himself. Remembering that he was supposed to be lecturing his partner, Izuku wiped the small smile off his face and made a show of shaking his head in disappointment. "Still, I think Oscar was taking advantage of the situation and was simply looking for an excuse to have a pro-hero owe him a favor. The problem is we have no idea what his goal is," he stated with slight frustration. If he had just been a regular villain or criminal it would not be so bad, but the guy somehow became a FING CIA agent. Dropping her weights to the floor with a loud thump, Rumi walked over to a weight bench and began loading the barbell up with an impressive amount of metal weight discs. "Personally, I think the CIA let him join on purpose," she said bluntly as she lay down on the bench and grabbed the barbell resting above her. "The guy is exactly the kind of scumbag you send to do dirty work and not ask any questions."